There we go. Seems appropriate, right? Let's put this on. Let's go big plant Z tier easy. Let's you guys have been asking me to do this. Let's go do a gigantic tier list of every FromSoft boss, chat. Let's do it. Why don't we go game by game and decide and discuss? Why don't we do that? Hang on, let me turn this down. A little loud. And we can discuss all kinds of stuff. One tree spirit in each tier. Or moving the chart is making you crazy. Louder. You should probably remove some tiers. You think like remove S plus S A tier? Why would I remove this? How many bosses are we talking? So if I scroll down, this is like now, I mean, I don't know, man. I don't know. Do you really have to go flying dragon? I don't know if we need to do like every single boss from Elden Ring. I don't know if we literally need to do that. Why don't we just go, let's go game by game. Let's go game by game. And as we go on, every single one, I have to do every single boss. All right, well, all right, let's start off. Why don't we try to go roughly in order? Let's try to go roughly in order. We're going to start with Demon Souls, right? We're going to start with Demon Souls. Begin the discussion. Let's start with Demon Souls, the first game in the series. I'd say that the first boss you're gonna fight in Demon Souls is almost certainly, well, would Vanguard be considered there? I don't know if Vanguard's actually listed here. Oh, Vanguard Demon. I think we're gonna have to shift stuff around as time goes on. Yeah, Vanguard be the very first thing you fight. I mean, the Vanguard and the Asylum, you need to, why do I need to remove some tiers? Why would I need to do that? Understand. Barely started and people already disagree. Tier list time. I don't know. I think Vanguard is fine. I don't think there's anything wrong with Vanguard. I would say that Vanguard, we might shift this around. I'd say Vanguard is pretty middle of the road along with like Asylum Demon. Like they're kind of like an intro tutorial boss. Very simple, right? They're kind of showing you big swing, like, you know, big telegraphing. They're there. These guys are here to teach you like the basic mechanics of iframing and dodging and that sort of thing. So I feel like there's nothing wrong with this boss. Now I feel like there's nothing particularly special about this boss, but nothing like wrong with this boss. Yeah, for what they are, they're good. Right. I don't think there's anything wrong with Vanguard or Asylum Demon. Now, maybe as you move on, maybe it becomes more of a problem when you've started to iterate on these things so many times. Like we see that with like the Erdtree avatars, right? Anyway, so I guess after that, you're probably going to be fighting Phalanx. Now, Phalanx is an interesting one. See, I feel like Phalanx. So Phalanx, you don't remember Phalanx? Phalanx is the boss in Demon Souls that has like the big shield and you can only kind of damage it from one side. And then there's like the big blobby thing in the middle. See, I feel like Phalanx is there to kind of teach you to think about problems like more laterally, right? Like maybe if you can't attack head on, you need to do something else. Like you need fire bombs, or you need either fire bombs or you need to attack from the side. Like you need to adapt your strategy, right? Yeah, and maybe their HP is a little low. I don't think it's necessarily like a super compelling fight. I don't think there's a lot of super compelling fights in Demon Souls, period. I'll go ahead and say Phalanx here. Maybe we'll move this around. I'll put Phalanx here in the C tier. I don't know if there's a lot of really awesome fights in Demon Souls anyway in general, but I don't like dislike it. You know, I don't like hate it. Which I think that leads us next to Tower Knight. See, now Tower Knight, I feel like, is one of the best fights in Demon Souls. I actually really like Tower Knight. I think Tower Knight's like a cool, multi-layered boss fight. I'd say Tower Knight belongs maybe in the A or B tier. Let's say A tier for now. I really enjoy that Tower Knight. For one thing, Tower Knight's kind of like a nice set piece where it's like the castle, you got all the guys on the walls. And there's a number of ways you can approach the Tower Knight fight as opposed to something like, you know, there's really only one way to approach Vanguard, right? But you can either ignore the archers up top, and you chip at his ankles, you hit him in the head. I like how detailed the Tower Knight fight is. I also say the Tower Knight fight's the best version of that. Like I like Tower Knight so much more than the One Reborn. It's not even close. Like, I think this is probably one of the best fights in Demon Souls for sure. Definitely up there. I'd actually say I like the Tower Knight a little bit better than the Penetrator. I'll put the Penetrator at a B tier. I think the Penetrator is a fine boss. I think what's weird is that the Penetrator is the boss he's like after in that same Archstone in Demon Souls. He's very simplistic in the fact that he has like, what does he have, like 4 moves, and you know, that could be betraying the fact that I played Demon Souls like last. Like, I don't think he's particularly hard, you know what I mean? Yeah, he's also kind of like the alpha version of like Artorias and all the other fights that came later. Like, honestly, so he's like a big sword guy with big telegraphing and weird delays on his attacks, and honestly, like, there's a lot of bosses here that kind of follow that model. Yeah, I'm sure that if I played it back in the day, it would be super tough. Also, a part of Demon Souls also is like, how hard is the run up to this boss? The run up to the Penetrator with that giant bridge of fucking guys. No, we're basing this tier list on quality, on like how good a boss is, not on how difficult it is. But that run up to the Penetrator is nasty too. There's like no shortcuts or anything, so that's super rough. So yeah. So I think that takes care. We'll save Old King a lot because he's kind of the final boss. Let's save him for later. He's like kind of the final boss, I guess. Let's see. What are the other Archstones? The Adjudicator. I think the Adjudicator is kind of interesting, right? See, this is one thing I like about Demon Souls. I think Demon Souls was willing to have like more gimmicky, interesting fights. And I don't know how successful those were. So the Adjudicator is a big chungus dude, and he's got that wound in his side, right? And you have to hit that wound over and over, and then eventually falls down and you hit the bird. Now he pretty much will do the same attack over and over and over. Like, he doesn't really do anything particularly special. It's not a very memorable fight. I'll put that like down here, I think. D. Like, I think Vanguard is probably more interesting than Adjudicator. Like, there is the gimmick to Adjudicator, but I don't think that gimmick is particularly well done. Yeah, I'm sure he does a lot of damage. Yeah, I mean, visually designed, he looks cool, but I don't think the Adjudicator is really all that special, honestly. But I like the fight since it's a bit interesting. It's more of a traditional video game boss. Yeah, see, I think Demon Souls was really willing to play with what was considered like, what should the bosses be, and I almost feel like some of that creativity has been lost over the iterations of all the Souls series. Like, the bosses are a lot more straightforward nowadays, where it's just like, hit them and do this. Like, there's not really a boss in Elden Ring where it's like, oh, you can't damage him here, you know what I'm saying? So now I think the Adjudicator's moveset's like very simplistic, so I think that's why he gets knocked down a lot, and he's very easy. So I don't think he's particularly good. I don't think he's like all that great of a boss, but definitely interesting. So let's see, at that same, I think, is the next boss at that area, the next boss in that Archstone is the Old Hero. I think the Old Hero is interesting in the sense that he has like that whole sound mechanic, right? So the Old Hero is like a big dude with a sword, but he's blind, right? And he reacts to your sounds. Now, the weird part about this one is that it's not really exactly clear. I'm just putting him here for now. Not really clear exactly what causes sound and what doesn't cause sound, right? Because like, the game doesn't really explain these things to you. It just kind of expects you to figure it out. But you can totally beat him without doing that if you want to. I think the Old Hero is interesting. I don't know if he's, I don't know. See, I don't think interesting gimmicks for bosses that Demon Souls has necessarily transforms into a good fight. So like, Old Hero may be more interesting than the Penetrator, but I don't think he's a better fight. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I think I'll put Old Hero at the C tier. Do you prefer Escape from LA or Escape from New York? I think that there's only one answer, and that's Escape from New York. I don't think anybody prefers Escape from LA. I feel like all these should go one tier down. We might adjust these. We might adjust these for sure. See, the thing about Demon Souls 2 is that for boss fights to get really terrible, I think that they have to get like miserable. You know what I'm saying? Like really miserable. And I don't know if Demon Souls really has a truly miserable fight. I don't know if it really has one. Are you ordering within the tiers? I suppose so. I suppose I will. I guess maybe I'll put old hero like here, I guess. I'll try to anyway. Escape from LA it's not like a terrible movie, right? Okay, so that leads us at that Archstone. That leads us to the Storm King. He's the last boss at that Archstone. See, the Storm King again is like the spectacle is great and the Storm Ruler is really cool, but is it actually like a good fight? Is it actually like a mechanically good fight? I mean, you mostly hide behind a thing and kill everything, right? So looks cool, interesting, but I don't know if it really translates to a really good fight. I don't know if it really translates like, man, this is a good boss. I guess it gets points. It gets points alone just for the spectacle of it all, right? Like, man, it looks cool, but yeah, I don't really know if it translates to a great fight overall. It's just, yeah, it's just a big gimmick fight, right? Right, the atmosphere is great. The sword is really cool. Like, oh, this looks like something from a fantasy novel, but you kind of fight it in a pretty boring, gimmicky way, right? It's not all that awesome. All right, let's go to another Archstone here. So Armor Spider, this is in the Mines Archstone, right? Yeah, that level is true. That's true. That is good relief for that level, because that level is actually one of the most brutal parts of Demon Souls for sure. That one's rough. All right, so we got Armor Spider. I think Armored Spider is pretty decent. I kind of like, I'm gonna put Armored Spider in B. He has a pretty simplistic moveset. I kind of like how much there is to the boss, right? You think it's F tier? I think it's kind of fun. So like Armored Spider, when you're far away, he shoots the webs at you, right? And then he tries to hit you with the projectiles. And you get close, you hit his face, and then he backs you up, and then he hits all the fire there. I think Armored Spider is a decent fight. I feel like it's got, I would say Armored Spider has probably more going on than necessarily the Penetrator, right? Because it's a more complicated, to me, Armored Spider has more going on than like a guy with 3 moves. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know, like, yeah, it's a gimmick fight, but I think it's kind of decent in its own right. I don't know. I think it's all right. It repeats the loop one too many times. I guess it depends on how much damage you're doing, right? It depends on how much damage. Kilobot, thank you for the 55 months. Thank you, Kilobot. Appreciate that. I think Armored Spider is okay. Let me put it, I'll put it down to the C tier. I guess like, I think I'll move it down here and not in the B tier. I think the reason why Armored Spider might not be the most fun is that maybe the fight itself doesn't lend itself too well to Demon Souls and the Souls games mechanics. But I think it's okay. I think it's better than people would say. Like, it's not just a trash fight. I think Flame Lurker is good. I think Flame Lurker is good. Now, he is simplistic like the Penetrator, for sure. Like, all the bosses of the demons, I think we would all agree, right? Yeah, I'd say maybe the Penetrator is a little better, because I think the Penetrator's mechanics lend itself better to the fight than Armored Spider. So I'd say Penetrator is better than Armored Spider. I think Flame Lurker is better than the Penetrator, personally. I think that he kind of encapsulates like a Souls boss and like what the games are going for here, right? He's like a major asshole. He can be kind of oppressive sometimes, like his move set. He has a simplistic move set, but I think the Flame Lurker is actually one of the better bosses in Demon Souls for sure. Yeah, I think he's a good boss. Gigantic relief to be done with it. Congratulations, dude. Yeah, he's pretty fast for Demon Souls. I like the environment of the fight. I think that's a cool fight. So we'll put him at B rank. I enjoy the Flame Lurker fight. He does stress me out a little bit. And that leads us to Dragon God at that same Archstone. Dragon God ain't so good. Dragon God, I think Dragon God goes down to the F tier. I think he goes down there. Pure spectacle, like kind of like the Storm King, right? Kind of goes down to pure spectacle, kind of like Storm King. Now the problem with Dragon God is the one shot. It's kind of like a prototype Bed of Chaos. Now the reason why he keeps it at an F minus that he's not going to jank you off the edge like Bed of Chaos, but that doesn't mean he's like forgivable in any way. Now he looks cool, but yeah, this is like, so there's some examples of like good gimmick fights like Tower Knight or even adjudicator, this is like a bad gimmick fight. This is a bad gimmick fight. Yeah, there's an S+ S tier ranking here. We haven't got there yet. This is where we are right now. So right now we're hanging around down here looking at Demon Souls. Yeah. See, they give you Flame Lurker. It's a fun fight, and then they hit you with they give you Flame Lurker, and then they hit you with the right, and they get you with Dragon God right after. And Dragon God is I guess they don't want to have two fights that are pretty similar, but for how visually cool Dragon God is, like, what a disappointment, man. What a disappointment that fight is. So Dragon God really sucks. All right, let's go to the Poison Archstone. We'll go to the Poison Archstone. I think the first boss in the Poison Archstone is the Leechmonger. I think the Leechmonger actually is even worse than the Adjudicator. I'm going to put that here. That's not as bad as Dragon God, but the Leechmonger is an incredibly forgettable boss. I think all the bosses at the Poison Archstone are actually really weak on that one. The area is cool. It's a very oppressive area, but that's not great for sure. Leechmonger is incredibly forgettable. You just damage him, he dies, he recovers his health. And there's really not much to really say about it. I think he can, does it cause you bleed or something when you're in the fight? I can't, like, when I think of these bosses, like, I think of like their attacks, right? Like which attacks I can remember. I remember Tower Knight's fight. I can't remember a single one of Leechmonger's attacks. Like, I literally don't know what his attacks are. So incredibly forgettable, like doesn't really look all that cool. He's just a big guy made of leeches. So not a great fight. I'd say Dirty Colossus is a little bit better than Leechmonger, right? I think he like shoots the bees at you, and he's got some various attacks that he does. Now, I think he's like kind of weak and pathetic. I kind of feel like with Demon Souls, I think here's the thing with Demon Souls. Demon Souls has no bonfires, yes? All it has are when you kill a boss, you get the stone, then you warp from there. So if you have just struggled through the Valley of Defilement, do you really want a hard-ass motherfucker boss at the end of that's going to send you back to the previous Archstone? No, right? So I kind of feel like the bosses in Demon Souls are kind of balanced around that point, right? Because do you really want, like, the area of Valley of Defilement is probably one of the most oppressive areas they've ever done in all of the games. So I kind of feel like they don't want to overwhelm you with some fucking insane shit. So they give you a pretty easy boss like Dirty Colossus and Leechmonger. That's probably why the bosses in the poison area are a lot easier, right? So I think we also, and then after Dirty Colossus, which is kind of a forgettable fight, I'd say he's a little bit better than Leechmonger, but not great. Maiden Estrella is after that. I kind of hesitate to even call Maiden Estrella a boss fight, right? Like it's barely a boss fight. I'll put that at, I mean, like, it's memorable because you got the Garl guy, the Garl Vinland, is that his name? And then you talk to her, there's like the plague babies, but it's not a great encounter. I even hesitate to call it a boss fight. And Garl is just kind of like, Garl isn't a cool fight either. He just stands there and he holds his shield up and he hits the wall and then he backs up. Like, it's just not a great fight, honestly. I think I'd put it here. Along with Dragon God. It's cool storytelling, I guess so. I mean, in the sense that what do you even know what the story is actually going on in that game, right? So I don't know. I'm gonna put him down here. Let's see what else we got. All right, so the other one, there's like the prison area, the prison one. That's the Prison Archstone. That gives us the Fool's Idol, which that's the chick that teleports and you don't know which one. She's kind of like a pinwheel almost. That boss fucked me up actually when I played Demon Souls recently. That boss fucked me up. I'm gonna say she is a D tier. See, I didn't have great damage. If you have damage, I think you can kind of punk that fight real fast. Yeah, I kept walking on the attacks. Yeah. I don't think she's a great fight. I think she's got more going for her than Leechmonger or Maiden Estrella. Probably more going on than Dirty Colossus or the Adjudicator, but still not a great fight. Not that interesting overall. You also have to kill the guy upstairs, otherwise the boss is invincible, right? Isn't the boss invincible? Yeah, she's actually invincible unless you kill the guy upstairs, which that's kind of interesting, I suppose, but All those names were my porn aliases. Damn. Yeah, a lot of porn aliases. Yeah, I don't know. That's a great mechanic. It's definitely one of those. See, Demon Souls, you can kind of see here, it kind of has a lot of these gimmick fights, right? I think that got me on my first run also. We'll put that there. Not really a very memorable fight. Just kind of spams around, teleports. The traps on the floor are pretty annoying. Don't really like that. I think the next boss at that Archstone is the Man-Eaters. I like the Man-Eater fight. I do like them. I do think they can be a bit jank in the way they move around. I think I'll put the Man-Eaters up here in the C tier. I could see maybe a B tier. Yeah, they're pretty jank sometimes. I do think it's pretty cool, the arrival of the second Man-Eater. I've never really struggled too much with the fight overall. If the mechanics of the fight were like a little bit better, like if they weren't quite so jank and fly, like it's really annoying to watch them fly away and you can't fight them for a while. I don't really care for that very much. So that kind of knocks them down a little bit. You think Man-Eaters are F-? I think the Man-Eaters are decent. I'm gonna put them here. I think I enjoy the fight. I think they're pretty good. That fight destroyed me in the first fight. Yeah, it's a brutal fight. I like the realization that there's two Man-Eaters. I think that's kind of cool. And then after that is the Old Monk. The Old Monk is weird because on one side, if you're fighting against a computer, the Old Monk is whatever, right? It's like, who cares? If you're fighting against a person, that person is going to be a Demon Souls god who's going to fuck you up and break your equipment and shit, right? So the Old Monk's kind of weird in that sense. I'm not really sure how to rank the Old Monk. A PvP boss is something they've tried before. It's an interesting idea, but I don't think it's ever very good. I think it's probably better than Leechmonger, but not all that great. I love the idea of a PvP boss, but I don't know if it really like works out all that great. I'm gonna put that in the D tier. You may or may not have done that a lot in my last run. It's definitely a great idea. I just don't know if that's an idea that's ever really going to be realized. So I don't know why this tier list has the dragons, because these guys are actually not boss fights. I don't know why these are here at all. Or what the fuck even is the primeval demon? Like, what is it talking about? That's not even a boss fight, right? I would probably argue that old King Allant is probably the best fight in Demon Souls. I think that he is a lot more interesting than the Penetrator. He's got a pretty diverse moveset. He's very memorable as a boss. I think he's probably the best boss in Demon Souls for sure. Very cool boss. Probably like the conclusion, like the grand conclusion of the game, right? Draken, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Yeah, I would say that he's the best boss in Demon Souls. Now, I would hesitate to put him much higher than this. I think that he's a good boss. I would say that the King Allant afterwards, I hesitate to even call it a boss because it's just kind of a blob of shit, but it's also like a story thing. So, you know, I understand, I guess. True MVP, thank you for the 40 months. Really appreciate it. Thank you for the tier 3, dude. Really appreciate that. Draken, thank you for the 14 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Hang on, let's change our music. Let's see. There we go. We'll change our music. You guys like this one, right? Thank you, True MVP. Thank you, Draken. Really appreciate that, guys. Thank you very much. So, like, I'd say Maiden Astray and King Allant are these, like, are these story bosses, right? I think, you know what? I've heard people negatively talk about King Allant as a boss. I think that, you know, I don't know if people mind as much if you just don't give it a boss health bar. Just like, if you just don't give King Allant or Maiden Astray a boss health bar, people wouldn't call it a disappointing boss. I say that it's the same thing with, like, I don't know if you guys ever see that tier list where it's like, the top 5 worst bosses in Sekiro. Number 1, Miss Noble. Did Miss Noble need a boss health bar? No, I don't think he needed it. Then you wouldn't have, like, dip fuck YouTubers calling Miss Noble a bad boss fight. It's barely a boss fight. I'd say Maiden Astray and King Allant are not really even boss fights. So, like, I hesitate to even put them on here. They're story related. I think they just should. I think that these two bosses should not have boss health bars. They should just be like a thing you have to do. Don't give them a boss health bar. Then those YouTubers can't make a living. Then they can't make tier lists that put these guys on here. I don't think these should be on here at all. I don't think they should be on here at all. And I think that that covers Demon Souls. You can see that there's a couple of good fights in Demon Souls. Some like a good bit of like kind of mediocre fights. And some fights that are pretty forgettable, like not that great overall. But like, you know, obviously, it's also like kind of the early Souls game. I think the worst part of Demon Souls is probably Dragon God overall. I think that part of the difficulty, a huge amount of the difficulty in Demon Souls is not the bosses. It's actually the areas. It's actually the areas are worse. The Slug King boss. I don't think King Alon should even have, I don't think he's barely a boss at all. He shouldn't have a boss health bar. He shouldn't have a boss health bar. All right, that takes us to, why don't we start with Dark Souls 1? Start with Dark Souls 1. That's our Demon Souls bosses. Let's see. So we'll start with Asylum Demon in Dark Souls 1. I think Asylum Demon, I would say, is a better boss than Vanguard, for sure. I think Asylum Demon is a fine intro to the game. You know, I don't think there's anything particularly special about him. He just teaches you how to roll. He's definitely got more moves than Vanguard ever did, right? So it's kind of hard to be too critical of a tutorial boss. You know what I mean? Kind of hard to be too critical of that. I think he's fine. We'll say the next boss would be, why don't we say Taurus Demon? I actually am I'm going to say that the Taurus Demon is pretty cool. I think that the Taurus Demon, I like his moveset. I like that Taurus Demon. I like the involvement with the environment, because you can, like, you have options in the Taurus Demon fight. Like, you can drag him back to the tower and do a plunging attack on him. You might be able to get him to jump off the edge, and it seems like the game almost like encourages you. I enjoy that overall. I think that that's pretty good. I wouldn't mind seeing if the Souls games overall use more environmental stuff, rather than just having like you know, like things that were baked in. Like the plunging attack is baked into that fight, which is pretty cool. Go Sagan, thank you for the raid. Appreciate it, dude. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Taurus is like a nice step up of difficulty from Asylum Demon. So I think Taurus Demon is pretty solid. I think he's solid. I guess the next fight would be the Bell Gargoyles. I think the Bell Gargoyles are a really good fight. I think that they're a good fight. I don't know if I'd put them on the same tier of King Alon or the Tower Knight.
Mario Sunshine is horrible.
I think I'd put the Bell Gargoyles up here. Probably above Flame Lurker and the Penetrator.
Rykard F or Riot.
Flygon, thank you for the 11 months. Venom Boss, thank you for the 38 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Welcome back. I think the Bell Gargoyles are a good fight. I think they're a good fight in Dark Souls 1. They're a good intro to the thing. I think the run up to them might be a little excessive with, like, you know, the room going in has so many hollows, and that could be really frustrating. Really frustrating when you have to fight like 70 hollows in there, and they can really be annoying for sure. I also think sometimes the Bell Gargoyles, like if one of them's doing the flamethrower, if you get like a bad combination of attacks, it can be really frustrating. So I don't really like that when that happens with the Bell Gargoyles. But yeah, I think the run up kind of detracts from the fight of the Bell Gargoyles overall. I like that you can get a tail cut on them to get a weapon. I think that's pretty cool. So I think the Bell Gargoyles are solid. I think that they're a totally solid fight. Definitely a good fight in Dark Souls 1. Let's see, what do we got? Where is okay, Capra Demon. Capra Demon would have been fine on his own. He would have been fine if he was just in that room. You fight Capra Demon, that's it. The problem with Capra Demon is that they put fucking 2 dogs in that tiny arena, and you like walk in the door, he's right in your face, and kaboom. I don't know. I really don't know why they put those dogs in there. I don't think they needed it. I think that the fight was totally fine. Not to mention that you've got the run up through the lower berg is not an easy run up, because you got the assassins and the dogs down there. So it's just a bad combination of shit in there. So I'm going to say Capra Demon is actually pretty fucking bad. I think it's pretty fucking bad. We're going to put that down here. I'd say it's a little bit better than Dragon God. I think that Capra Demon would probably be up here. Like if Capra Demon did not have the dogs, I might put Capra Demon up here at like B or C tier. But the dogs, really, the size of the arena, I'm putting that down at F tier. That's really fucking bad. It's really bad. I would say that it's worse than Lisi. When we're getting to the bad shit here is where it's like, not only is it bad, but it's also like really frustrating. I'd say Capra Demon makes Dark Souls 1 a more frustrating game for no reason, for really no reason. And it just shows like a lack of like foresight on what the player's experience was going to be there. Yeah, I don't think that's a good fight at all. It's a bad fight. I think that, like I said, if you take the dogs out of the fight, I'd put this up here or here, I think. And it'd be totally fine. Because Capra Demon on his own is no problem. No problem. Let's see. Moonlight Butterfly. That is a fucking terrible fight. That is an awful fight. I think that that's, for different reasons, Moonlight Butterfly. You gotta understand, man, is that I'd say that most people playing Dark Souls 1 are going to play with some variety of melee build. Most people. Yes, there are bows and arrows. Yes, there is magic in the game. But even with those things, just like standing there and like him like shooting lasers at you. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's not miserable, but there's also like kind of no point in doing it. I don't know. I'll make it slightly better than Capra Demon, I guess. But I'm putting it there. It's not a good fight. Visually, I think the Moonlight Butterfly looks really cool. I think the music is cool, but there's sometimes where you fight a boss in these games and it's like, what the fuck were they thinking? Like, where the hell did you get this idea from? This is awful. I think Moonlight Butterfly is really fucking bad. Why don't you grade the other 3 Demon Souls bosses? Because I don't know who the fuck made this tier list, but I don't even know what Blue Dragon, Red Dragon, Primeval Demon, these are not bosses in Demon Souls. I don't know why this person did this. They're nothing. So let's just move those. I don't know why they're here at all. Honestly. Literally no ideas. Whoever made this tier list is an idiot. Yeah, I don't know what that is. They're special enemies. They're not a boss. I'm not considering that a boss. You can make your own tier list and make them a boss if you want to. But yeah, Moonlight Butterfly is not good. All right, let's see. So I think Quelaag. All right, so I think we're going to. Oh no, actually, before we do Quelaag, let's do Gaping Dragon. Gaping Dragon might be one of the coolest visual designs they've ever done. He looks really fucking cool. The arena is great. Like it's a great arena for the fight. Mechanically, I don't think the fight is all that interesting. Like he runs by you, he like puts back, he does a jump, he does his tail spin, he does the claw attack, he does the cat puke on the floor. You just kind of wail on him and he kind of dies after a while. Like I don't think he's like all that great of a fight. Now I love the visual of the fight. I'll put him here at C tier. I think if Vanguard Demon and Phalanx can be C tier, I'd say that he's kind of middle of the road. I like that there's a tail cut weapon, but I don't think Gaping Dragon he's more of a spectacle and not quite like Storm King obviously, but I don't think it's like a particularly like, when people talk about the best boss in the series, you're not really talking about Gaping Dragon. You're not really talking about him for sure. Yeah, I mean, he looks great. He's not like, I think Gaping Dragon is definitely a better fight than the Adjudicator and Dirty Colossus, but I don't think he's quite as good as like the Penetrator or Bell Gargoyles or Taurus Demon or even any of these bosses here. So I'm going to put him down here. I'd say the fight is more interesting than the Storm King overall. I'd say it's more interesting than Phalanx also. And it's probably more interesting than Vanguard also. Not as, maybe more interesting than Asylum Demon, okay, but not as interesting. Okay, this is where he is. Not as interesting as Old Hero.
I have liked you for a while. Let's grab dinner sometime.
Here are the tiers, by the way. There's S plus and S tier. We haven't found an S tier fight yet. Haven't found one yet. Pure Panson, thank you for the 34 months. Thank you, Pure Panson. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Okay, that leads us to Chaos Witch Quelaag. I'd say that Quelaag is It's definitely no lower than a C. Definitely no lower than a C. C is as low as I would go with Quelaag. I think Quelaag is definitely better than Gaping Dragon. I'd say better than Old Hero and this. Maybe I'd even bump it. Maybe I'd even bump it to B tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put Quelaag actually here. Now, yeah, I think that's where she belongs. I think Quelaag is a solid fight. I think she's got a striking visual design. Maybe again one of the coolest visual designs they've done. I don't think her like the fight itself. It's kind of like a very slow, like rhythmic fight because she does the swing, swing, stab. She does that over and over, and she'll do like the leap back and she'll spit the lava. Like the pace of the fight is a kind of slow tempo rhythm fight, as opposed to something like more fast and furious like Artorias or Manus, where it feels like, oh yeah, fuck yeah. I think that the lava on the ground is interesting. I think that Quelaag probably would have been better. I think that when you know the attack Quelaag does, where the lava spider like and it spits it out, I don't like that attack much, because to me that's just like green light, okay, now you can hit me like 7 times. Like I think that attack's kind of silly. I also don't like the explosion she has. I think this is where we start getting bosses with explosions, right? I think Quelaag might be one of the first that has that. I think that explosions were the way the FromSoft devs, this is the way they were balancing for like circle strafing. So like there's a number of circle strafing means that you can kind of break a lot of enemies and bosses by going around them, by getting behind them, right? So if you circle strafe and you're fighting Quelaag from behind, she has this explosion to like a get off me, and it kind of resets the fight. I think Quelaag's explosion can be really annoying because you can actually get caught in her legs, which is kind of irritating. So I think there's a couple of attacks I don't really like care for. I think they make the Quelaag fight not as interesting, but I think she's a solid B tier. And she's a solid B tier. Let's see. I guess we keep going down that way. That leads us to Ceaseless Discharge. I think Ceaseless Discharge is a terrible fight. If you do Ceaseless, I'd say Ceaseless Discharge is actually even worse than Dragon God. I think he looks like a gigantic blob of shit. Like there's not really much going on visually. I'd say that, you know, the only thing that keeps him from being in the absolute bottom tier of the fight is that you can kill him in like 5 punches if you know what you're doing, which whether that's cheese or intended, thank God for that. But if you try to fight Ceaseless Discharge legitimately, he's got some like big stompy and you hit his fists, like whatever, right? But he also has the attack that is like a giant fire blast, and there is like actually nothing you can do about that. Like you can't dodge that attack. The hitbox lasts for too long. Like it does way too much damage. It's just an awful fight if you try to do it legitimately. The only thing keeping him out of this is that he's not required. That's the only thing keeping him out of here. Like I feel like Dragon God actually has more baked into it than Ceaseless Discharge. Now if they want, yeah, it also doesn't it go through walls too. Now if they wanted to make it like a gimmick fight or something, like let's say the 5 punch hit was intended, they could have done a better job explaining like what the fuck was even going on, or like they could have made that like more of a thing. That might have made it a little bit better. Yeah, you have to fight Ceaseless Discharge. Yeah, you have to. So you don't have a choice. You have to kill him. We've never done Ceaseless without the cheese. I think my first time I did it, I did it legit, and it's a fucking terrible fight. So I never want to fight him ever again. Fucking hope for it. You legit love Ceaseless. I think my great gear level experience is perfectly balanced for it. No, he is required. No, he is. No, I meant like the cheese. If they wanted the cheese where you punch him 5 times. The question is, some people call that cheese, or was that developer intended? I don't know what the devs intended. I don't even know if the dev, yeah, I might have misspoke. But yeah, I don't know if the devs intended the 5 punch instant kill on him or not. But yeah, Ceaseless Discharge is one of the worst moments in Dark Souls 1, I think. He's terrible. Let's see. What else we got? Ornstein and Smo. Ornstein and Smo. This is probably one of,
Lost is bad and you should feel bad.
if not the most memorable. Oh wait, no, you're right. Hang on. We're gonna wait on Ornstein and Smo. We're gonna wait.
Hell yeah.
We haven't done Iron Golem.
Use too many more bark dumper.
Haven't done Iron Golem. I think Iron Golem, let's see, I like Iron Golem more than Taurus Demon, I think. I like him more than the Penetrator. I'd even say I like him more than Quelaag. He is kind of a punching bag. He's pretty easy. I kind of feel like Dark Souls 1 had a lot of interesting boss interactions with environments. You can actually knock him off the edge and make him go down, which is kind of interesting. His attacks are pretty easy to avoid. Like, he's not that hard. It's a cool spectacle. I'd say he belongs. If I'm gonna give the Taurus Demon a B, I'd say he belongs up here too. I think that he's pretty easy. I think that he's a totally respectable Dark Souls 1 boss. I think he might be a little bit forgettable, but I don't think there's anything wrong with Iron Golem. I don't think there's anything wrong with him. I think, you know what? I think I'm gonna put Iron Golem here. I'm gonna put Taurus Demon down here. I think they're like the high end of C tier. They're good. The high end of C. We're talking high C. I think we're gonna move those down there. Yeah, he's not particularly memorable. Like, he shoots the wind at you. You can hit him in the balls. You knock him down. I think that he can be incredibly easy. Yeah, he's the boss of Sen's Fortress, right? He's the boss of Sen's Fortress.
Dark Souls 2 fucking sucks and you know it.
All right, that takes us up to Aner Londo.
1 year already. Thanks for
Beta
being
Wolf.
Barblauf.
Thank you for the 12 months. Appreciate that. Thank you, Beta Wolf. Yeah, there's also the bomb guy. Right. Yeah, some of the Souls games had kind of interesting ideas, as opposed to like, here's an arena, nothing ever happens here, and it's just a fight. Go fight, right? Kind of interesting, right? I think Ornstein and Smo is one of the most memorable fights they've ever done. I think it's probably the thing people remember the most from Dark Souls 1. I do not think it is the literal best fight they've ever done. I think I'm going to put that at an S tier fight. I think that is probably one of the best fights they've ever done. Now, I detract points from it because Ornstein is pretty fucking jank. Like, if you start the fight, he like will charge you and then he'll stop, and then he'll charge you and then stop, and then boom. So like, that's kind of annoying. I think that one thing that Ornstein and Smoke gets right is that you can kind of use the pillars to your advantage, and it kind of teaches you patience, like that sort of thing. I also love that you can actually decide to kill Smo first or Ornstein, and depending on what you do, you actually get like a different fight. Like, I think that's pretty cool too. I feel like I think the reason why I do not put it in an S plus is Ornstein's jank. Because Ornstein, if you've played enough Dark Souls 1, Ornstein is pretty fucking jank, dude. If you're like away from him, it's that charge move that he does. It's so jank, and it's such an important move because it happens all the time in the fight if you're running away. Old King is you don't like Old King Alon? I think Old King Alon's a pretty good fight. You don't like that? No multi-boss should be S plus. I think that the multi-boss for Ornstein and Smo is a very fair fight. I think one thing that's also good about Ornstein and Smo is how they complement one another also. Because, you know, Ornstein is usually zipping, zooming right after you, but Smo kind of lumbers along and chases you. So there's kind of like the bosses naturally separate each other like a lot better than, let's say, the Godskin duo, because the Godskin duo are all on top of you nonstop. So I'd say Ornstein and Smo is better than the Godskin duo for sure, but that's getting ahead of ourselves. But I'm putting them at S tier. I would not say it's literally the best fight they've ever done. I'm not going to put that there. All right, so we still got a lot of Dark Souls 1 bosses. I guess Dark Sun Gwendolyn is also in Aner Londo. Let's just go ahead and do Dark Sun Gwendolyn next. I'd say Gwendolyn, to me, feels like a Demon Souls boss, in that he's like very gimmicky, right? So Gwendolyn is the fight where he's in a hallway and he shoots arrows and magic at you the entire time, and you chase him down the endless hallway. He feels kind of Demon Souls-y to me in that he's kind of like a gimmick fight. Now, I think gimmick fights rarely translate to like actually mechanically interesting fights. I'm gonna put him at a D tier, slightly better than Fool's Idol. Like, it looks cool. It's definitely not an awful fight, but yeah, I think that the problem with gimmicks is that you're introducing something that's like antithetical to the game's mechanics of like dodging, dodge rolling, timing, like Estus, like the rhythmic combat. And Gwendolyn is kind of none of that. Gwendolyn's kind of like swing, 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 swing. So not a particularly enjoyable fight. Not all that fun overall. Let's see. So what we got next? All right, let's go ahead and do Pinwheel. I think Pinwheel definitely belongs in the E tier. I think Pinwheel has a laughable amount of health. See, here's the thing. Here's the thing that's weird about Pinwheel. I think most people kill Pinwheel in like 4 or 5 hits. He's not, his health pool is pathetic. Now you can, I think the reason why is that Pinwheel, you can get to Pinwheel before you've been to Anor Londo. Theoretically, if you go down the skeleton path first, as one of the first things you do, Pinwheel could theoretically be one of the first bosses you do. Now, here's the problem. The skeletons in Dark Souls 1 and the catacombs area is an incredibly brutal area, even if you are very strong. Even if you're super leveled and you do that after doing Anor Londo, that area is nasty, man. The skeletons are fucked up. I think that's why they balanced Pinwheel the way they did. Like, that's why his health is so low. But if that's why, then why do they make the skeletons so fucking hard? Because I think most, like a lot of, maybe there are some people, I think a very small number of players were like, well, I guess I better brute force my way down to fight the skeletons in the catacombs, right? Like, I don't know how many people actually did that, but it's got to be a small number. So I think Pinwheel is just kind of like a head scratcher as to why he is the way he is. I fought him on low HP. So if you don't know, if you've never seen like Pinwheel's attacks, so he like teleports away, he creates multiple copies of himself, and there's only one real one. And then they shoot fire, like they'll shoot fireballs at you. You don't know which one's which. Like, it's not a good fight, even if you let Pinwheel cook. Like, if you let him do what he's gonna do, it's still not a great fight. I'd say Pinwheel is probably more interesting than Maiden Estrella or King Allant, I would guess, but he's definitely not a good fight at all. So I'm gonna put him actually at the F tier. Yeah, he just shoots fireballs, that sort of thing. I really enjoy RoboQuest. I think it's is it free on Game Pass? I also heard that there's a demo for it, but you can try it out. Yeah, he's not a great fight for sure. Could have been an old intended route that changed later development. Yeah, maybe, right? It's hard to say, right? I'm gonna put him down here. He's not, it shows like a question of like, what the fuck were you thinking when you balanced all this, right? So if we keep going on the catacombs, that leads us to Gravelord Nito. What do you guys think for Gravelord Nito? It's an interesting question. Dude, I haven't beat RoboQuest. That game's fucking hard. A tier. You'd put him at A tier. B or C. Real fucking Nito. Cool, but hate the skeletons. B or C. So I definitely don't think Gravelord Nito belongs at these low, like super low tier fights. So Gravelord Nito is the big skeleton. He's also got a bunch of little skeletons in the fight too. And depending if you go too far forward, he'll actually summon the big skeletons too. And then you're in real deep shit. I think visually he looks awesome. I love his like design. I love the way he looks. Now, the weird part about Nito is that if you ever see in the randomizers, I fought Nito by himself a lot. If you fight him by himself, he's kind of a joke. He like swing, and then he stands there for like 5 seconds, like dabbing, and then he gets up. Like, he's so fucking slow. So I feel like that's why the fight has all those smaller skeletons in it. Now, to me, I guess what kind of makes the fight interesting, and I guess I like this decision, is that when he does that, the other skeletons are also chopping you up because the skeletons are fucking awful, right? Now, if you run away when he does his explosion, he'll actually clear out the skeletons himself. Like, he'll kill his skeletons, and then that'll give you like, that'll open up an opportunity for you. So it's kind of nice that you can kind of use his attacks for him. Like, you can use them. So I kind of enjoy that. I feel like that's it's better mechanics than the Capra Demon, where it's just like the Capra Demon, like imagine if the Capra Demon after one swing he killed his own dogs. Like that would probably make the Capra Demon a hell of a lot more, right? Like that would make it more enjoyable, because then like, oh, okay, he killed his own dogs, thank God for that, right? But he doesn't do that. I don't think Gravelord Nito belongs up here in the, he definitely not A or B tier. I don't think he belongs up there for sure. I'm gonna say he's better than Storm King, better than Phalanx, better than Vanguard, better than Gaping. I'm gonna say he's here. I'm gonna say he's right here. I'm happy with that. I like his Screaming Toxic attack. That's probably his most dangerous attack overall. I'd be tempted to give him lower because of the ads, but there's also like the ads in the fight also encourage you to like use a holy weapon, right? And I don't know, so there's ways around that. I think that he's okay. Definitely not one of the best fights in Dark Souls 1, but I don't think he's bad. I think that I'd say I like the Man-Eaters better than Nito. I think the Nito, I think when you're fighting Nito and you're getting chopped up by the skeletons, like it's so annoying. I think the Man-Eaters are more of like, I like the anxiety of the Man-Eaters, and like I kind of like, I feel like I like the Man-Eaters better than Nito. Yeah, for sure. All right, let's go Great Grey Wolf Sith. Let's go with Sith. I think Sith, big doggy. I think Sith is kind of cool. He's got a lot of attacks. He does a lot of different things. I think some of his hitboxes are kind of annoying, and he's not the most exciting fight. It is a very emotional fight, and it's pretty different compared to like all the other fights in the game, right? Like you never really fought like a giant wolf with a sword, right? So I like the variety in it. It's not just another guy with a sword. I would say that I like Sith. I'm gonna put him at the B tier. I don't think the fight is all that interesting, but I'd say I like it better than the others. Definitely a memorable moment in Dark Souls 1 for sure. Do you think he's one of the best in the game? I don't think he's better than the Gargoyles or Ornstein and Smo or even Quelaag. I think Quelaag is probably a better fight mechanically. I definitely would say that he beats these other things on this tier list. I think Sif is okay. It's like I never really look forward to fighting Sif. It's just like a thing you have to do. I don't love the fight. Ninja Tag, thank you for the 21 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Those should be A and S. I think I'd say I put Sif at a B tier, like a slightly above average, but not. I don't really enjoy the fight, honestly. I don't like, oh man, I can't wait to fight Sif again. I never have that thought. Demon Fire Sage. Demon Fire Sage. You know, I have watched a lot of people play Dark Souls 1 for the first time over the years. I've seen a lot of people do it, and I have seen people struggle on Demon Fire Sage. Struggle. And it's so funny because Demon Fire Sage is Asylum Demon, but they gave him explosions. Like, that's it. He's pretty much a reskin of the fight with explosions. The explosions can be kind of annoying, but he's pretty much like the exact one. Yeah, he's a red Asylum Demon. See, to me, I don't think games reusing boss fights and reusing assets is like the mortal sin that some people do. I just wish it was more interesting. I wish it was more interesting than just like he's got a couple of explosions. I wish it was more interesting than that. I'm gonna put him here at D tier just because explosions are kind of whatever, and they're reusing Asylum Demon, and there's nothing really that interesting about him. Yeah, the arena is just like all the tree roots. Like, I don't think there's anything great about him, honestly. I don't know. They could have given him some more interesting attacks or something. That's just more explosions. And I guess we should also put the where is he? Stray Demon. Stray Demon is exactly the same. Like, these guys are identical bosses. They just explode now. So I don't really enjoy these fights. I guess I'd rather fight them than Gwendolyn or these others, but yeah, not great, honestly. Right. See, they have reused assets before. Like Champion Gundyr reuses the guy from the beginning of Dark Souls 3, right? But he's got so many more attacks. He's so much more different, right? So I think we're going to put him there. Centipede Demon. Centipede Demon is really interesting, but it's also really annoying because for me, I fight Centipede Demon. He's the one that like he walks on the lava and then he stands on the lava and then he like throws his arm at you like 1,000 times, right? And at that point, you don't have the orange charred ring. You know what I'm saying? So you're just like waiting. You can chop off his arm and get the orange charred ring. Like that's how you're supposed to do it. Most people, I think, probably got the orange charred ring from killing him. I think Centipede Demon is a boss that actually gets massively points brought down because of his arena, because like the lava all over the floor, and lava in Dark Souls 1, it doesn't just damage you, like it fucking murders you. Like I think his arena knocks him down a lot. I think his attacks are okay. I also hate the camera shake in that fight. So like Centipede Demon has a lot of problems that I feel like are not even really Centipede Demon's fault. Like the camera shake isn't really his fault. The arena isn't really his fault, right? I'm gonna say he's down here. He's down here. So Centipede Demon is garbage. I'd say he's better than Leechmonger, I think, for sure. Maybe like here, I guess. No, he's not that bad. Let's say here. The Emax arena equals boss. The arena matters a lot. I guess you can skip him if you do the 30 humanity door, right? But then you still have to get through and reach Bed of Chaos somehow. Speaking of which, we're now at Bed of Chaos. I don't think anybody's going to object to me putting Bed of Chaos as the literal worst boss in the entire series. One of the worst bosses in the entire series. It is not an enjoyable fight. It is a gimmick fight gone as wrong as possible. Platforming in the Souls games is terrible. The attacks, like Bed of Chaos would be so much better if, like, you know what's funny too is that when Bed of Chaos, so when you fight Bed of Chaos, when you're fighting her normally, right, you go in, you attack the node, and then the fight wakes up. Then Bed of Chaos starts doing like the hand swipes. The problem with Bed of Chaos is that even if you dodge the hand swipes, even if you dodge them, like you still probably got moved. Like the boss moved you with the hand and you still probably got knocked in. Like, I don't know why they made it so that the hands, even if you dodge the attack, like it still moves you, right? Not to mention like the little fucking beard can knock you off when you jump off the ledge. Like it just has like a cataclysm of bad decisions in a gimmick fight that doesn't belong in the game whatsoever, and it's got a shitty run back. Like it is literally probably the worst boss in the entire series. It's probably the worst boss in the entire series. Yeah, the beard hitbox. You can dodge the hitbox on the collision box. Exactly, and that's part of like the massive problems with Bed of Chaos. It's terrible. Really, really terrible fight. I think Four Kings is a significantly better fight than Bed of Chaos, obviously. I would actually say Four Kings I like also better than Nito and better than Maneaters. I think Four Kings, I'd even say I like Four Kings better than Sith. I'm actually going to put Four Kings up to B tier. I like Four Kings even better than Sith. I think that Four Kings kind of interesting. I like the black void of the environment. I think their attacks are kind of cool. They can actually suck. I think they can suck the humanity out of you. I like that the fight, it's kind of a DPS check in a little bit of a way. I like that their attacks also have like a tipper. So there's like a whole bunch of like elements of it. On higher New Game Plus, it's awful. Yeah, I kind of like Four Kings. I like Four Kings. I don't think Four Kings, I'm going to say I like it. I definitely would not put Four Kings in A tier. Definitely wouldn't put it there. I would say I like Four Kings better than Quelaag even. I think I'm going to put Four Kings over there. You lost the Deathless round because you forgot the ring. So I think Four Kings is okay. I'd say Four Kings is also a better fight than Seath. For sure. I'd say Seath probably goes down to the D tier, I'm thinking. I think I'm going to put Seath down here. I think I prefer Seath a little bit more than Centipede. No, actually I think I prefer Centipede Demon over Seath. So the old school of Dark Souls design is like, here's a big fucking boss. He's got a lot of hit points and he does the attacks. See, one thing I don't like about Seath is that I just like, I'm wailing on him, but I don't feel like I'm hitting anything. I feel like I'm hitting a wall, right? And his attacks are kind of boring. Chopping off his tail is miserable. Getting cursed kind of sucks. Like, the arena is cool. The gimmick is kind of laughable too, where it's like, there's this crystal, you broke it. Oh, you beat it. So the gimmick is kind of a joke too. Yeah, I don't like Seath. In fact, I might even put Seath down here. I guess I like him better than Leechmonger, but Seath is not a good fight at all. He's really not enjoyable. But I don't like Seath. Now, I don't really, he's not difficult, but I don't really like the fight at all. All right, Crossbreed Priscilla. I think Priscilla is another boss like Pinwheel where the balancing was a question. Like her hit points are pretty fucking low. She's got really low HP. So Priscilla goes invisible. If you attack her, then she goes invisible and she does her big attacks. Now, her being invisible is pretty frustrating because then it's like bleed, boom, you're damaged, right? So I think the fight is she either memes you or she's a joke, and that's pretty bad. That's pretty bad. Like, those are the two options. Either she memes you and she bleeds you and she kills you in one shot. You're like, I can't believe that just happened. Or B, it's like, she's dead. I'm gonna say Priscilla is maybe slightly better than Pinwheel, but that's not a good boss at all. She's, especially for Painted World, is such a cool area, and Priscilla being at the end of it is pretty shit. So I'm gonna say Priscilla is there. Yeah, I don't think she's great. Maybe, like, I don't know, maybe I'd put her here, maybe, but like, honestly, like, I don't know, she's not very good. That's too low. I think I wouldn't put her up here at the D tier. I think she's maybe low E or high F, maybe. No, I think I would actually argue that Seath is definitely better than Priscilla, because at least Seath has something going on where it's like, if he does the laser attack up close, you got to back up and get away from it, or if he does, like, you're gonna get cursed. You got to watch out for the claw attack. Like, I think Seath is more interesting than Priscilla. Gwyn. So we haven't got the DLC of Dark Souls 1 yet. Gwyn. Where did I put Gwyn? I don't know if this is like a weird take. I like King Allant better than Gwyn, for sure. The music in the Gwyn fight might be one of the best. I think I like old King Allant better than Gwyn. I think one of the weird parts about, I don't know this is where I'm putting, just putting him here for now. But one of the weird parts about Gwyn is that I feel like the pacing of the fight is kind of awkward. Because, like, sometimes he does these big swings and he dodges, and then sometimes he's like, swat, 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 swat. And so this is fighting without parries, by the way. Like, I know you can parry cheese and do that and then get him in a parry loop over and over. I feel like something about the pacing of the fight is annoying to me. If you fight him without parries, like, he's kind of annoying. He's annoying in a way that King Allant is not annoying. Like, King Allant's not like that, even if you're using like a really slow weapon. I love the music of the fight, obviously. I love his design. I think I'm gonna knock him down to B tier. It's definitely not a fight I like ever look forward to doing, for sure. I don't think I look forward to doing the fight. It also has like an unnecessary run back. I think the gargoyles are a better fight. I think the gargoyles are like, for where you are in the game and where things are going, I think the gargoyles are better. I also like, it's another case where, like, why did you make, like, that's a gigantic run back to Gwyn, which is really obnoxious. Like, why is that? Yeah, I think the gargoyles are much better. Like, why is there such a gigantic run back to Gwyn? I don't know. I think Gwyn is I love his design, but I think Gwyn is kind of not great overall. No, I don't know if I'd put him down to C tier. I don't know. I think I'll put him there, I think. Gwyn's just kind of meh. I actually like Four Kings better. Now, Four Kings has a massive run back, but I feel like Four Kings has more going for it than Gwyn does, honestly. I like Four Kings better. That leads us to the DLC. I actually really like how much of an asshole, I don't know if you ever fought Sanctuary Guardian. His HP is kind of low, but he's a massive asshole, and I kind of like that about Sanctuary Guardian. I'm going to put him at a solid B. I think I like him better than Flame Lurker. I think Sanctuary Guardian's a pretty solid boss. He is an asshole. He's fucking asshole, man. Fucking fast ass boss in a slow ass game. Him flying around and hitting you with lightning bolts, like, he's pretty fun. He has a lot of mix-ups in his attacks too. Like, I enjoy Sanctuary Guardian. I fought him in the randomizers many times. I like him. I think, all right, so that leads us to Artorias, Calamite, and Manus. I think it's pretty obvious to me that Artorias belongs at the S tier fight. Possibly even our first S plus.
If you were a Dark Souls boss, what would your bullshit attack look like?
Broseph, thank you for the 45 months. Thank you very much. It would be the Chicken Nugget Storm. Now, Artorias doesn't have like the jank of Ornstein's charge or anything like that. Like, he's a pretty well-made, good fight. He's got a great rhythm. He's a pretty enjoyable fight. Like, is there anything? Do I have anything to criticize about Knight Artorias? I mean, not really. I guess he belongs in S plus. I guess he belongs there. I think Artorias. I don't know if you guys even see it. I think Artorias might be our first S plus boss fight. I think he kind of serves as like a model. He's really easy. That might be build dependent, depending on what you did. I'd say Artorias probably belongs in the S plus rank. Now, I don't think he's like literally one of my favorite boss of the entire series, so he's not going to be at the top of the S plus ranking here, but I think that objectively he's a really good boss with good attacks, good telegraphing. Like, it all works out well. I would actually say that I actually like Manus more than Artorias. Now, if you've seen me screaming at Manus in a randomizer, that's because Manus is probably the fucking biggest HP sponge, and he's a motherfucker of a boss. And you never want to see him in the randomizer. But I actually think that Manus is a really cool boss. I actually like him more than Artorias. I think his attacks are pretty fair for the most part. I think he's very challenging. He's got a good pace to him. I think the biggest question of Manus is, you know, his like big darkness blast attacks. So you can actually deflect those if you get the silver medallion, but if you don't have the silver medallion, they're really obnoxious to fight. They're really obnoxious. I think that's kind of like a question, you know, maybe that's a little bit questionable, but overall I have a lot of fun fighting Manus, and I like the fight. I think I have more fun personally fighting Manus than Artorias. Like, I find him more challenging. His moveset's more challenging. I like Manus. Manus is garbage. Why do you dislike the Manus fight, Fluffball? What is it you dislike about Manus? So press 1 in the chat if you agree with me that Manus over Artorias, or like if you press 1 in the chat if you disagree with me where I place Manus. Let's see that. Well, now all right, never mind. Press 7. Press 7 if you disagree with my placement of Manus. Let's go 7 instead. I muddied the water. Moving the goalpost. And so it seems like you guys really disagree. So what is it you dislike about Manus exactly? I'm out of curiosity. What is it you dislike? You think Artorias is better? I think that's fine. Who the fuck here? I'm curious on your has a higher bullshit feel. I'd say that's pretty fair. Yeah, Artorias I'd say is a little bit more fair. The medallion gimmick kind of knocks him down a tiny bit. See, I don't know. I feel like I could either go either way on that it makes the fight worse. I wish that the darkness attacks were like easier to dodge, because trying to dodge those attacks is fucking bullshit. If you're trying to dodge them without the medallion. This hitbox kind of sucked for the big mag, and the black magic feels very unfair even with the medallion. Yeah, it can feel unfair, but those are learnable attacks for sure. I like Artorias slightly better. I think that's fair. Not that fun of a boss. I say ONS, Artorias, Manus. I think I find Manus to be the most fun boss fight in Dark Souls 1 overall. Which we only have one fight left in Dark Souls 1 chat. Dragon Calamite. That is the last DLC boss, Calamite. Oh, so one of the reasons why I wanted to do this tier list is that I was watching Ain Run one morning. I like Ain Run. He's a very talented player for all the Souls games and Elden Ring challenge runs. And he put Dragon God and Calamite on the same level. And bro, that pissed me off. I was like, no fucking way. No fucking way. I don't know. I don't think Calamite is the best boss. I don't think it's the best boss ever. I'm definitely not going to put him up here, but he is not as bad as fucking Dragon God. Oh my God. I can't believe that shit. I think that Calamite has some pretty cool attacks. It's kind of hard to like, because he's got like the big slams, and I like when he picks you up psychically and like hits you with that. I think that his fire attacks are actually pretty fair to dodge for the most part. I feel like I think the thing that gets me the most in Calamite are his big claw and like charge at you attacks. They're kind of obnoxious to dodge. They're kind of obnoxious. So I don't really like dodging those. They kind of remind me a little bit of like Ebrietas' charge with these gigantic ones. The head swipe dragging you is annoying. I think Calamite is not as good as Manus Artorias. I'd even say I like Sanctuary Guardian better. I think I like Calamite more than Nito. I think I'll put him here. I think he's a solid boss. I think he's better than Gwyn. I think he's one of the better dragons they've done, but I don't love Calamite, honestly. I don't really love Calamite. I wish that I think it's really hard to design a dragon. I think it's really, really tough, honestly. Imagine cutting his tail. Apparently cutting his tail is incredibly obnoxious. So I think it's just really tough for them to make a dragon that has a compelling move set and is an interesting fight to do. I think they've really only done that once or twice. So that's Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 ranked, including the DLC. So that's where it brings us right now, as you can see. So Dark Souls 1 has some of the best fights so far. I'd say Dark Souls 1 overall has better boss fights than Demon Souls for sure. But it also has some truly terrible fights in Dark Souls 1 for sure. So we can't see S+ ever. Well, here's yeah, I'm sorry. Here's this. I can try to do this. That makes it better or worse. I'll try to drag it around so you guys can see. That's our tier list so far. What should I 3D print? What's your limit on how big you can do it? Dark Souls 2 F- all the way. You left room for S+ for Dark Souls 2. That's nice. A dildo? I don't know if that makes for a good dildo. I don't know. I don't know enough about 3D printing though, but hey, you know what? Good luck. All right, so we are in we've now reached Dark Souls 2. Everything in F-. No, that's not true. Let's see, hang on one second. So we've reached Dark Souls 2. Let's start with the last giant. That's like the boss in the forest of the giants, right? I'd say last giant is probably exactly on the same tier as Vanguard and Asylum Demon, and he's the tutorial intro boss, right? Nothing particularly interesting. I think he reaches a phase 2 when he rips off his arm, but his moveset never really gets that interesting. The problem is too is that the way the camera works in this fight, I'm actually going to put him down here. I'm going to lower him a bit, actually. So one thing I don't like about he's very forgettable. You can kill him super fast, right? So he's not super memorable. Here's what I don't like about Last Giant, is that when you're fighting Asylum Demon, the camera kind of looks up a little bit because you're targeting him, right? And you can kind of see his attacks coming in. When I'm fighting Last Giant, I'm staring at his ankles, right? So all I see are his ankles. Like, all you see is a pair of ankles, and like they go left, they go right. So essentially he's like a pair of feet. Like, you never even see, like, see, Asylum Demon's got the big belly, and that's like where most of the time when you're hitting Asylum Demon, you're hitting him in his belly, right? With Last Giant, you're constantly hitting his ankles, so it means that you can barely ever even see what his attacks are. Now, he's very easy, but I'd say that he's considerably worse as like a tutorial boss, because you literally can't even see what he's doing. Also, at this point in Dark Souls 2, you probably have no ADP, so you're getting hit by some fucking dog shit hitboxes from this guy. So I'd say Last Giant is not very good of a first boss. Now, he's not like super challenging or anything like that, but I think he kind of sucks overall. I think he's not great. So that means we also have the Pursuer. I definitely like the Pursuer more than the Last Giant. And the Pursuer's kind of got like a kind of forgettable set of attacks. Like, it's like swing, shield, you know, and like swing, and he's got the stab that grabs you, and that's got a shit hitbox. You can also kill him with the ballista, which is kind of like ridiculous. You can one-shot the Pursuer with the ballista, right, if you get him in there. I'm gonna put the Pursuer at like a C. I guess I maybe like him more than Asylum Demon. I think I'm gonna put him there. Like, he's not bad, but meh. He's definitely not great either. Definitely like a solid mid-tier. I don't really love the Pursuer very much. I don't really have much to say about him. He's not bad, but he's not great. What's up, Celtic? How's it going, dude? Good morning. Ballista Crystal. You can also kill him at the roof. Yeah, well, you also fight him multiple times, and you know, but I fighting him multiple times does not make the fight any better, honestly. So
don't bullshit me.
Pseudo, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you, Pseudo. Welcome back for 47 months. Appreciate it, dude. All right, let's see what else we got. I'm trying to go like in order of the way you like fight these bosses. Oh, hang on. Where's Dragon Rider? Let's see. I don't see Dragon Rider. The fuck is Dragon Rider? Let's see him. Oh, I'm literally just looking for him. Like, where the fuck is he? Third row. Oh, okay, here we go. Dragon Rider. So Dragon Rider is the first boss you fight in if you're going that way towards the Tower of Flame, Hyde's Tower of Flame. Dragon Rider will often, like in my last run, he will often kill himself. Like, he'll just literally kill himself, like just by walking off the edge. Like, he's pretty likely to just walk off the edge and kill himself, which is like, okay, weird. He has like what does he have, like three or four attacks or something like that. Like, he doesn't have many attacks. Also, he may be, you can just walk behind him and you can circle strafe the fuck out of Dragon Rider. Like, he's kind of a mega joke.
OBS screen.
I would say I like Dragon Rider more than Last Giant and Priscilla and maybe even Leechmonger, but Dragon Rider's pretty fucking bad. He's a joke, honestly. He just kills himself for the most part. Like, not a good boss. Notorious Ang, thank you for the 13 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Notorious Ang. There's nothing really interesting about the fight. If you fight him, it's not interesting. And if he kills himself, it's even less interesting. So, not great. There's also, so after that, I guess you would fight Flexile Sentry. There's also, what is it? The Old Dragon Slayer. Where the fuck is that at? Oh, here he is. Old Dragon Slayer. So Old Dragon Slayer is essentially Ornstein without Smo, is pretty much what he is. I also think that Old Dragon Slayer is made worse in Scholar of the First Flame because they put the fucking Guardian Dragon out in front of him and he'll just knock you off, which that's really frustrating. I'd say that the fight itself with Old Dragon Slayer is not bad. Scholar of the First Sin. I'm sorry, Scholar of the First Sin. The fight itself is not bad. I think he's knocked down by the run-up to him being incredibly annoying. Incredibly annoying. Meats, you can double check me on that one, but I'm pretty sure in the original Dark Souls 2 there was no guardian dragon in front of the old dragon slayer. I'm pretty sure on that. You can double check me on that. I might be wrong. I'm pretty sure I'm right though. Think I'd put the old dragon slayer as one of the better Dark Souls 2 bosses, although there's always that scholar of the first sin issue for sure. I'd say that I'd probably like him more than the pursuer, but not as much as I like gaping dragon, so I guess I'll put him there. Yeah, there's no dragon on there, so yeah, exactly. So I put him there. I think he's okay. They are reusing one of their old designs in like a lot less of an interesting way, but the fight itself is not bad. It's also, there's a large problem with Dark Souls 2 where a lot of the bosses kind of feel repetitive sometimes, where it's like a guy in armor and it's like not all that interesting. So Dark Souls 2 can feel kind of repetitive in that sense. All right, so now we've got the Flexile Sentry, which I think is a extremely forgettable boss. Like, he looks interesting, but there's really nothing about him. Like, he's got like the same attacks. Like, there's really not much going on with the fight. Oh, did you guys know that in the Flexile Sentry fight, the water is actually rising, right? This is the guy you fight in the bottom of the boat, and that's where it takes you to the other way. So the water's actually rising, so eventually to get to the point where you like can't roll anymore or something like that, but it's never relevant because you kill him so fast, it doesn't even matter, right? Extremely forgettable, boring moveset, kind of clownish design in the way he looks. Like, I guess he kind of looks cool, but really not much to say about him, I guess. I guess I like him more than the Leechmonger, but yeah, I can't say. Maybe I like him more than Dragon Rider, I guess, but I think I like Seath better. So yeah, he also becomes just a regular enemy later on. That's true. All right, so I guess that takes us to the what is it, the prison area. Let's see, what do we got? You know, I actually think that the Ruined Sentinels are actually one of the better boss fights. The Bastille. I think that the Ruined Sentinels are one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2. Even for a group fight, I feel like they are very challenging. I also kind of like the way the fight kind of changes as you go. I think their moveset's cool. I like that they can throw their shield. One thing I don't like about the fight, so I think I'm kind of leaning towards B tier-ish for Ruined Sentinels. One thing that kind of spoiled, at least I don't like about the Ruined Sentinels fight, is they start you off on that big ledge, right? You're up in the sky, and if you drop down, which you're probably going to drop down, because if you fight them if you fight them up top, they're going to gangbang the shit out of you. So you kind of got to drop down. And the fall damage in Dark Souls 2 is so overtuned. Like, you do so much fucking damage. Fall damage does so much damage to you, and you probably don't have the cat ring yet because that thing costs like 12,000 souls, right? So that's like, oh yeah, by the way, now that you drop down, you have like 10 HP left. That really frustrates me about that fight. I don't like that. The run up to the fight is also incredibly obnoxious. The run up to Ruined Sentinels, especially in Scholar of the First Sin, that's a terrible run up, man. I hate that run up. But I kind of like the fight overall. I'd say I'm going to put them at the bottom of B tier, and I actually think that it's one of the best fights in Dark Souls 2. And that's saying something. That's one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2. I think it's worse than Gwyn for sure, but I think that there's actually a level of challenge compared to something like Iron Golem, a Taurus Demon, makes it a lot more interesting to fight. There's a really shitty shortcut to Ruined Sentinels where you have to like drop. I actually just did it. I think I died like 3 or 4 times trying to do it in Dark Souls 2 recently. But yeah, not a good fight. Not a good fight overall. Well, Ruined Sentinels is okay. Ruined Sentinels okay. That shortcut's rough. The run up is terrible is what I meant. So that also has the that area also has the Belfry Gargoyles. I think that everything that's good about the Belfry like the original Bell Gargoyles, the Belfry Gargoyles are just kind of like a shitty imitation. Like, that fight is just not enjoyable. How many gargoyles even are there in that fight? Yeah, so like not only is it a shitty imitation of the gargoyles in the past, but it's just a mechanically like annoying fight. I would say that it's not quite as bad as like Capra Demon, because it's not like as offensive. It's also completely optional, but it just sucks. It's just like they took the Dark Souls 1 music, they threw a bunch of gargoyles around. Like, that shouldn't have been a boss, or they should have redesigned that shit. That shit sucks. That's not a good, that's not. Yeah, you've also got all the fucking gnome enemies for no goddamn reason up there. Like, it just feels like a, I think with Dark Souls 2, they were trying to pump up the number of bosses. I was like, wasn't there advertising for Dark Souls 2 of like, look at, we have 40 something bosses in our game, right? And I think Belfry Gargoyles and then pumping up that fucking number. You know what I mean? That Belfry Gargoyles fucking sucks. That's not a good fight. Bad boss. Not as bad, not as offensive as Capra Demon. I'd say worse than Moonlight Butterfly though. So you get invaded like crazy in that area. Too many ganks. All right, so in that same area is also the Lost Sinner. I think that's one of the first like great souls you probably got. The Lost Sinner is kind of interesting in the sense you could light the torches beforehand, so you can actually keep target of the boss itself. I think that the problem with Lost Sinner is that the moveset's kind of boring. Like, it's kind of like swing, swing. Like, not a particularly exciting moveset. But overall, I'd say the fight is also one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2. I think that that belongs in the B tier. It's interesting. I think that the movesets, like Dark Souls 2 in general, kind of has that still a slow pace. Yeah, not a bad fight, but not a great fight. I'd say it's one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2 also, so I think that belongs there. I like the idea of the torches with it if you're just paying attention, so I think that belongs there. Poor man's Artorias. All right, let's see what else we got. The Royal Rat Vanguard. Chat, which one is the Royal Rat Vanguard? Is that the one with the big rat or a lot of rats? Which one is that? Is that the one with a lot of rats or the big rat? Lots of rats. Royal Rat Vanguard is fucking terrible. It's fucking awful. It's a bunch of rats and one of the rats has a mohawk. That's a fucking joke. Like, what were they thinking? Like, why is that a fucking boss? I'm sorry. To me, that's even worse than the gargoyles, honestly. Now, it's not I don't think it's required, and it's definitely not as offensive as it's definitely not as offensive as Bed of Chaos, but that is literally like, I feel like Dark Souls 2 insults what it is to be a boss in a lot of ways. I think Royal Rat Vanguard is like an insult to what it is to be a Dark Souls boss, honestly. You can't say like with King Allant or Maiden Astray, you could say like, well, they've got a story thing going on. There's nothing going on with Royal Rat Vanguard. They're a fucking joke, dude. They're an absolute joke. So I think that belongs there. I'd say similarly, where the fuck is it? Prowling Magus and the Congregation is another boss that's like an absolute fucking joke. There's one guy, there's two shitty mages, and I'd say it's better than the rats, I guess. But yeah, Prowling Magus is a fucking joke of a boss. You kill the guys on the floor. You know, it's also annoying too when you're trying to kill the guys on the floor. Your attacks can often go over the guys on the floor because of how targeting works in it. Well, see, I guess I'd like Pinwheel better conceptually, because Prowling Magus is just a bunch of fucking zombies and one guy who's like a shitty wizard, right? Like, at least Pinwheel has his own design, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's just a terrible fight. And like the Royal Rat Vanguard, it's like an embarrassment to what it is to actually be a boss. So I think that's pretty fucking bad. Pretty bad. The arena's interesting because of the benches. It's not. Shaman, thank you for the 9 months. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much. You'd rather fight them than Dragon God? Well, I think Dragon God gets points for visual and like they were attempting something creative and it's got like a storytelling thing. There's nothing with Prowling Magus, dude. Like, well, actually, Barb, these guys were worshiping the spider. Like don't tell me that. Dragon God has something more going on to it. Now, Dragon God also fucking sucks, but Prowling Magus is a joke in comparison. It's a joke. What boss is after Prowling Magus? Is it the Duke's Deer Freya? Is that after Prowling Magus? I think that is, right? Duke's Deer Freya. Yeah, very low effort. Shiva, thank you for 11 months. Thank you very much. I think Duke's Deer Freya looks cool, like the giant spider. But the fight itself, it's like you run to one head, you bonk, and then you run to the other head, and then you bonk. It's also got a bunch of annoying spider ads too that can go after you if you don't have a torch. I think Duke's Deer Freya's attacks are kind of annoying, like the laser beam is kind of annoying. I think it belongs somewhere in the E tier. I think I like Seath better. I'm gonna put Duke's Deer Freya here. Not a very great boss. Visually kind of cool, I guess. But yeah, not an enjoyable fight. Really not enjoyable at all. Just kind of another thing in Dark Souls 2 that's just whatever. Okay, so I think that's like the end of that path. I think. Skeleton Lords. See, like Dark Souls 2 really tried to insist that like groups of enemies were now a boss. So Skeleton Lords is like the 3 skeleton guys and you kill them and then more skeletons shows up. And it's just a big old fucking pile of skeletons. And I feel like that was a terrible decision on their part. Like groups of enemies are not a boss. I'd say Skeleton Lords is better than Prowling Magus and Royal Rats, because at least it has something kind of unique in there. But I don't think piling in a bunch of enemies makes it a good boss. So I think Skeleton Lords is another really terrible boss. Really terrible. Is this list difficult or like how cool they are? This list is like, oh, this is my personal opinion. And we're also like, you guys can weigh in as well on how good a boss fight is. So now how good a boss fight is would be like, how much fun is it? How well designed is it? How unique is it? How, you know, like what, like all aspects of it. So how is the difficulty level, that sort of thing. So I think Skeleton Lords is pretty bad. Not a good boss fight. Turkey Zombie, thank you for the 35 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. So what do we, in that same area we also have, where the fuck is Executioner's Chariot? Dude, I died way too many times at the Executioner's Chariot. Where the fuck is that at? Where the hell is there it is. Executioner's Chariot. I'd say to me the Executioner's Chariot is definitely like it's very unique, right? Very unique. I'd say as a gimmick fight, I think I like it better than Dragon God. So like Executioner's Chariot, you run up and you dodge the chariot as it goes by, you kill like a couple skeletons and some shit, and then you lower the gate, and then it does that, and then the zombie horse comes out, and then you fight just the zombie horse. It's also completely optional, like you don't have to do it. I guess I like it better than Dragon God because it's like way more fair than Dragon God, but I don't like the fight at all. And the zombie horse is kind of a pile of shit. Like, can you honestly say, even if you like Dark Souls 2, like, man, I can't wait to fight the chariot? Like, it's a gimmick fight. Like, it's an inoffensive gimmick fight, I suppose, but it's really not great. I mean, I guess I could move it up. It's not as offensive as Capra Demon. Now, the run-up to the Executioner's Chariot, it is pretty offensive, actually. The run-up to it is pretty offensive. I think I'm going to put it there in F tier. It's pretty bad. I don't think Chariot is all that bad. It's a funny co-op fight. I'm a little surprised seeing freaking Armored Spider to see while Chariot's being put in F, but it's Barb's list, not mine. I think Armored Spider at least has something going on for it. Like, I like that the way the fight develops. I think, you don't think Armored Spider is a lot more interesting than Executioner's Chariot? I definitely think Armored Spider is more interesting than Executioner's Chariot, for sure. You actually sort of like the Chariot? I would never look forward. Like, I guess I can move it up a little bit over the Belfry Gargoyles. I should probably move the Belfry Gargoyles even worse, honestly. I guess I maybe like it more than Moonlight Butterfly. I don't know, though. I feel like I'm leaving it there. I only like Chariot because of Happy Souls. Move it down. The Belfry Gargoyles are fucking... They're an insult. They're insulting. Let's see what else is that way. Oh, that's when you get to the poison tower, right? So the next boss would be Mytha, the baleful queen. She's like the spider one. She's like the snake lady, and she swings. She heals in the poison, and she shoots magic at you. I actually feel like she's a pretty well realized boss for the most part. If you didn't know this, you have to burn next song. Hang on one second. Put on our next song, sure. Let's go here, I'll put this on instead. I think Mytha is a pretty well realized boss. Oh, that's right. Hang on. We skipped Jabba. Where's Covetous Demon? Covetous Demon is a fucking laughable joke of a Dark Souls boss. I guess he isn't a mob of enemies like this, but he's pretty fucking bad, dude. I'd say he's even worse. Like, at least Ceaseless Discharge is dangerous and, you know, like kind of a fight, but Covetous Demon is pretty terrible. Did you guys know that? So, okay, there's a couple things about Covetous Demon. If he eats you with his attack, he actually removes all of your armor and clothing, which is kind of interesting. Like, he basically spits you out naked. Also, apparently there's a mechanic in Covetous Demon where he can eat one of the corpses hanging there and recover his health. I have literally never seen Covetous Demon do that. I have never seen him do that, but apparently he can heal. Yeah, I've never seen him do that. So, like, lots of ideas. There's a lot of ideas in Covetous Demon, but none of those things coalesce into a good boss. And let's face it. He's a fucking embarrassment. He's a fucking embarrassment, and he belongs down here for sure. Yeah, half-baked for sure. What's not to love about Jabba the Hutt? Yeah, he definitely belongs way down here for sure. Who is that? So he's the Jabba the Hutt demon. He's the Jabba the Hutt demon. Okay, then that leads us to Mytha. Where did I put Mytha here? There she is. I think Mytha is a relatively well realized boss. I think she's got cool attacks. She's pretty challenging. I think some of her hitboxes kind of fucking suck, but I feel like she's one of the better bosses in Dark Souls 2. I don't mind her. Now, she kind of gets minus some points because if you didn't know this, the entire field is filled with poison if you don't burn the windmill ahead of time. And it's like, it's really not obvious you have to do that because you literally set fire to a giant metal thing. Like, it makes no sense. Which that's pretty frustrating, but I think that overall her moveset and her design is kind of cool. Like, I like Mytha. I think Mytha's okay. Yeah, she definitely loses some points because of the fucking... I think she loses some points because of the gimmick. I'd say maybe I'll put her down to C tier. I think she really is sabotaged. She really is sabotaged because of the arena and the burn the windmill thing down. That really does knock her back pretty far. I'll put her here, I think. I'll put her there. Yeah, I don't know how windmill equals no poison in the arena. Like, those things don't really make a ton of sense, right? Like, but that's just Dark Souls 2 logic. It just doesn't make much sense, does it? I think after that would be Smelter Demon, right? In the Iron Keep. I actually think Smelter Demon is probably my favorite Dark Souls 2 boss. I like Smelter Demon. I would say I like Smelter Demon more than Sif, more than Calamite, more than Penetrator, more than Quailag. I think I like Four Kings more than Flame Lurker. I'd say I like Smelter Demon more than Flame Lurker also. So Smelter Demon's the guy with the big flaming sword, and as you go, he like powers up. I think Smelter Demon belongs there. I'd say he's one of my favorite bosses in Dark Souls 2. Maybe I should knock him down though, because the run up to Smelter Demon is literally one of the worst things in Dark Souls 2, because Iron Keep is fucking horrible. But I still like Smelter Demon. I feel like there actually was something creative happening there. I like his design. I like his delays. Like, he's a challenging boss. He's not easy compared to some of these other Dark Souls 2 bosses. So I actually like Smelter Demon. I think he's one of, if not the best boss in Dark Souls 2 for sure. So after Smelter Demon is the old Iron King, right? Let's see where. Oh, there he is. Old Iron King is a guy that walks up in the lava and he's got like the boom, boom, and he like has the swipe and the fireball attacks. I think Old Iron King kind of fucking sucks. Like, he's kind of boring. One of the best bosses. You really think Old Iron King is one of the best bosses? His attacks are slow as shit. If he killed you, he either killed you with a shit hitbox or he bumped you into the lava, which is fucking terrible. I can't believe you think Old Iron King is one of the best bosses. I would say Old Iron King is worse than Seath, worse than Freya. I guess I'll put him here, like somewhere around here. But yeah, he really sucks, especially for how much struggle you probably had to do through there. Yeah, Old Iron King definitely fucking sucks. He's not good. Worse than Capra Demon? You think he's worse than Capra Demon? Well, I don't think. See, Capra Demon is fucking offensive. Like, it is like, if Capra Demon was alone, he'd be way up higher. But there is something offensively bad about Capra Demon. More so than Old Iron King is mostly boring and forgettable and lame. He's not offensive like that. So I think he goes up a little bit. Yeah, exactly. All right, Royal Rat Authority. That is the... Oh, let's do Scorpioness Najka first, because I think that's on the way. So Scorpioness Najka is like, hey, you like Quelaag, right? Well, now it's a scorpion woman. Her attacks are pretty fucking lame. The arena, like, she goes under the ground. She shoots some magic at you. She's way worse than Quelaag for sure. She's not as uniquely designed. I guess she's not like a terrible fight. Like, she's not awful. At least she has a unique design. I think I'll put her in the D tier. Like, she's got a unique design, but yeah, there's really nothing special about her. You can ride her, which is funny. Yeah, she's pretty forgettable. She's not a great boss overall. I think the next one would be Royal Rat Authority, which that's the one with the giant rat. And that fight, if you don't know Royal Rat Authority, it's got a giant rat. It starts out with 4 toxic rats running at you in the beginning of the fight. And at the very start, if they hit you, you're toxic and you're probably going to die. You just get ganked right at the beginning for no fucking reason. Now, once you actually fight the rat itself, its moveset is incredibly boring. Like, there's nothing interesting about that boss at all. It's a pretty fucking shit fight. It's a pretty shit fight. I think that's going to go down to F-. That's a bad fight. Not good. Yeah, it's going down to F- there. Hi, Barb. First time watching stream. Thank you for the Grand Portal series. That was amazing. Hey, you're welcome. I'm glad you enjoyed. King Hippo, thank you for the 13 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, I think Royal Rat Authority. You think it's even worse than Vanguard? Well, at least they have the big rat, which is kind of unique in its own way, I guess. That's more unique though. I guess the Skeleton Lords also kind of had that. But yeah, it's a really bad fight. It's a really bad fight. Let's see what else we got. So that was all Old Iron Keep. I'm trying to think, what are the bosses that lead up to let's look at the Rotten. The Rotten is like a worse Nito. Really boring boss, really slow moveset, really annoying area leading up to him. He has like one dangerous attack. He's definitely not... I think he belongs in the D tier for sure, along with like Scorpioness Najka, like around here. Yeah, I think he belongs somewhere here, honestly. Not a great fight overall. He's a better Leechmonger. He definitely does more than Leechmonger does, that's for sure. A C tier for the 40,000 souls. You can, yeah, I think you can chop off his arm, right? I think you can chop his off. What about the Rotten 3 times? The Hob loves the Rotten. He fights it for it. So yeah, you fight the Rotten over and over because he's so easy to kill compared to other bosses. It's a bonfire right there. You can kill him over and over to get 1,000,000 souls so you could skip the rest of the game. But yeah, I think the Rotten is not a great fight. Not a great fight at all. Can I do the Rotten 4 times on here? I don't think so. Let's see. Who else we got? So we're kind of getting closer to Endgame here. There's like Blue Smelter, Fume Knight, Burnt Ivory King. Okay, let's go Twin Dragon Riders. I'd say Twin Dragon Riders are somehow even worse than the one Dragon Rider because it's like so fucking lame that that's a thing. They die so fast. Like, why are Twin Dragon Riders even a thing? That's an embarrassment of a fight, honestly. That's not very good. It's very easy. They reusing a boss and making it a joke. Yeah, Twin Dragon Riders fucking sucks. It's just another speed bump on the way. Like, you're probably not going to have an issue. Oh yeah, I mean, everything in Soul Level 1 is really hard in Dark Souls 2 because of ADP. So I think that belongs down here. Not a good fight at all.
Thanks, Bard. You're the best.
It's Burnsy. Thank you for the 30 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Well, I mean, imagine if, like, I'm trying to think of, like, imagine in Dark Souls 1 after you fought the Taurus demon, then there's a boss fight and you fight 2 Taurus demons and they call that a boss. Like, they never, Dark Souls 1 doesn't do that. Dark Souls 1 doesn't do that. You fight Taurus demon once and then that's it. So no, I don't think Dark Souls 1 does exactly the same kind of shit. Also, Dark Souls 1, like, if Dark Souls 1 was doing what Dark Souls 2 was gonna do, like, you know, Prowling Magus, like, imagine if the boss fight leading up to Gargoyles, you know that there's like the sorcerer there and the fucking crowd of zombies, like, Dark Souls 2 would have called that a boss, you know, and Dark Souls 1 does not do that. You know what I'm saying? We're getting to Izalith. We're gonna get there, don't worry. You fight the Silent Demon 3 times in Dark Souls 1. That's true. They are a little bit different. But again, that's not just like 2 Asylum Demons that are exactly the same, right? The Twin Dragon Riders fight is kind of a joke. Also, one of the Twin Dragon Riders has like no HP, so he dies in like a couple hits. Like, it's just not a good fight. I'm sorry, that fight's really bad. I think Looking Glass Knight is decent. I think he's solid. I think his moves are kind of slow and his hitboxes are kind of jank. There's also like a PvP asset of it, right? Because like he puts his shield down, he lets it out. I kind of like the idea of a boss with a shield because he does kind of defend. If you hit his shield, he does kind of fuck you up. I think he's okay. I think he's one of the better bosses now. I don't think he's as good as, like, he's definitely not at the A tier for sure. I would say I like Ruined Sentinels and Lost Sinner better, but I think he goes to B tier. I think he's okay. I think he's really easy, you know, really slow, but not really that much going on in the fight. He's also got some jank on there, so not like a great fight. I think he belongs around there. You complain about required fall damage in the Ruined Sentinels fight while Nito has the exact same thing, but worse. I think that the fall damage you take in the Ruined Sentinels fight is actually worse than the fight in Nito. I also think that in Nito, the real wombo combo in the Nito fight is you fall down, you took damage, you hear the instant scream, and then Nito does the stab to the ground. When that shit happens to you in the Nito fight, that is fucking awful. That shit really sucks if that happens to you. I hate when that happens. I think that happened to me a lot on my first playthrough. I think Nito wins. Well, I said Ruined Sentinels were better than Nito. I literally said Ruined Sentinels were better. So, like, what are you talking about? I think Ruined Sentinels is a better fight than Grave Lord Nito. Yeah, I don't know what you're complaining about. I have Ruined Sentinels above Nito on the tier list. Jack Bow, thank you for the 47 months. Thank you very much. I think Ruined Sentinel is actually one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2. I think it's actually one of the better ones. Yeah, I know you're complaining when I'm like, yeah, I think Ruined Sentinel is actually better. I don't like how much damage you take from that fall damage there. Yeah, we're on the same side. I literally think Ruined Sentinels is better. I think Demon of Song is a pretty shit tier fight, and a really shit tier area, for sure. I think that his move set is incredibly boring. His hitboxes are bad. I guess like the gimmick of like he's like immune when his foreskin is up, right? Like he's immune during that. Like I guess that's kind of interesting, but yeah, it's like Dark Souls 2 worked backwards. Like they designed a cool boss and then they couldn't figure out a good move set with it. You know what I'm saying? His foreskin. So I wouldn't put him in the C tier. I think Scorpionus, Nachka, the Rotten Demon Fire Sage, like I think these are all more interesting fights. Yeah, I think he's gonna get bumped down even farther though. I guess I'd put him here. I guess I'd rather fight Demon of Song instead of Flexile Sentry, but he's not a very good boss fight at all. The area, all right, well, he actually loses points because Shrine of Amana is also terrible. So I think he actually loses some points based on that. Shrine of Amana is really bad. If I said penis yet, I have now. My boss just walked in while you yelled, foreskin! Yeah, Shrine of Amana is really fucking terrible. Velstadt. I think Velstadt is also one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2. Now, I think he's pretty fucking honest. In terms, like, he's got some weird delays and shit, but he's pretty fucking honest in his attacks. I think he's a pretty decent boss. A lot of Dark Souls 2 bosses are weird because they like, okay, phase 2, I'm gonna kneel down and now I'm gonna power up. And they just kind of let you like wail on them, which I kind of don't like that Velstadt does that. I kind of wish the pace of the fight was not ruined by that. I think I like Velstadt better than Penetrator. I think I like him better than Quelaag. I think I like him better than Flame Lurker. I think I like Smelter Demon more, but I feel like he's around here. He's a solid fight in Dark Souls 2. He's a solid fight. Velstadt's decent. Yeah, he's the guy with the big bell. Yeah, that's the guy with the big bell. I think Vendrick is fucking boring. Even if you have all the giant souls, I think Vendrick is fucking boring and shit. I'd never like fighting Vendrick. I dislike the boss immensely. He's not challenging. Yeah, he's really dull. He also does an absurd amount of damage when he hits you, which is kind of weird too. I don't know. He's a chore. Now, he's not hard. So I think that keeps him out. Like, he's not like offensive. So I think that keeps him out of like the F tier. You do have to run out. If you want him to make him not boring as shit, you have to get all the giant souls, which kind of sucks. So I think I'll put him in the E tier, I guess. Actually, I think he goes down even worse, honestly. I don't think he's not required. So I think he goes around here somewhere. Yeah, I'll put him in the F tier. Yeah, he's a chore. He's honestly a chore. Guardian Dragon. Guardian Dragon sucks. It sucks when you sit there and you have to wait for Guardian Dragon to come down. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not sure where I'd even put his fire. He's pretty easy. He's very easy to kill. He's required, or at least Guardian Dragon's required. I don't think I like him. I mean, I think I like Seath better. Like somewhere around here. Like, he's a really dull boss. There's nothing really challenging about him. Cool area. What, the big cage that he's in? I don't know. I think he belongs somewhere around here. Maybe around there. Yeah, not a great boss. Inoffensive. Yeah, boring. Not really much to say about him. I don't know. Maybe I'd put him higher than this. Okay, I'll put him higher than Flexile. He's not going above Freya or Seath the Scaleless, though. I think both of these are better. Ancient Dragon. I fucking hate Ancient Dragon with all of my fucking being. I fucking hate this boss. I rank this. The only reason it's ranked slightly above Bed of Chaos is because he's not required. I fucking hate the stupid boss. I hate his giant hitboxes. I hate his stupid damage. I hate everything about this fucking boss. Fuck Ancient Dragon. Only thing saving it from being the worst boss in the entire series is that Bed of Chaos is required and Ancient Dragon is not. Fuck Ancient Dragon. Hello. Hi. Hi, baby. I hear your other sister. I hear your sister. Ooh. Hi, big baby. You're saying it's okay. Bye-bye. Mwah. A giggle. Bed of Chaos cheese is so good. Yeah, that doesn't make the fight any better that you can cheese it. Apparently there's a cheese where if you stand in one spot against Ancient Dragon, you're completely immortal, like he can't hit you. So Giant Lord. I think Giant Lord is very similar to Last Giant, with the exception that he does absurd damage. But he's another fight where you are whacking at his ankles and you can barely even see the fight. I think Giant Lord fucking sucks. He's another ankle boss. Sucks balls. Not very good. The fighting ankles. FromSoft needs to understand that nobody enjoys fighting ankles. Like it's not a fun thing to do. It's not fun. You can see because you go up a level. So you're saying so you fight him on the battlements, right? If you go up there, you can like look at him and fight that. Why would you do that though? Because you can just hit his ankles and avoid like all of his fucking attacks, right? What about Fire Giant? Oh, Fire Giant, his time is fucking coming, dude. Don't you worry. I'm gonna fucking shit talk Fire Giant also. An ankle killed my family. I desire vengeance. What's up, Dan's Gaming? How's it going, dude? But yeah, Giant Lord fucking sucks. Another reskin of Last Giant that's like not very different and just a forgettable, terrible boss. Let's see. Throne Watcher and Defender. I think Throne Watcher and Defender is kind of like, hey, what if we tried to do Ornstein and Smo, but it's like nowhere near as good? Now I don't think it's like a dog shit fight at all by any means. I think that it's kind of annoying because like Godskin Duo, I don't think they separate each other super well. See, the thing that what FromSoft doesn't understand that works about Ornstein and Smo is because Ornstein is fast and Smo is slow, is that they kind of separate each other naturally. You also have the big pillars, right? So you can like use that to get around so you can get in a free moment. See, the Throne Watcher and Defender, you fight in an open area so that you can't really separate them very easily. So that makes it a lot less enjoyable when they're just like on top of each other and you're trying to. Well, Smo lumbers along until he does the charge. But what I'm saying is that when Ornstein sees you from away and he dashes into you, there's like that big separation of an area, and that gives you an opportunity to hit Ornstein. Now, what I'm saying is that Godskin Duo and Throne Watcher and Defender, they don't really have those moves that like that. So it's not a great duo fight. Also, I think that their HP so at one point in the Throne Watcher and Defender fight, when you kill one, the other guy will revive the other. But when they do that, they kneel down, and if your damage doesn't suck, you can just fucking destroy them when they do that. So that kind of is not great in the fight either. I would say I think I'd say maybe like a higher D tier. Maybe a higher D tier. I like it better than the Rotten. I probably like it better than Scorpioness, but I don't think it belongs up here, honestly. I think that it goes up here. It's not a great fight overall. I don't know. I guess I could give it like a really low C, I guess. Let's give it like a really low C. Really low C. Which leads us to Nashandra, which I think Nashandra is kind of embarrassing. Like, I don't know. She's so lame, dude. I really feel like she's very, very lame, especially as like she's the final boss. Like she's literally supposed to be the final boss of the game. So I feel like expectations are pretty high, right? Or like you want the final boss to be really good. You want it to be like a Soul of Cinder, Gehrman. You know, you want it to be there. So I think I'd say Nashandra, I don't know, down here somewhere. It's pretty bad. I like Seath better. Also, her design is like, ooh, she's wearing a gown of skeletons. Like, it's so fucking shit. It looks like an amateur artist made like Gravelord Nito's wife or something, like, and like posted their crayon drawing on the fridge. Like, it's just, I don't know, man. Nashandra is a fucking joke. Don't like Nashandra. What about Aldia? Aldia is actually somehow even worse. He's just a fucking blob of shit. His attacks are fucking terrible. He's supposed to be like your reward for doing everything and doing the DLC and shit. I think he's actually worse. I don't know, man. He's like even more disappointing. Aldia is really fucking bad. He's not as bad as Ancient Dragon. I don't know. somewhere down here. He's bad for sure. Not good. Yeah, Aldia is the big blob of shit, and like he's got some tentacle attacks and he goes on fire and shit. Like sometimes he's just awful, dude. He's just awful. All right, Dark Lurker. The requirements to get to Dark Lurker are fucking stupid. The requirements to get the Dark Lurker, like you have to do all the things, use all the humanity. Every time you die, you got to use a humanity. And then you have to do all the NPCs. You have to kill all the NPCs just to go fight Dark Lurker again. Like that was such a shit decision. I guess the fight itself for Dark Lurker is not terrible. Like I think I like Dark Lurker better than just about everything here in the D tier. He's unique, which gives him points. Like he's not a repeat. His attacks are kind of annoying. I don't know. Maybe I'd put him at like a C tier. Maybe somewhere around there. S or A? You think Dark Lurker is an S tier fight? Fuck off. That fight is fucking lame as shit, dude. What are you talking about? Solid B. That fight, they only zoom out a little more. That fight is lame, dude. You think Dark Lurker is better than Nito? I think that they're like kind of close-ish, but Nito has a bad run back, but you don't have to like use a human effigy and do all that shit to go fight Dark Lurker again. So I'm gonna disagree on that. I'd say yes. I actually think Nito is better. I think Nito is better. Let's see. So is this the three, Kara, Varg, and Grave Robber? Are these the three NPCs that jump you in the fucking DLC? Why does run back matter so much? Because in my opinion, okay, I'm not mad when the Souls games have run backs. I'm not mad when they have run backs. I feel like if they're gonna have a run back, I would like there to be some kind of shortcut. Like, let me get a shortcut to the boss so that if I die to the boss, I can then use this elevator, use this door, get back to the boss really quickly, right? Because I don't want to have to run back 2 or 3 minutes or even longer just to try a boss again. I don't want to have to do that. And that is something that is really bad in Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Bloodborne. And to some degree, it's also in Dark Souls 3. I think that they've gotten better about that with Sekiro and Elden Ring. I think they've gotten like a little bit better about it, but it's definitely not good. Now, I think it is totally fair to have a run back. If you're ignoring the shortcuts, you're just trying to run to the boss and ignore all the shortcuts, and then you have a run back, I think that's your fault. I think that's your fault because you didn't get the shortcut. You need to have the shortcut of some kind. But sometimes there literally is no shortcut. There is no shortcut that takes you back to Ancient Dragon. There is no shortcut that gets you quickly to Bed of Chaos. You know, there is no shortcut that gets you back to like trying to think of another one, like Ceaseless Discharge, right? You just have to do the run back every fucking time. And that to me is just straight up bad design. That's just straight up bad design. I think that there should be some way, like you should reward the players for exploring and looking through the world by giving them shortcuts or just having more bonfires. And that's something that happens pretty frequently in the early Souls games. I think that as time has gone on, they've gotten better and better about it. But I would say that even with Elden Ring, it's still a problem, actually. It's still a problem. Elden Ring has a couple of points, like why is there a run back to Renala? Just put a fucking Grace up there. Why is there a run back to Placidus Axe? Just put a fucking Grace down there. Give me a Stake of Marika. Don't fucking tell me about the lore. The lore, I don't give a shit about the lore. I'm talking about good game mechanics. I'm talking about good game mechanics. So having to run back down and do these things over and over, it becomes a slog, and your average person who's going to die to a boss 5, 10, 20 times does not want to do those things. So lore matters. If you weren't allowed to have a Stake of Marika, then put a fucking Grace there, right? Why is that so bad? Anyway, we were talking about these guys. These guys are just 3 fucking lame NPCs, and they call it a boss fight. This belongs down here with like the rats and the prowling magus. Like, it's a fucking shit fight. It sucks. It's a joke, especially in the DLC. Like, that's just fucking lame, honestly. There's nothing good about that. Ilana, the Squalid Queen. So she was the one that was like, she summons the blood skeletons and she summons the blood Velstadt. She's got like a couple of attacks. Like, honestly, she kind of feels like another Nishandra. I guess she's like slightly more interesting than Nishandra, but she's not like an enjoyable fight at all. I guess I'd rank her like around, I feel like I like Seath better. I think a part of it is just because like I remember so little of the fight. Like, at least I remember Seath, right? Like, Seath is a lot more interesting and like visually designed. Like, I don't remember anything about Alana at all. So yeah, I think she belongs here in the E tier. I like Seath a little bit more. I think I like Seath a little bit more. I think Sin, the Slumbering Dragon, is probably one of the better dragons they've ever done. I think Sin is okay as a fight. Do I like Sin more than Calamite? Or I'm not sure where I'd put Sin. I was also losing my fucking mind on him. He does, Sin does fly around a lot, and it's kind of annoying because you're waiting to fight him. I do think he loses some points based on that, for sure. Maybe somewhere in the C tier. Probably better than Ancient Gaping Dragon. Probably better than Old Hero. Better than Armored Spider, for sure. Maybe somewhere around here. I'm gonna put him at the top of C tier. Like, he's almost a B tier. I think if he just flew around a little less, it'd be better. I think some of his hitboxes were kind of shit too. You know, I feel like I like him better than Looking Glass Knight and Lost Sinner, actually, but not as much as I'm gonna put him at the low B tier. Actually, I'm gonna put him at the low B tier. I like Taurus Demon more than Dark Lurker, honestly. I like Taurus Demon more. Hang on, let's put some new music on. You guys ready for some new music? There we go. Change up our music. Blue Smelter Demon. I'm gonna say Blue Smelter Demon is worse than Smelter Demon because of the run-up. The run-up to the Blue Smelter Demon is pretty fucking awful. I think that, and he's just a reskin with like slightly different timings, but it's just the run back is what knocks him down. But I still like the Smelter Demon boss fight. Like, I still enjoy it. I mean, Smelter, you know, what's funny is that Smelter Demon also has a terrible run back. I'm gonna rank him down here because I actually like the fight. I actually kind of like the fight. If you took that up, pretty good list except for Dark Lurker. I haven't fought Dark Lurker that many times, and the last time I fought him, I was pretty mad. I just don't think the fight is all that great. I don't think it's that great. So many Dark Souls 2 fights and F-. Yeah, this is my tier list so far. We're almost done with Dark Souls 2 here. I think Sir Alan is a pretty solid fight. I think some of his hitboxes and timings are tricky. I would say that I would even say he's better than Gwyn, Sif, Penetrator, Quailag, Velstadt. I think I like Smelter Demon more. I'm gonna put Sir Alan up there. He's one of the better fights in Dark Souls 2, for sure. Definitely one of the better fights. I'm gonna say that. The run back to Sir Alan does suck. Oh, I'm sorry, here he is. The run back to Sir Alan does kind of suck. Yeah, it does suck. Yeah, I think Sir Alan's the fight itself is okay. The run up definitely detracts some points from him for sure. But I think he's an okay fight. I think he's an okay fight. You think Old King Allant is a tier 2? I like Old King Allant, man. I like him. Dung Eater's not a boss fight. I would say probably the best fight, hands down, in Dark Souls 2 is Fume Knight. Fume Knight is probably the only fight I look forward to in Dark Souls 2. Out of the entire game, it's the only fight I'm looking forward to. I think he's got a cool moveset. I think he visually looks cool. He's very challenging. I think some of his hitboxes are a little fucked up. Let's say I probably like him. I like Old King Allant better than Fume Knight, I think. I think Tower Knight gets points just for being so unique. So I think I'm going to put Fume Knight in A tier. I think I'm going to put him there. I think Fume Knight is probably the best fight in Dark Souls 2. Probably the best fight in Dark Souls 2. He has a ringing phone, so I'm gonna say A tier. Overrated? No, he's at the bottom of the broom tower. He's at the very bottom. I think he's the best fight in Dark Souls 2. I like him a lot. I think Ava, the king's pet, is fine. Like solo. I think it's totally fair that Ava is invisible because you haven't fully explored the area yet. I think that that's totally fair. I think that the moveset is okay. I would say that Ava probably belongs in the C tier. I like him better than Dark Lurker. I think I like Gaping Dragonmore. I mean, he is kind of boring, like visual design, like he's just a big tiger, right? So there's really not anything that interesting going on about Ava. Like it's not great. So I'd say here, okay moveset, kind of challenging, not bad. I think it's totally fair that the boss is invisible. So I don't think that, to me, that's not like, oh my god, the boss is invisible, that's a problem. No, I think it's like you're supposed to explore the area, you're supposed to do all this stuff, and then come back. So I think that that's fine. I would say that Lud and Zalin is not fine. I think that having two of them at the same time is not interesting at all. Hang on one second. I think having two of them at the same time is not interesting at all. It's just two of them. It also has potentially it is the worst run back in the entire series. So that this is Horsefuck Valley. It's so, this fight and this run up is so bad. Your weapon is probably going to break on the way there because durability is a Dark Souls 2 thing. This is just a truly miserable fight. And dying here is the most excruciating imaginable thing because then you have to do the entire run back again. Lud and Zalin is real fucking bad. Real fucking bad. Well, I think it gets points over Ancient Dragon. I think it's a more mechanically, it's a better fight than Ancient Dragon because at least you can kind of dodge stuff and do shit. And it's not required, so it's not as bad as Bed of Chaos. So, I would say that it's far more annoying than any of these other group bosses. So I think it goes down there. And the run up is really that's the big problem with that one. I think Burnt Ivory King. So Burnt Ivory King has two phases. Burnt Ivory King has the beginning of the fight where you have like the shitty nerds with you and you got to fight all those guys. And that part of the fight is honestly such a chore. You know what I'm saying? Like you're waiting for all your guys to close all the windows. And if you die, you got to do that every time. Like that was so unnecessary. They really didn't need that. Now, the actual boss fight itself is not bad. I just really hate the first part of it. I think, would you agree with that? Just the beginning of it when you're waiting for your ice guys to close the gates and you got to fight all these guys. Like, to me, it's just so fucking tedious. That part should have been you do that once and then you don't have to do that again. Because I hate that fucking part. Yeah, your AI companions are lame as shit. It's just not fun. I think that should have been you do that once and that would have been fine. It's very tedious. Now, the Burnt Ivory King fight itself is pretty good when you actually get to fight the boss. I think he definitely loses points because of the opening. I think I'm going to say it's like maybe slightly, it's like around here, I think. Around here. If you had let's imagine Burnt Ivory King without the fucking opening. Let's imagine like it happens once, you're done, and then every time after that point you just fight the boss straight away. I'd probably put Burnt Ivory King up here with like Sir Alon or somewhere around here, I think. Because of that opening, I think it gets knocked down like a full tier list, honestly. I think that goes down like a full tier. That's pretty fucking bad. And that would be Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2. As you can see, for me, literally only one fight in Dark Souls 2 cracks the A tier. And there's a whole lot of Dark Souls 2 down here in the F- tier. So to me, there's a lot of fights in Dark Souls 2 that are just really not great. Really not great. Today I learned Barb hates all bosses. Well, we just talked about Dark Souls 2. So, come on, man. Come on. We were literally just talking about Dark Souls 2. I think next up we're going to be talking about Bloodborne is next. Bloodborne is next. Yeah, I mean, obviously, I'm kind of betraying that Dark Souls 2 is my least favorite of the series, but you can still see, like, I put some Dark Souls 2 fights in the B tier. Like, there's some okay fights in Dark Souls 2. It's not like, I don't think Dark Souls 2 is like, oh man, it's a fucking a miserable, horrible game that nobody should ever play. There's some okay fights in it, but there's literally, to me, there's only one fight that even kind of stands out, honestly. Only one fight. Okay, so we're on Bloodborne. Let's start with Cleric Beast. Bro, can I say, I love Bloodborne. I love Bloodborne. I have very strong emotions on Bloodborne because there's some stuff I love about it and there's some stuff I fucking hate about it. So I've described this before. Bloodborne to me is like my tumult. Like if all the Souls games were my girlfriends and we're all girlfriends I've had over the years, Bloodborne is the girlfriend who, like, we have, like, so we're so madly in love, and then a week later we have the most violent breakup imaginable, and we're like calling each other names and we're crying and we're fighting, and then like a week later we're back together. It's like that's like the relationship I have with Bloodborne. You know, it's like I love it. It's like the crazy girlfriend. That's kind of my overall relationship with Bloodborne. I love it and I hate it at the same time. You know what I'm saying? Hoflax, thank you for the 1,000 bits. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. It's a toxic relationship. It really is. Love her more. No TTS. Hoflax, thanks so much. And so we are bold to say Dark Souls 2 fucking sucks, and you know it. Amen. Amen. I actually really like Cleric Beast. Because, man, if you look at all the Souls games, dude, Asylum Demon and like Last Giant, it's like, oh, welcome to the Souls games. Mwah, here's a little kiss on the cheek, and you better watch out. Cleric Beast at the start is like, rah! And it fucking murders you, dude. Cleric Beast is a mean motherfucker for your first boss, and I kind of love it for that. Like the screeching, the slams. Like, he's kind of abusable, but like, man, Bloodborne, when it starts out, it does not fuck around, dude. I think Cleric Beast is probably one of the better opening bosses they've ever done. Or you could also say that Gascoigne is a better opening boss. I would say that for me, Cleric Beast is definitely above like Asylum Demon, and Vanguard is like an opening. Yeah, it really does a great job setting the tone. I'm going to put Cleric Beast. I think I like Cleric Beast more than like Sif. Maybe like around here somewhere. I don't know. And once you fought him a lot, you kind of just like, you're just kind of whatever on him. But I don't know. You think he's somewhere around here. Let's put him up by Sif, I think. We'll put him by Sif. I think Cleric Beast is solid. Everything is so fast. Also, like, the music, hang on, sorry. The music is great for Cleric Beast. Like, that theme is so awesome for Cleric Beast. It's crazy seeing Gwyn solo. I don't find Gwyn all that great of a fight. I don't find it all that great of a fight. Hang on one second, guys. I want to show you guys a meme. 1 second. Hammy, thank you for the sub. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. There you go. Have you guys ever seen this meme? I fucking love that meme so much. Oh, I love that meme. It's so good. Husky yells are so great. I wonder if is that how they got the sound effects for it? I fucking love that meme, dude. All right. Father Gascoigne. Talk about another fucking, like, holy shit. Bloodborne starts out with a fucking bang. It really goddamn does. I think Father Gascoigne, for one thing, he's just here for temporarily. I think Father Gascoigne is really cool because he starts out in the fight and he's got one move set, then he transforms it into the axe, right? Then he transforms into the beast. Like, what a dynamic fight. Also, I kind of like the arena because the arena is kind of an anxiety attack because you get stuck on the graves and shit. I I think Father Gascoigne is very fair. Also, like he's not like an unfair boss. I think that counter damage in general in Bloodborne is pretty rough. I like Gascoigne better than Cleric Beast also because you can kind of also you can learn to parry Gascoigne too, which I feel like it takes better use of Bloodborne's mechanics. What would I criticize about Gascoigne? I'm not sure I would criticize anything about him. I think that he's pretty easy once you've like learned enough about Bloodborne and like you've learned how to play the game. I think I'm going to put him up here in S tier actually. I think Ornstein and Smough is probably more iconic. I think sometimes him shooting you can get a little annoying, but Father Gascoigne is a fantastic opening to the game. I think both Cleric Beast and Gascoigne, like Bloodborne starts out with a real, it starts out real strong, like a really strong first impression with Bloodborne. Bloodstarved Beast. Okay, this is where Bloodborne becomes the crazy girlfriend that you sometimes hate. So like, let's ignore the fact. I'm gonna ignore the fact that yes, I know I've done this also. You can throw pungent blood cocktails in the corner over and over, and you can kind of stun lock Bloodstarved Beast. Like I know that. We're just gonna ignore that. Because your average first time player is not gonna know that. I think Bloodstarved Beast is a totally fair boss. Like the moves are fine. I don't like the poison. Because if you get hit and you're poisoned, that fast poisoning does it does a lot of damage.
But actually, it's pronounced Father Gascoigne.
You chat or middle.
Thorgod, thanks for 500 bits. I think the poison in Bloodstarved Beast is a little much. I also kind of feel like it's kind of hard to see what Bloodstarved Beast is doing sometimes because of the flopping like ears. Like sometimes it's kind of hard to see. I don't think I like Bloodstarved Beast nearly as much as I like Cleric Beast. I think it's fine. Yeah, the run back is pretty bad too. I think I'd put Bloodstarved Beast in the C tier. Somewhere maybe like around here. I don't mind, like obviously I can beat Bloodstarved Beast, but yeah, I can't say I think maybe I'd like if Bloodstarved Beast, like let's say the poison damage was like half, I probably wouldn't mind it, but I feel like whenever you die to Bloodstarved Beast, it was probably some really unfair shit. It was probably something really fucking unfair that killed you if you died to Bloodstarve. So it's like you got grabbed and you were poisoned and you were one shot in the end. It's like, come on, man, that's garbage. Let's see. Our next boss, I think, would be Amelia. Where's Amelia? Where the fuck is Amelia? Gearman, Moon Presence. No, I'm just literally just looking for Vicar Amelia. Oh, there she is. Okay, I found her. I like Vicar Amelia definitely more than Bloodstarved Beast. I think there's a little bit. I think would you guys agree that sometimes with Vicar Amelia, the hair moving around, like it's hard to even see what was happening. Like, what is she doing? I think that the visuals of the fight, that also could be because of Bloodborne's like 30 FPS or so. But sometimes it's just kind of hard to see what she's doing. I definitely like it more. It's definitely more fair than Bloodstarved Beast. I think the run up isn't too bad to it. The spectacle of the fight looked like I love her design. She looks really cool. I think she belongs in the upper C tier somewhere. Maybe somewhere around here. Maybe like the top of the C tier. Yeah, I'm gonna put her here. She's not bad, but she's not great. Definitely not Bloodborne's like strongest moment. I think she's got some shitty hitboxes too. She's so fun. Can you post a link to the blank tier list? If you Google FromSoft boss tier list, you should find this. I think I'd put her at the high C ranking. I don't think she quite passes into the B tier. Yeah, I think she belongs around here, honestly. I think she belongs. Yeah, the visibility's kind of bad. I like Smelter Demon more. Yeah, I think I like Smelter Demon more than Amelia if we wanted to compare. I think I'm going to put her at the high C tier. That's where I'm putting her. Let's see. What else we got? Witches of Hemwick. I feel like Witches of Hemwick. Okay, Witches of Hemwick goes two ways. You can go into Witches of Hemwick and you can actually bone out, get rid of all your insight, and then there will be no ads in the fight. And then the fight is a joke, right? Or you can go into the fight with all your insight and try to do Witches of Hemwick just on your own. And then if you get locked in, the stupid little spammy guys can fucking meme you, and it's kind of horrible. I don't know, man. I don't really like Witches of Hemwick as a boss. I don't enjoy the boss. I think I'm going to put it down here at the F tier, where it's like either way, it's not really enjoyable. Maybe like some points for creativity, I guess. Points for creativity. I'm going to put it at the bottom of the E tier. Because like, it's kind of cool that there's like more witches in there than you even realize. But it's just not an enjoyable fight. It's not utilizing Bloodborne's mechanics very well compared to something like Gascoigne. Like Gascoigne, and like that, I understand FromSoft has to have these like gimmick fights, because if every fight is the exact same, it's gonna get fucking boring, right? So they have to mix it up. But I don't think Witches of Hemwick was a success either way. I don't think it was a successful boss. Let's see, what should we go to next? Shadows of Yharnam. That's a really interesting one. Shadows of Yharnam. So Shadows of Yharnam is in the snake area, and you fight 3 bosses at the same time. And they're all kind of attacking you at the same time. Now, this fight can be pretty annoying sometimes, but I think it's pretty fair the way it's done, because you've got the big gravestone you can do, and like in the same way kind of with Ornstein and Smo, they kind of separate each other, because one of the guys with the sword will actually run at you. You can also parry and riposte to be invincible. So like, I feel like it's definitely it's a lot more successful than say like Throne Watcher and Defender as like a multi-boss. I can't say I like love the fight. I guess I'd rather do Shadows than Vicar. Maybe like B tier. Unifoon, thank you for the 600 bits. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. That is true. There is a fucking terrible run back to Shadows of Yharnam. That is true. I think you'd say repost or riposte. I think like either way. Is Ruined Sentinels better than Shadows of Yharnam? I don't know. That's a hard comparison to make. I mean, they are multi-fights. I think the difference with Shadows of Yharnam is that you don't have to have the unnecessary fall damage drop, which that's a benefit. Unlike Ruined Sentinels, you can also parry. Like, you can actually make space for yourself in the fight against Shadows of Yharnam, because you're invincible when you do the critical hit. So I kind of like that. I think I maybe like Shadows better than Ruined Sentinels. I think Shadows is more fun than... It's more fun than Sith and more fun than Gwyn, because it's kind of challenging. I think I'll put Shadows here. Shadows can be annoying though, when you're trying to fight a guy and like a fireball comes in and they're spamming you. It can be kind of an annoying fight. So I'm gonna put it here in the B tier. I'm putting it there. Winter Rain, thank you for the 43 months. Papa Star, thank you for the sub. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Yeah, all right, so our next boss, we're going to say, is Rom the Vacuous Spider. Rom the Vacuous Spider. I'm just putting it here temporarily. Visually, Rom looks cool. Cool arena for the fight. It's kind of like Phalanx in the way that there's like a central hub you have to hit. And then you have to kill... You can or you cannot kill all the other nodes around it. You know, it was funny. I'm not the biggest fan of Rom. I'm definitely not going to put it. I don't think it could possibly go above C tier. I think it's going to be somewhere around here. What's so funny, I remember watching Jesus Here's Toast, and he's like, oh man, what do you mean you don't like the Rom fight? The Rom fight's great. And the Bloodborne players know how to stun lock Rom, so Rom never gets off a single attack. And he was like, man, I love this fight. And Rom never even got off a single attack. It's like, yeah, I'm sure you do. So Rom has a couple of things. Rom has the laser beams that fall from the sky. It's like the laser beams. Rom explodes. Rom also does she does like a flailing, like a flippy floppy. Also the spiders she has can be incredibly annoying. No, you don't have to clear the ads. You can actually ignore the ads. It's dangerous, but you could actually ignore the ads entirely. I kind of like that there's multiple ways to approach it, but I think the combination of the spammy enemies and her attacks do so much damage and counter damage in Bloodborne. So if you get hit in Bloodborne in the middle of a dodge, you take counter damage. And you take like, so Rom can very easily one-shot you, which is very frustrating. I think Rom belongs down here somewhere. Rom is not a great fight at all. Possibly, I think Rom is also potentially more annoying than these things. I guess it's better than Vendrick. I think Rom belongs down in the F tier. Rom is a pretty bad boss, honestly. There's actually a version of Rom in the chalices that has like pillars you can kind of use to block. No, I think Bed of Chaos is worse than Rom for sure. I think Bed of Chaos is absolutely worse. Af Ziggy, thank you for the 33 months. Greatly appreciate that. JP, thank you for the 22 months. Witches are better than Rom. I think the witches are potentially less annoying and brutal because Rom can be really brutal sometimes. It's also kind of rare the witches one-shot you. It's also kind of rare.
Messiah Barb, I wish you a happy belated birthday and all the best to your family Barb celebration.
Bugishi, thank you for the 16 months. Thank you, Bugishi. Appreciate that. Yeah, I'll put the tier list on YouTube. We'll put it on YouTube. Thank you, Bugishi. Greatly appreciate the 16 months. All right, let's see. Oh, we didn't do, what's his name? Where's Parl? Let's go do Parl. Where the fuck is Parl down here? Dark Beast Parl. Okay, Dark Beast Parl, like, I love the visual design. Like a big skeleton monster with lightning, like, it's kind of cool. I think that in some cases in Bloodborne, the camera kind of works against you. And Bloodborne, Parl also has that problem where it's like there's like hair and shit flying in your face, so it'd be kind of hard to tell what's even going on in the fight. I think Parl has some AoEs that are kind of like the lightning waves that can be kind of bullshit to dodge, or the explosions can be kind of bullshit to dodge. I think it's a pretty memorable fight. I think it probably belongs somewhere up here, maybe next to Amelia. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not the biggest fan of Parl. I think people really like the visual design, but I fought multiple versions of Parl in the chalices also. Like, it's an okay boss. It's not great. It's not bad. I think it's around there. Yeah, the camera definitely gets in Bloodborne's way a lot, for sure. Bad Call, thank you for the 51 months. Thank you very much, Bad Call. We really appreciate that. Thank you, dude. Are you guys enjoying the tier list thus far? Are you guys enjoying, having a good time watching? You guys asked me for this for a while, right? The AoE be bad if the camera wasn't trash. Dark Beast Palm is underwhelming. Palm? Absolutely. I love Barb Time. Pretty great. I'm glad you guys are enjoying. I'm getting thirsty, though, because I've been talking for, like, hours now. You love tier list? Yeah, sometimes in Bloodborne, you just don't want to lock on. Because while you're locked on in Bloodborne, you can't dodge. You need if you don't have the dodge roll, you're really missing out. All right, the One Reborn. I think the One Reborn is kind of like a retelling of the Tower Knight fight, except they made it considerably worse. Now, the reason why the One Reborn is considerably worse is that its attacks, like, for one thing, its attacks are like it kind of like flails around, so you can get hit over and over. And then a lot of the other attacks are shit like raining on your head, like a wall of corpses. I actually almost lost my Deathless run because the One Reborn did like his poison puke attack, but it was invisible and I almost died to it. This boss fight is terrible. I think that it belongs around here. Like, I would say like the visual design is cool, but again, I feel like you should really design with the mechanics of the fight and then design the boss, not like design a cool boss and then try to come up with attacks for it. Because the One Reborn's attacks are pretty miserable to deal with. And it's really, really not a fun fight. I think that the One Reborn might be one of the worst fights in Dark Souls 2. I guess I like it better than Dragon God or Ceaseless Discharge. But yeah, I'm gonna put it right here next to Capra Demon, I think. Yeah, I'll do a YouTube video. I'll do a YouTube video of this. Amelia lower than Shadows is a no bro. I prefer, see, I guess what I'm showing here is that I kind of like the Bloodborne fights that allow me to do like the parry and the visceral strikes, because I feel like that's such an important part of Bloodborne. So like I kind of like being able to do that in Father Gascoigne and Shadows of Yharnam. Like if you can't do that, I feel like the fight is not as interesting. You know what I mean? I definitely like being able to do that in those. Let's see. Abriatus. I like Abriatus better than the One Reborn and Rom, but I'm not a big fan of Abriatus overall. She's another, like, her fucking flailing noodle attacks, I feel like, are really hard to get a handle on what the fuck is even happening, right? Because it's like, when does this attack end? The laser attack is like the machine gun lasers you can't see. Her charge is like ridiculous. The hitbox on her charge is insane. I feel like she's a more fun fight than Seath, and she's pretty fucking memorable. She's pretty fucking memorable. God, am I actually gonna knock her up to the C tier? I'm like comparing it to other bosses. I guess I'm gonna knock it up pretty high. Just because like I like it better than all of these things. I guess I'd rather fight Abriatus than a lot of these other things. I think around there. I can't believe it got that high. Her lore is like, the spectacle is good. Like, it's a cool looking fight. It's definitely got some, it's like definitely some big problems with the fight though. Or my issues with Shadows. So I think for me with Shadows of Yharnam is that sometimes their attacks overlap in an annoying way. Like, I don't know. Like you're fighting one guy and they can kind of get bunched up once in a while. Like the fireballs come in. It can just be kind of an annoying fight. I very rarely die to Shadows of Yharnam. Also, the run back to Shadows of Yharnam is really awful. Even if you get the shortcuts, like that run back is really fucking bad. But yeah, I think Shadows belongs around there. Overall, I like them. I think their range is kind of crazy when they get the snake attacks. It can be kind of shocking and annoying, but you know, overall, Shadows is. I do like Shadows. I do like Shadows of Yharnam. Let's see. What do we got? Amygdala. I think Amygdala is as good or bad as your weapon can hit in the sky. Because if you can't like hit the hands or the head, the fight is considerably worse. If you have to like hit the ankles or something like that. I love the visual design of Amygdala. I think Amygdala looks really cool. I think I like Amygdala more than Bloodstarved Beast. Definitely don't like love the fight. I think I'll put it here. Another C tier boss. Amygdala sucks ass. I don't know. I think Amygdala is okay. I think it can be kind of fun. I'll tell you this. If you have a weapon that you can't hit in the sky, like you can't hit up and hit the head or the hand at all, then Amygdala is like way down here because man, that's frustrating as fuck. That's really annoying. Amygdala is definitely more challenging. I think Amygdala is going to end up somewhere. I like Amygdala more than Armored Spider. Probably more than Nito. Maybe like around here for Amygdala. Like I don't like love Amygdala or anything like that, but I don't mind it, I guess. The Chalice Amygdala, that's a whole other situation, right? Yeah, if you're using the wrong weapon, she can be Amygdala can be real fucking bad. Yeah, it can be real rough. It wasn't too bad with the scythe I used recently. It wasn't too bad with the scythe I did recently. Oh my god, what do you even fucking say about Mikolash? Like fucking A, dude. What a fucking meme of a fight. Cause like, man. So Mikolash is the guy that it's in the Hunter's Nightmare and he's running away from you. Oh, Hunter is a hunter. Woo! Like he's running away from you. Majestic. Yeah. I feel like Mikolash is like a story boss, but then they like made him one-shot you for some reason. Because man, if you get caught at the wrong time by a call to beyond or the tentacle attack, you just got fucking one shot. You just got fucking one shot. And that's really annoying. Like, I know, like, he's kind of charming in his own way. All right, he gets some points for being charming. Like, so he'll get above Maiden, Astray, and King Alot, but it's a really bad fight, honestly. Let's be real here. It's not enjoyable to die to him. It's not enjoyable to come back. He looks cool. He's funny. He's a meme, but he's a pretty bad boss. He's not a good boss. He gets some charm points that puts him above these. He's like a story boss. It's like, imagine if Maiden Estrella one-shot you and you had to run back for 3 minutes to get to him. Like, that's kind of what it's like or something. So yeah, it's not a good fight. This is not a good fight. This is the nerdiest thing I've seen Barb stream. Chad asked me to do this a bunch of times. Zenkai, thank you for the 3 months. Thank you, Zenkai. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Atmosphere, character, and idea behind Miko is really cool. The fight itself is undeveloped, but I think the fight is a C personally. I don't know, man. I don't know if it's a great fight that he does no damage to you or he one-shots you. Like, I don't think I think that there's not a lot of attacks, I think, in all of the games that should one-shot you. Like, I think that one-shots in general are a bad design for these games for the most part. Unless it's something that you should really avoid. Now, when he puts his hands in the sky, light appears, and then a machine gun of lights goes around you, and you got one shot to that. It's like, whoa, what the fuck was that? And then you got to do the whole fucking thing again. You got to chase him down again. You got to run back again. Like, that shit is not fun. That's really, really not enjoyable. I think that if it had done half your HP or even 3/4 of your HP, it'd be like, whoa, okay, that's fair. But Mikolash can, it's almost certain that he's gonna one-shot you with that attack. It's almost certain that that's gonna do it. Is that a call to beyond? That's not easy to avoid if you've like never seen that shit before. I don't know if I could easily avoid it either. I don't know if I should easily avoid. I don't know if I can easily. If you told me to dodge it right now, I'm not sure I could. And I've played Bloodborne a lot, dude. Yeah, that move. Marigo's Wet Nurse. I think Marigo's Wet Nurse is fine. I think that it's got a very cool visual design. It's got a ton of attacks. It's a fair fight. I just don't really find the fight all that fun. I guess, like, I feel like it has a lot of things going for it, but something about the boss fight, about Marigo, is like not that enjoyable to me, honestly. I don't find Marigo's Wet Nurse to be challenging at all, honestly. I really don't find it all that... I don't find it that challenging or fun. Like, he's not... I don't think Marigo's Wet Nurse is bad, though. It's, like, weird. I guess it deserves, like, around here, but it's a very meh boss. It's a very meh boss. I feel like it could have been it could have been harder, yeah. Maybe a little faster. Yeah, something about Marigo's Wet Nurse, like, something to me, like, it just doesn't really grab me. It's not something... It does not inspire joy. It is a bad final boss if you take that ending. It's true. Yeah, I just don't think I feel like the panic of like when multiple Marigo's Wet Nurses shows up, like that's kind of cool, but I don't know, like you can just run during that too if you don't dodge that. Yeah, it doesn't spark joy. I think I'm gonna put that around there. Maybe lower, honestly. I like Amygdala better. I think Amygdala is more challenging. So is Burnt Ivory King. It's somewhere in the C tier. It's just a question of where. I don't know. Maybe somewhere around here. Maybe there. All right, I'll put that there. Martyr Logarius. Okay, Martyr Logarius. We got to talk about that run back to Martyr Logarius, because that run back is fucking terrible. That run back is awful on Martyr Logarius. Now, Logarius is probably one of the coolest fights in Bloodborne. His moveset is cool. The music is cool. The environment is cool. His attacks are awesome. I love the way he looks. I think he belongs in a solid A tier, with a complaint about him being that by the time you do this fight, his HP, he seems kind of like, I don't know, he's kind of squishy a little bit. You can kind of die kind of easy. And the run back to him is terrible. I think he could have used some more HP for sure. I think I'll put him in the low A tier. I think I'll put him in the low A tier. I kind of wish there was another shortcut that gets back to Martyr Logarius and maybe give him like 30% more HP, I think is what I would change. Something that gets me back there fast and give him like 20 to 30% more HP. You can't go to him right when you get to Forbidden Woods because you also have to go back to the start and get the Canehurst summons, right? Which you probably didn't do that, I guess. But I think he definitely loses points on the run back too. But somewhere on there. I feel like none of the run back in Bloodborne is that bad because you move faster you do. No, Bloodborne has some truly awful run backs, actually. I think the run back to Shadows of Yharnam is terrible. I think the run back to... It has actually a lot of bad run backs, honestly. The run back to Martyr Logarius is fucking miserable, actually. You know how far you have to run if you die to Martyr Logarius? You know how far you gotta run, dude? Yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, that's a bad one. Gehrman. Talk about Gehrman. I think Gehrman might actually be the first time they truly fucking nailed a final boss. I think Gehrman is fucking awesome. I think he belongs up here. I'm gonna say at least S tier. His moveset is awesome. I love the reveal of him getting up. His scythe is awesome. The music is fantastic. Here, why don't we can listen to the music? I don't know if I've been having the Hunter's Dream on here. Let's see, Gehrman. First Hunter theme. Let's listen to it. There we go. Wait, lyrics? I don't want lyrics. Put that on. Just probably one of the most memorable fights they've done. I'm gonna say S+. I think that's an S+ boss fight. I think that belongs up there with Artorias. He's kind of fast and furious. Great music. Yeah, I think they fucking nailed that fight. I think that belongs up. It's literally maybe the best final boss they've ever done. Possibly the best final boss they've ever done. Now, well, final boss is like the end of the game, right? Now, Moon Presence. We're talking about no, we're not done with Bloodborne yet. Yeah, put that down, dude. This music. Moon Presence. Moon Presence is pretty lame after Gehrman. Let's be real. I don't know. Moon Presence is pretty easy. I can't remember any of the only attack I remember from Moon Presence is Moon Presence takes away all your health. And it gives you all the damage. Then you have to hit Moon Presence back to get your HP back. And especially for all of the lead up you did to get all the umbilical cords, right? That's kind of lame, don't you think? So I'm gonna say Moon Presence actually goes down a bit. I'm gonna say, I'll say here, the C tier. Moon Presence is kind of lame. Yeah, it kind of lowers it. After all that work, after all that shit you just did, Moon Presence is pretty fucking lame. So, visually looks great though. Love the way Moon Presence looks. Just not a good conclusion to the game. All right, let's see. Oh, we haven't done Celestial Emissary. Celestial Emissary kind of fucking sucks. It's a big fucking group. Hang on, let me turn this down. You know, I just realized if I put this on YouTube, they're probably going to be like, we can't monetize this because you played this music and we own it. Celestial Emissary is like a bunch of alien dudes and one big Lamau alien. And honestly, it's really lame. It's like pretty fucking lame in Bloodborne. It's a very forgettable boss. There's nothing really noteworthy to say about it. It shoots. I almost said it shoots lesbians at you. It shoots lasers at you occasionally. I don't know where I got that from. It shoots lasers at you for some reason. And yeah, not a particularly memorable boss. Not as annoying as Rom, I guess, or Mikolash, but around like Pinwheel level, I feel like. Somewhere around there. Please shoot lesbians at me.
Penis, 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 penis.
Nah, bro. Thank you for the 11 months. Thank you, nah, bro. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Let's see. So we're getting close to done with Bloodborne. I don't know, maybe we might skip the chalices. We're gonna skip. We'll do some of the chalices. I'm not gonna do every single chalice boss. We're not gonna do all of them. We're just gonna do some of them. Like, do I really gotta rank Man-Eater Boar? Fuck that. I'm not ranking that shit. Ludwig. Ludwig is fucking awesome. Ludwig is fucking awesome. The first phase of Ludwig is a lot of screaming and jumping and potentially a lot of one-shots. The second phase with the sword is like a totally different thing. I kind of wish the second phase had a little more HP. I think Ludwig belongs, even despite the first phase being kind of annoying. I think I'm gonna put Ludwig here around S tier. He's a pretty fucking cool fight. He's a pretty cool fight. You want the Ludwig music? The music is fantastic. You get the coolest fucking Bloodborne weapon from him. Hang on, let's find this one. This might get this muted and shit, but we'll try it anyway. Here we go. Dude. The music. Okay, Ludwig goes up a little bit based on that. I think he loses some points because first phase is not as enjoyable and the second phase could have used some more HP. You know what I would have done? Here's what would you guys think this would make would this make Ludwig a better fight? Reduce the HP on phase 1 by like 20 to 30% and then add that onto the second phase. Make the second phase 20 to 30% more HP. What do you guys think of that? You guys think that would make that better? Just make the first phase a little bit shorter, make the second phase a little bit longer, I think. I think that would have been I think that might have been better. 2 HP bars. Reduce the screaming in phase 3. More mini Ludwigs around. Would make it a bit easier to progress. I think that might have made Ludwig a little bit more enjoyable fight. It would have made the worst part of the fight less and would have made the better part of the fight better. So I'm going to put that there. I'm upset at your placement of the rats. Dude, I'm sorry. I think Bloodborne actually has the best soundtrack of all the games. I actually think Bloodborne has the best music. That music, so fucking good, dude. Holy shit. Fucking best music. Living Failures. Living Failures is pretty much around Celestial Emissary. I think Celestial Emissary deserves to be around, or excuse me, Living Failures. Probably better than Witches. It's not a great fight. I think I'm going to put it around Leechmonger. So it's a bunch of repeated NPCs. You kill them. Occasionally they summon down a meteor on you. It's not a great fight. It's just kind of a roadblock on a way to another better boss, honestly. There's really not much to say about it, you know? Hands down, best soundtrack. You like the visual of the meteors. I think still Living Failures deserves to be around E tier, honestly. I think it deserves to be around there. You like the visual of the meteors. D tier needs some love. Okay, Lady Maria is another boss. I think that the HP balancing is a little weird. I think Lady Maria could have used some more HP, especially with how easy it is to stagger her. Very easy to stagger Lady Maria. I think the balancing with Lady Maria was a huge problem. It's actually like, it's enough of a problem that it can potentially ruin the fight for you, because like, oh, that boss just disappeared, right? I'm actually I'm gonna put Lady Maria down here. I think I feel like if she had more HP, I feel like she would very easily be up here. The problem is that it's just her lack of HP. It's just it's a lack of HP plus the fact that you can stagger the shit out of her and parry her. She's kind of a glass cannon. She's kind of a punching bag, and I feel like that's kind of a shame because she was really fucking cool, a really cool boss. So I think she belongs in A tier. I think King Allant is less of a pushover than Lady Maria. But yeah, she's obviously really, really cool. Really, really cool. Oh, Lady Maria soundtrack? Sure. Lady Maria soundtrack. Let's see. Put that on. Yeah, obviously a really fucking cool fight. Man, I love Bloodborne music. Lawrence the First Vicar. Okay, here, I'm gonna say, I know some people fucking hate Lawrence. I know some people despise Lawrence. See, I knew you guys did. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say about Lawrence. I'm gonna compare Lawrence to Asylum Demon. Why am I gonna do that? Because Lawrence is a repeated usage of the Cleric Beast, right? It's the same model as a Cleric Beast. Now, here's what they did though. I love that they gave Cleric Beast like this whole other phase where like he's crawling on the floor, he's spitting lava all over. Like, I feel like that's what the Demon Fire Sage and Stray Demon were missing. Like, they did something more when they reused that fight, honestly. So I kind of like that. I think for me, that puts him up higher. Now, do I love Lawrence? Not necessarily, but that phase is trash. That phase is pretty annoying, especially the tracking. He has one attack where he raises a claw, and if you're standing behind him, he will literally spin and turn around. He'll like 180 on nothing. I'm gonna put Lawrence around here, I think. I'm gonna put him around here. I think Lawrence gets a bad vibe because people are really bad at Lawrence fight. I very rarely ever die to Lawrence. Very rarely ever die to him. And if they're going to reuse bosses, I really like that they're gonna do something different with them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, change their moveset, add something in there, please. If you're gonna reuse Cleric Beast, you know what I'm saying? So, Orphan of Kos. I'm gonna put this S plus for sure. Orphan of Kos goes S plus. He is one of the most challenging boss fights in the entire series for sure. He's pretty fair, at least in the first phase, because you can parry like almost everything he does. He just has a deceptive moveset and he does a lot of damage. I love his visual design. I love the way he looks. I'd say that the only thing I don't necessarily love about Orphan of Kos is I feel like the second phase is potentially very chaotic. It's like a lot is going on in the second phase. Is there an Orphan of Kos soundtrack? Yeah, let's see. Let me find that one too. I think that the second phase sometimes when he's flying through the sky and lightning, I feel like I prefer the fight a lot more when he's hitting you with his weapon, not when he's like flying over like fucking, like he's like air striking you from the sky. I don't enjoy that nearly as much. So like, if I would say like, to me, the first half of the fight is like, oh my God, S plus, incredible. And the second half of the fight is honestly more of like an A or a B, honestly. The second phase of the fight, I don't like nearly as much. But overall, I love the challenge level. I'd say Orphan deserves S plus. One of the best bosses in the entire series. Really cool boss. Yeah, I mean, my question is, does the second phase knock it down enough for me? I just feel like the second phase is just too much. It's just very chaotic, you know? But I think how much I love the first phase keeps it up here, honestly. I'd even say I like Orphan of Kos more than Gehrman for the challenge level, honestly. I think he deserves S plus. I'm not negotiating on that. I'm keeping him S plus. First phase, literally a build up to the second phase. Yeah, but I just don't like, I feel like the second phase's attacks are not as enjoyable to deal with, is what I'd say. I don't like the attacks in the second phase. I don't like him flying in the sky. I lose track of where he is. I don't like the spammy AoEs. The lightning strike is annoying to deal with. So, but despite of all that, I'm putting him there. It's not even worth it. The merciless watchers. It's not even worth it to fucking rank these guys. These are the fucking fat nerds in the Chalice dungeons. I'm not gonna rank these guys. Tumerian Descendant. Skip IMO. All right, do I really have to rank these guys? All right, I'm gonna be doing this all day. Why don't we try to move through this fast? Do it. Okay, fine. Merciless Watchers are a pretty lame fight. There's really not much to say about them. They're very forgettable. You parry them, you remove them, that's it. Not particularly good or bad. I'm gonna say E tier. Pretty forgettable. Just like they had to fill the Chalice dungeons with something, right? And the Merciless Watchers are not particularly good. Tumerian Descendant. These are the guys. Are the Tumerian Descendant the guys with the double sickles that go like? Are those guys? I feel like those are more memorable than the Merciless Watchers. They're kind of a cool fight, I'd say overall. Sometimes they can be a little squishy, but the Chalice dungeons all depend on how strong you are when you go in, right? I think I'll put them somewhere around here. Somewhere around here. They can be a real pain in the ass for sure. I guess we'll put Tumerian Elder right next because I think they're like basically the same boss. Wait. Which is the one? I forgot. Which is the one that actually hits you with like the fire, right? Because I only fought that guy once. I didn't even know about that boss until recently. I can't remember which one that guy is. Above Lawrence is insane. You think having the Tumerian Descendants above Lawrence is insane? I mean, they're pretty close. It's not that much. I mean, I don't know. Oh, the Elder is a fire one. So I only fought the Elder once. I thought it was cool that he used the different fire attacks and stuff, but I only fought him once. Maybe I don't have enough information. I've literally only ever fought that boss once, honestly. So maybe I don't have enough information. Watchdog of the Old Lords. Oh boy. We love this boss, right? We love this boss. Fuck him. So Watchdog of the Old Lords has a couple of really annoying attacks. His explosion happens very fast when he explodes. He does a fuckload of damage. He's really annoying in the Chalice one. I actually hate his little like nom, 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 the little nummy num attack, because even if you see it coming, it still fucking hits you, man. I think that this fight, if you fight this, I think this fight is a lot easier if you are not locked on. That way you can roll instead of sep. I think you would want to do that. All the same, I think I'm going to put him here in the D tier. Not a great fight. Visually looks cool. I think he goes D tier. Don't tootle your doodles. Yeah, don't lock on, right? Excuse me. I think I'm gonna slap Watchdog in the D tier. Not a great fight. Abhorrent Beast. Is this the guy with the wind punches? Is that guy? Okay, we need something less energy. This is too much. Let's see. Let's put on. We need something a little bit less energy here. Let's go with this. Too much. Majula on loop. Abhorrent Beast. Is the Abhorrent Beast the big dude with the wind punches and shit? Is that guy? That's the Stomp Beast. Okay. I think Abhorrent Beast is actually pretty cool. I like him as a boss. He's got a cool moveset. He feels challenging. You can easily see what he's doing. I kind of like Abhorrent Beast. No, it's not Parl. He walks on two legs. He walks, yeah, Wind Puncher, right? Wind Puncher. I think Abhorrent Beast is pretty solid. I enjoy the fight. It's definitely not one of the worst parts of it. Yeah, he's also the NPC transformation. That's right. I think he deserves to be around here somewhere. I feel like I'd rather fight Abhorrent Beast than... Where would I rather fight? Be somewhere around here. He's not a bad fight at all. I like Abhorrent Beast. Beast Possessed Soul. So this is the werewolf that like shoots fire at you. He's pretty mid. He's like the definition of mid. I think we're gonna put him. Now he's not as annoying. I don't know where I'd put him. Probably like Moon Presence better. He's pretty lame, honestly. He doesn't have a lot of moves. Not particularly interesting. He's like the werewolf that shoots fire at you, in case you don't remember that guy. I think Undead Giant is the one that like sprays blood everywhere, right? And he's also, does he have the pimples you can pop on him? Do we really need to rank 40% of the game's bosses? Bloodborne sucks so much ass. No, I love Bloodborne, dude. Undead Giant's okay. I think some of his hitboxes can be pretty annoying. But I think he's also okay. I'll put him around here. Like cool visual design, but not like, it's kind of satisfying to pop his pimples, I guess. You think he's a bad boss? Some of his, you know what? I'm actually gonna knock him down a little bit because some of his hitboxes are fucking bad. He's got some bad hitboxes, so I think we're gonna knock him down. Deals mega damage to stupid chain. Yeah, for sure. The brain, okay, the brain sucker is just an enemy. Like when they just reuse an enemy and they put him in there, that's like really bad. I'm calling that, that's very low tier. They did that with brain sucker. Did they do that with where is he? The man-eater boar. That's fucking lame as shit. Oh, then they also do that with like, what is it? The silver beast? Yeah, the silver beast. When they reuse the enemies as a boss, that's, yeah, does this warrant a boss? This is an enemy posing as a boss. Yeah, this is pretty fucking bad. That's going down here. Not as egregious as some of the Dark Souls 2 shit, but that's just super lazy, honestly. I don't like that they do that. Okay, I remember Keeper of the Old Lords. That's the bitch that spams the fire. She's got the fire sword, right? She's like got the witch hat and the fire sword. I really don't like this boss's ability to one-shot you and link those attacks together and one-shot you all together. I do not like that at all. Really bothers me. Beyond that, I feel like that actively like makes the fight annoying in a way that some of these other fights are not. I think she's gonna go down to the D tier. I don't like her. Yeah, she does like way too much damage too. Way too much damage. I don't like her at all. I don't remember the Forgotten Madman. Isn't the Lauren Dark Beast just Parl again? So it's just another Parl, right? I think that's what Lauren Dark Beast is. It's literally just Parl again. So we'll just put that next to this. There are more good fights in Elden Ring than the total amount of Bloodborne bosses. Where the Elden Ring is going to take it over. Yeah, it's like a slightly different Parl, right? I don't know, chat. I do not remember the Bloodletting Beast. Which one is the Bloodletting Beast? And which one is the Forgotten Madman? I don't remember. Which one of these? Yeah, I think the DLCs have different colors. Yeah. Hey Barb, happy late birthday. What's up, Shock Monster? How are you? Oh, is the Bloodletting Beast? Oh my god, dude, fuck the Bloodletting Beast. Oh my god, that boss is so fucking annoying. Hate that boss. It's another boss. You hack at his ankles. The camera is shaking like this. He also has this shit where you're fighting him and he smacks you and he jumps back. And he smacks you and he jumps back. It's so annoying because it's like you can't hit him. He's tanky as shit. Fucking hate the Bloodletting Beast, man. I hate this guy. I don't know if he's as offensive as Capra Demon or Belfry Gargoyles or Chariot. I think he's around ROM levels of annoying to me. The camera is so annoying to me. Maybe slightly better than ROM. Maybe slightly better than ROM. Just a really frustrating boss. Oh, the Forgotten Mammoth. I completely forgot about this guy. Honestly, I don't even know where to put this guy. He's just like a random NPC they gave him. I don't know. I think I'm going to put him down here as like another boss. Is Dark Souls the worst Souls game mainly because of the bosses? No, that's not just it. It's also because of the mechanics, the level design, the early game, the mid game, the late game. So it's a lot of things about Bloodborne that hold it back. Okay, so this boss, Yharnam the Tumerian Queen, this is like why you do all the chalices, because the Tumerian Queen is actually really fucking cool. She's actually a pretty cool boss. She's unique. She's got the blood sprays. She's got her attacks. She has her clones. I quite like Tumerian Queen. I like her a lot. I wish it wasn't so tedious to get to her. I think she loses points because I wish she was like a main game. Like, honestly, you know what? Put the Tumerian Queen in there and take out Rom. Like, Tumerian Queen would have been so much cooler than Rom, honestly. I'm gonna slap her here. She's got some really cool attacks. I think she belongs in the A tier. Definitely not as satisfying as something like Father Gascoigne or some of these other fights, but I'm gonna put her there in the A tier. She's really cool. She's a boss worth doing, I think. She's a boss worth doing. All right, so this is our tier list so far, chat. Starting at S+, we've now done Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Bloodborne. Now done all of those. So let's go and scroll down here. You can see this is where we have all of our bosses here. Some F tier bosses in Dark Souls 2 are from some F tier from Bloodborne. Mostly the F tier, the really bad stuff from Bloodborne is just lazy stuff, not necessarily like awful. But the One Reborn being one of the worst bosses, Rom and Mikolash. So Bloodborne's kind of all over the place, like some high tier stuff and some low tier stuff too. Yeah, very polarized for sure. One of the facts she's staggerable, the baby will kick in and stun you if you swing her too much. Does she? Does she? You know, I've only fought the Tumerian Queen like 3 or 4 times. It's possible I don't know every single mechanic in Bloodborne, honestly. It's very possible. Yeah, well, I mean, that kind of reflects how polarized I am on Bloodborne, honestly, right? No, Mikolash isn't lazy. Mikolash is just infuriating and annoying. So it's kind of different. All right, chat, we're on to Dark Souls 3. On to Dark Souls 3. Dark Souls 1, that's in a fairly good distribution of the tiers, yeah. So these 3 Demon Souls bosses on this tier list, Primeval Demon, Blue Dragon, and Red Dragon, I don't consider these bosses, and I'm not considering these. They're not bosses at all, so I'm not considering those. All right, Dark Souls 3, we're going to begin with, it's Eudix Gundyr.
Dark Souls 2 fucking sucks, and you know it.
I think Eudix Gundyr is
Dark Souls 3 height bar dumper.
It's a pretty middle tier boss. I don't think there's anything really that special about him. He's kind of a punching bag early on. You guys ever see those YouTube videos where it's like, I fought the first boss in Dark Souls 3 for 3 hours, and they like cry when they beat Eudix Gundyr? I feel like you could just stand there, not roll, and punch, 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 get hit, get up, drink, punch, 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 and you could probably beat Gundyr like that. So like, I don't really understand the like, oh my god, I finally did it. Like, I don't really understand that at all. But I mean, obviously I've played a lot of Dark Souls, but I think it's funny. Kind of feel like he belongs around here with like the intro bosses. I will say I'm gonna knock him down because I don't like when he actually has the Pus of Man attacks. I actually don't like. I think the Pus of Man shit in Dark Souls 3, where like the big dragon blobby flippy stuff, I don't like any of those in Dark Souls 3. So I'm gonna knock him down a little bit there. I think he loses points based on that, but I still think he's pretty C tier, like not all that great. Yeah, I don't like the Pus of Man stuff in Dark Souls 3. So I would have preferred if he just kept his original form there. You think he's more interesting than Vanguard? Probably. I'm also going to be probably a little bit more harsh on Dark Souls 3, considering like it's not Demon Souls. They've had years of experience. So I feel like Gundyr is actually worse of an intro boss than like Asylum Demon and some other stuff. So I'm going to knock him down a little bit. Are we going through every boss? Yeah, these are all the Elden Ring bosses we've got. We got a lot of work to do. We also have Sekiro coming up too. All right, so after Gundyr would be Vort. Where is Vort? Hey, you guys wanted me to do this. The fuck is Vort? Vort, there he is. I think Vort is solid. I like Vort definitely more than Gundyr. I don't like Vort as much as I like Cleric Beast, because I think Vort's kind of he's kind of a little laughable. Yeah, he does have the music. Hang on one second, we got to play it. Let's see, where is it? Is this here we go. It's the meme music. It's pretty solid. I think Vort is solid. I wish he was a little harder, maybe had a little more HP.
Thanks, Bart.
I think I'm gonna put him around Taurus Demon, Iron Golem, like somewhere around here, I think. Yeah, exactly. I think I'm gonna put him around there somewhere. I think if he had like 20% more HP, maybe you'd be able to see more of his attacks. Yeah, Vort does not deserve this music. I agree. I kind of agree with you on that one. He does not deserve that music. But I think he's fine. I wish he had like a little bit more HP. That's all. Let's see. All right, I'm probably gonna get some hate for this one. Somebody's gonna be mad at me and disagree with me. Curse Rotted Greatwood. I actually think Curse Rotted Greatwood is very underrated. I think he is very underrated. I feel like Curse Rotted Greatwood to me feels like he was a boss that was teleported from Demon Souls over to Dark Souls 3. Because I kind of like that he's only vulnerable in certain spots. Like he's kind of unique in that sense compared to like, here's another guy in armor that you hit him. Now, I think there's a couple things that are more annoying about Curse Rotted Greatwood. Number one, the phase 1 has all the fucking NPC shitheads running in there, and those guys, like the ads are not particularly fun in that fight. Also, when he like pisses everywhere and you gotta like stand in his urine like and try to fight him, that's not particularly fun. But I think Curse Rotted Greatwood is actually a lot better than people like talk about. I think he's a frustrating fight, but I also feel like, don't you feel like that kind of relief when you beat him? Like I think he's pretty fair for the most part. Like all of his moves are pretty well telegraphed. It's not like he's not just like, he doesn't like the One Reborn raining bullshit on your head, right? Like if you have a lot of time to deal with the fight for sure. I feel like Curse Rotted Greatwood, I'm gonna put, I wouldn't say he's like a particularly like, oh man, I really look forward to this fight, I can't wait. I think he's more challenging than Vort and like a better fight overall. I'm gonna put him here in C tier. I think he's better than people realize. I definitely don't think he's not anywhere close to the best fight in Dark Souls 3, but I think he gets kind of a bad rap. I think he gets a little bit of a bad rap. Where are the Sekiro bosses? They're all here, dude. They're all here. They're waiting. You see them? All right, so let's see. What would be our next boss then? If you were playing Dark Souls 3 normally, just kind of going through the game, what would be your next boss? What was it? Oh, Crystal Sage. Ugh. All right, where's Crystal Sage at? Let's go get Crystal Sage. Crystal Sage. You know, I feel like you can kind of see that there's like a connection here. Like okay, Crystal Sage. There was the Demon Souls boss. Where is it? Fool's Idol. Right? There was Fool's Idol. There was like the wizards that teleport and make clones of one another, right? They've been kind of doing this over and over and over. Yeah, Pinwheel, right? They make clones. I think Crystal Sage is... It's funny is that I feel like, did anybody here, press 1 in the chat if you got fucked up by Crystal Sage? Anybody here get fucked up by Crystal Sage? He can fuck you up, actually. He's no joke. Yeah, he can actually fuck you up a little bit. I think Crystal Sage is probably better realized than the Fool's Idol. I don't think he's like a particularly awesome fight overall. He's definitely not Dark Souls 3 at its best, for sure. I think he's pretty fair for the most part. I think he goes in like the C tier. I think he goes right there in the C tier. Obviously, he's not the best fight in Dark Souls 3, but I guess I'd ask, like, if you had, all right, so if you were to say you think Crystal Sage is worse, I'd ask you, what is so bad about the fight? Like, what is so bad about it? I feel like it kind of encourages you to think about using items, like maybe throwing items or like spells to deal with guys from range. Yeah, I don't know. I think the run back to him is not so bad. You can use the pillars to hide from him. That's right. You can also parry riposte. He's easy. He can be easy, but he's also fucked some people up. You think Fool's Idol is more charming than Crystal Sage? Yeah, maybe. I think what frustrates me about Fool's Idol is getting constantly trapped, like you can't move, and that was not. I felt like that was, I don't know. It's like a very frustrating experience when you can't even see. Is there a visual cue in the Fool's Idol for what traps there are there? Yeah, it helps if you use creative strategies. There's a lot of different ways you can approach Crystal Sage, I think. He later appears only as a normal enemy in the library. Yeah, that's true. The traps are tedious. Yeah, I think the traps in the Fool's Idol kind of piss me off, honestly. No way Crystal Sage is above Gundyr. Okay. There you go. Now Gundyr's above him. Are you happy now? You just see them when she casts it. Is that what it is? There you go. Crystal Sage is above. I feel like I'd rather fight Crystal Sage than Fool's Idol, honestly. Deacons of the Deep. There we are. Deacons of the Deep. All right. This is not where I'm putting Deacons of the Deep. It's just where they are temporarily. You know, I think that the cathedral in Dark Souls 3 is legit one of the coolest areas they did in the entire game. It's like legit. Like the cathedral is such a cool area. I love the cathedral. And I think that the Deacons of the Deep at the end of that is really kind of lame as a boss. Like, it's not a great boss. It's literally just a crowd of NPCs that you probably were fighting the entire time, right? Pretty lame. And then to make that worse, that's just it. You're done at the cathedral. There's nothing else to do there. You can respec at the worm lady upstairs if you want to, but there is literally like nothing else to do there. That's it. So here's what I propose. I feel like the Cathedral of the Deep should have been after Abyss Watchers and should have been connected there. And then after you do the cathedral, then you can go down to the catacombs. Like the catacombs were beneath the cathedral. And then maybe that could have linked around in a more interesting way. I just feel like it's so weird where the cathedral is located and the deacons being like, I think the worst part is that the deacons are a dead end. That's just it. There's nothing left to do there. You're done in the cathedral, and that's lame. I feel like that makes that worse. So literally just a crowd of enemies, nothing particularly exciting. I feel like that's just about equivalent of what Dark Souls 2 was doing with like a crowd of enemies. Yeah, like I guess like halfway through the fight, like the Pope shows up and then you fight him, but that really doesn't make the fight any better. I think Deacons of the Deep is pretty bad. And I think it also is kind of, I mean, I'd say maybe it's a little bit better than the Congregation or whatever, but it's still pretty far down here, honestly. Like I'll put it in the F- tier here. Like it's easier, like it's easy, but at this point with Dark Souls 3, like they should know better, honestly. Like you should really do something better with this than you did before. Yeah, you have to do Deacons because Deacons gives you the key to Irithil, and without the key to Irithil, you can't get in there. Yeah, I think it's worse. I'd say Deacons are worse. See, they're easier than Pinwheel and Capra Demon, but I'd say that they're worse, actually. Like, at least Capra Demon was kind of its own unique encounter. And Pinwheel, like, it's a crowd of enemies. It's literally just a crowd of enemies. You like their music? Let's see, what was the Deacon? I think the Deacons have good music, right? Deacons of the Deep sound. I think that's a good theme, right? It is a good theme. That's true. All right, maybe they get up to F because of all right, we'll put them in F because of their music. They go up to F tier. It's an IQ you have to figure out to kill the guy with the red aura. I don't think it's that hard for people to figure out to kill the guy that's glowing. I don't know how much of an IQ check that really is. All right, let's see. Where are Abyss Watchers? There they are. Abyss Watchers. Only putting it here temporarily. I feel like Abyss Watchers is Dark Souls 3 kind of like it's like clearing its throat. It's getting ready to sing. It's getting ready. I think Abyss Watchers are a really cool fight. I think that the individual enemies, like this is where you really feel how good the mechanics of Dark Souls 3, like the movement and the dodging, like everything feels really solid there. Couple things. I feel like in the first phase, it can be really obnoxious when you're getting gangbanged by a couple of them. I think that can be a little obnoxious. So Abyss Watchers can be annoying right there. They give you the NPC to help you out, but I don't know. Abyss Watchers can still be kind of annoying in that sense. The second phase, I think, is really where it gets cool. Abyss Watcher's second phase has a really abusable backstab. Like, you can wait for the same move and just backstab that move over and over, which is kind of disappointing. But I think Abyss Watchers, I'm going to say Abyss Watchers belongs in the A tier. I don't think it quite crosses into the S tier fights. I think it has some good music. Probably like it better than Tower Knight, maybe. I think it belongs in the A tier. I think this is where Dark Souls 3 is starting to really like, it's starting to get a bit better for sure. It's like, okay, now the bosses are getting pretty sick. It better be A tier. I wouldn't knock them below A tier. The first phase can be annoying, and the second phase to me is a bit like, yeah, it's okay. I'd argue a high, I think a high B could also be reasonable, but I think Abyss Watchers are pretty solid. I was wondering if I wanted to change something there. All right. After Abyss Watchers is High Lord Walnir. Hang on. Let's change music. And Walnir right after. Yeah, Walnir right after. Let's go back to this one. We need calm music for this. Mr. Pazak, thank you very much for the brand new sub. Really appreciate that. Get Wrecked, thank you for the 31 months. Really appreciate that. Okay, I think High Lord Walnir is a really great example of how the FromSoft artists are like the unsung heroes of the series. Like, everybody talks about the bosses and the level design, but their artists, man, are fucking awesome. Like, the art of like Walnir and Nito and Seath, and they're really cool, really cool looking bosses. The problem with Walnir is that his attacks are either fucking boring because it's like swish, he swings, or like the sword, he swings the sword and then that's it. Or he does his fucking vape attack that can like one-shot you and he crawls over. So like mechanically the fight really sucks. Like mechanically the fight is either boring or it's like a one-shot or it sucks. So I almost feel like this is almost like old Iron King round 2. Honestly, like, hit his bracelets, you kill him and it's a joke. I feel like it's kind of, I'd almost say it's almost worse in some ways, because there's really like not even a lot. At least with old Iron King, you have to worry about his attacks and shit. You're probably not going to get one. Well, I mean, you can't get one shot by old Iron King if he knocks you in the lava, but maybe he wins some points based on just the visual design, because he definitely looks cooler. But yeah, he's definitely not a great fight. I don't think Walnir is nobody's favorite fight. Now, he might be your favorite visual design, and I appreciate that, but the fight itself, I don't think he belongs much higher than up here. Yeah, he can also summon skeletons, and that makes the fight also even worse. He can do that. That's true. Let's see. All right, so down below that point is the old Demon King. He was memeing on me last time I played Dark Souls 3. I think he killed me like twice. I think old Demon King, he kind of feels like another asylum demon a little bit. Like, he literally is a demon, right? I think what's annoying about him is that I don't know if it's just me. It feels like everything he does is like a trick. It's like he swings and then it's like, quick, he farts a fireball on your face, right? Like, everything he does is like a trap that hits you. Yeah, he is optional, yeah. His like fire waves and AoEs are kind of annoying. I don't really like those. I'm gonna say he belongs down here in the C tier. I don't really care for the fight, honestly. A better Fire Sage. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely got more going on. He's unique, so he's definitely got more going on than Demon Fire Sage, but I can't say I really enjoy the fight, honestly. He also has that super cheap explosion right at the end. I fucking hate that shit. I think he belongs down here in the C tier, personally. How goes the tier list, Yapperus King? What's up, Seyfried? How's it going? Well, we're yapping. We've been yapping for a few hours now. Lots of yapping going on. Hang on. Are you guys still enjoying the yapping? High C, he's not worse than Nito. You think he's not worse than Nito? Yeah, I could maybe move him up a little bit. I don't know if I want to move him past Nito. I think he's not better than Wet Nurse, though. I think this is where I draw the line. I think Wet Nurse is better. I'm fluent in Japanese. Been here since the start. You're having a blast. Yeah, getting to him is a trial. They do put a bonfire right outside the fight, which is kind of nice though. So at least there's that. All right, let's see. I think our next fight would be why don't we do Yorm next? So Yorm is another time where they did the Storm Ruler. They did the Storm Ruler gimmick and the Yorm fight. I would say that the Yorm, I'm not sure why they're so married to the Storm Ruler gimmick, right? I'm not sure why they're so married to it. I guess I enjoy, like, Yorm is a cool spectacle, and I guess I enjoy it more than Storm King. It looks cool. Is it like a mechanically awesome fight that's like really interesting? Like, not really. It's just like dodge, charge it up, hit him. I don't know. I think somewhere in the C tier. I'm gonna put it above Storm King for sure. I think I'm gonna put it here. Like, better but not great. I have fought him without Storm Ruler. I mean, it's whatever. It's not great. He doesn't have that many attacks. Yeah, it's just, I don't know. It's just not a great fight. It's okay. I never, Yorm is like another chore I have to do in Dark Souls 3. It's like, I just want to get to the good bosses. Let me go down and like, and yeah, I fought him without the thing before. Fighting without without Storm Ruler, it doesn't make the fight better. It just makes it take longer. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I don't really like Yorm, honestly. I'm not a big fan. Right, he looks awesome, and then it's just another stupid gimmick fight, right? A low C at best. Now, Pontiff Sulivan, I think is a fucking fantastic boss. I think he's fantastic. I think that his arena is, hang on, where's the music? Where's the music? I think that his arena is fucking sick. Dude, let's put that music on. His arena is sick. His music is sick. I love his intro. His attacks can be very oppressive, but this is kind of where Dark Souls 3 is like, okay, we're done fucking with you. Now it's time to get your ass fucking whooped. Now you can parry the shit out of Pontiff Sulivan for sure. I feel like he is a very cool boss. Very, very cool boss. I also think he's kind of interesting where he creates the ghost form, and the ghost form like will show you which attacks for sure, like which ones he's gonna do. I think that sometimes where it's like, I think there's a question of like, are the boss's combos beginning to get out of hand? Because he's like, and it's like, man, what the fuck, right? Like, how many goddamn attacks? And it's not like Bloodborne where you can like bang shoot him, right? Now you can parry him, but parrying in parrying in Dark Souls 3 is not as baked into the game's mechanics as it is in Bloodborne, right? So you can't really interrupt Sulivan. It's also unclear what you can or can't parry. Yeah, so like maybe the combos are getting a little out of hand, but I think Pontiff Sulivan deserves a solid, I'm gonna put him at the top of A, bordering on S tier, like almost getting there. Yeah, I mean, you could parry the shit out of him, no doubt, for sure. But I like Pontiff Sulivan a lot. I fought him a number of times. I fought him without parrying. I feel like I knock him down a little bit because of like excessive combos, and like sometimes it can just be like really oppressive. Give him S. I could see giving Pontiff Sulivan an S tier. I could see it. All right, yeah, I think he deserves S tier. I think it's fair. I think S tier is fair. I think that just the things that hold him back, there's not that many things that hold him back. I think he deserves the S tier. Got him first try. He's S for sure. A plus, yeah. I feel like I like Gascoigne and Ludwig better, but I think Sulivan's a step above these other bosses for sure. I don't feel like the clone is awful, because the clone's interesting in that it like lets you know which attack is coming and shit. I don't know. I don't think the clone is terrible. Aldrich. I feel like I have to knock down Aldrich just based on that fucking arrow attack, man. My God, that fucking arrow attack is so annoying. The like, God, I hate that fucking attack. The magic spam is not enjoyable. Like visually, he's like a blob with Gwendolyn on top. I don't know. Where would I keep him? Maybe somewhere around this tier. Probably better than Scorpioness. Probably better than this. Probably better than Throne Watcher and Defender. Probably better than Crystal Sage. Better than Moon Presence. Yeah. Better than Phalanx. It's like usually, so what I'm doing is I'm going until I'm like, he's not better than that. Okay, I don't think he's better than Marigo's Wet Nurse. So I'm going to put him right there in the C tier. He's not particularly exciting. He can be really spammy with his arrows, and that can be kind of annoying. I think I'm going to put him right there. I think he belongs in the C tier. Yeah, he's not exactly the most fun fight in the game, for sure. Definitely not a super enjoyable fight. Dancer of the Boreal Valley. I think Dancer of the Boreal Valley is a really, really good boss. I think it's a really good boss. It's got a lot of moves, very well telegraphed, super cool environment. Hang on, let's just put on the music. Dancer of the Boreal. There we go. Let's music on. Like the haunting music. Hi movie. Hi cutie. Our fever's all gone. No fever's good. Good girl. Happy girl. Yeah, when people talk about the really good bosses in Dark Souls 3, I feel like something that holds back Dancer for me is sometimes she will attack you relentlessly, right? And then sometimes she'll like walk around and like you just smack her until she dies. Like it's kind of weird, right? I don't know. The OP grab is rough. She just kind of walks around and dies. Oops. Dude, imagine if I lost all my progress here. Too overpowered if you progress normally. I feel like I want to put her in the A tier or the S tier, not S plus. A tier or S tier. Yeah, she can be very passive. Right, yeah, sometimes she can just fucking die on you. It's a little weird. Now, I feel like Pontiff Sullivan does not do that. I think I'll put Dancer in the high A tier. High A tier. Don't think it quite crosses into the S tier. Still a very good fight. Really fun. And a solid, enjoyable fight. Looks fantastic. The music is fantastic. There's a lot going for it. There's a lot going for that fight. Let's see. That's fair. Oseros. Oseros is the guy who's screaming about you ignorant slaves. Have you finally taken notice of my ocelot? Oseros. I have a grudge against Oseros because of the instant charge. I fucking hate that attack. Don't like that attack. Aside from that, I think Oseros is pretty fucking fair. He's kind of like a mini dragon fight in his own way. He's definitely not a bad boss for sure. I would say he kind of belongs somewhere around here. Maybe right here. Yeah, he's solid. B, the arena can be, yeah, the arena can be a little jank for sure. I feel like he belongs in the C tier. Not particularly memorable, right? Like some cool lore, I guess. I'm gonna put him in the C tier, kind of middle. I feel like I'd rather fight. I'm gonna put him a little bit lower for sure. I think that's where he's going. The dickhead that guards his fog gate. Yeah, he does actually have an annoying run back. Getting back to Oseros is actually pretty frustrating. It's a long run back, believe it or not. Champion Gundyr. Champion Gundyr. So this is them reusing Gundyr from the beginning of the game. And oh man, this guy will whoop your fucking ass for sure. He might be one of the hardest bosses to heal against in the entire series. Like he is just shoulder check, charge at you. You can parry the shit out of him, but I feel like he's just a very solid, really enjoyable fight. Oh, I lost music. Hang on. That was the end. Let's go back to this. I think I'm gonna put Champion Gundyr. I think I like him better than Pontiff. I think I'm gonna put him there. I think he's a really, really good boss. I think he looks cool. You feel like a badass when you beat him. He is a badass. I think you get his weapon, right? His weapon is cool. Like, it's just a cool fight. And what a cool way to reuse the intro boss. And like, oh, you remember the intro boss? Now he's gonna fucking whoop your ass. Like, it's pretty fucking sick. Champion Gundyr is a really good boss. Dragon Slayer armor. I think Dragon Slayer armor is another fucking sick ass boss. I kind of like the addition of the shield too, because it kind of changes the essence of the fight. His attacks, like, he's so aggressive. He's got those big fucking slam, the lightning attacks. I think one thing I don't like about Dragon Slayer is I don't feel like the dragons on the side that spam the shit at you, I don't think those were necessary. I feel like if they wanted to make a second phase harder, I feel like they should have done something different. I don't like that. I'm gonna put him in the A tier, and I don't think he crosses into S tier for me. I'm gonna put him in the A tier. I'm gonna put him near Dancer. I'm gonna put him slightly above Dancer. Doesn't quite cross over in S tier. I don't like the meatball attack. I think if you take out the meatball attack, maybe give him a little more HP or something. But I love his moveset. I love his aggression. He's a really cool boss. I think without the meatballs, maybe that would have been too boring. Maybe he needed a few more attacks, like a better phase 2 or something like that. But well, the problem with Lady Maria, Lady Maria's problem, it's not that there's anything wrong with the fight, is that she's too staggerable. And she doesn't have enough HP. So if you gave Lady Maria more HP, I feel like she would easily be in the S tier. But that's the problem with Lady Maria. It's not even really her fault. She's a great boss for sure. His moveset is not that interesting. Champion Gundyr, or excuse me, Dragon Slayer armor. I mean, maybe. I mean, I say he's an A tier. I think he's an A tier. The Lothric Princes. I think the Lothric Princes are F? You think they're F? I don't know, man. I think the Lothric Princes are a really fucking solid fight. I think that they're really solid. I don't think I like them as much as I like Dancer or Dragon Slayer armor. I think maybe right here. They're a fun fight. The second phase can be a little spammy sometimes with the magic. Oh, play the Lothric soundtrack here. Let's see. Lothric Princes OST. Let's play it. I do have good music. How is Champion Gundyr so high? I think Champion Gundyr is fantastic. I think he's a really fun fight. There are some fights where it's like in the Souls game, it's like, oh yeah, I'm gonna whoop your ass. I think Gundyr is one of those fights where it's like, shit's real now. Nah, you can't run away and heal. I'm gonna fucking charge your ass. Yeah, he's good for sure. I think the Lothric Princes are good. I think sometimes it feels like they're doing the same attack over and over, of like the guy is doing the yeah. They're a solid fight. A tier, good boss, like another good boss along the way. No complaints. Ancient Wyvern. I'm gonna put Ancient Wyvern around here, which is like where a lot of the story bosses have been. It's like it's barely a boss at all. You just do one plunging attack and it's over. It's also really annoying if you miss the plunging attack, because then you got to do it all over again. Gimmick shit. See, it's like they keep trying gimmick fights. Like you can see there's a lot of gimmick fights ended up down here in the bottom tiers. They keep trying gimmicks, but it's like they don't understand which gimmicks are actually good or bad, right? So nah, if you fight Ancient Wyvern normally, he fucking sucks too, dude. I don't know, man. Yeah, I don't think Ancient Wyvern, I think Ancient Wyvern shouldn't have been a boss. Don't give him a boss health bar, right? Plunging attack is the most reliable move in the game. I don't like Ancient Wyvern at all. I feel like it was just kind of lame. Nameless King. Yes, the dragon phase can be annoying. Yes, the dragon phase can be annoying. I understand. I don't think the dragon phase is as hard. I think what happens is you died and then you got frustrated, and then when you're frustrated, you're not playing well. So then you're getting mad at the dragon phase, and then you're dying over and over, and then you're getting mad and you're mad and you're mad. It's like a mad loop you get stuck in. I don't think the dragon phase is that bad at all because it dies pretty fast. It's not like that hard. And I think Nameless King is literally one of the best fights they've ever done. I think that it's extremely well telegraphed. It looks amazing. He's got a fantastic moveset. I feel like I actually would put him, I think he might be one of the best bosses we've seen thus far, actually, because he's not, one of my problems, I don't like Orphan of Kos phase 2. I have no problems with Nameless King phase 2, or Nameless King's attacks. I think Nameless King is literally one of the best bosses they've ever done. I think he's fucking fantastic. I think it's one of the reasons you buy Dark Souls 3. There's no bad run back. The run back is killing the dragon, but you can kill the dragon really fast. You can kill the dragon super fast. And if you don't like the fight, I understand, but I think he's literally, one of the best bosses they've ever done. Here, let's put on his music. See, what's his music like? Oh yeah, dude. Yeah, the phase 1 is, if there was anything that was gonna knock the fight down, it would be phase 1. Would it be so bad in the Souls games? You kill the dragon, then you come back, and then the next phase, like if you die to Nameless King, then you come back, you don't have to fight the dragon again. Would that be so bad? I don't feel like that would be so bad. Same with like Sekiro. Like, you killed Genichiro, you died to Ishin. Do I have to kill Genichiro again? I mean, I don't know. I think that there's room for debate on there. I still think Nameless King is probably one of the best bosses we've seen in this entire list so far. So I'm putting him up there for sure. I think I like, looking at this, I think I like Orphan better than Artorias. I think I'm going to move that there a little bit. Would you though with ONS? No, because that's a different kind of fight, I guess. But I just think there's room for debate. Yes, room for debate. Soul of Cinder. I think Soul of Cinder is really cool. Obviously the music and I think the double health bar is totally respectable. He has so many moves, which is really cool. It's cool when a boss can do so many different things.
Sucks, and you know it.
Soul of Cinder, A tier for sure.
I'm gonna say Soul of Cinder. I'm gonna say, let's see. I think he's at least an A tier. Do I think S tier? The atmosphere of that fight is epic. Yeah, I think Soul Cinder's an S tier for sure. I think that one of the things that might be disappointing, like maybe he could have used a little more HP or something. If you do the DLC and then fight Soul of Cinder, it might be kind of disappointing, but it's a really fun fight. I really enjoy that fight. You can't rank Soul lower than Gwyn. Yeah, I mean, well, you have to take into account like when the games were made too, because Dark Soul. I think Gwyn, and like if you compare all the bosses, like you can clearly see that the technology has helped the development of the games better. You know what I'm saying? Like the games have gotten much better about that. Oh, this is the Abyss Watchers music. Maria gets an A for low HP, but Soul of Cinder doesn't. Well, Soul of Cinder also has 2 health bars, and Soul of Cinder has a lot more moves than Maria, I think. You can't really stun lock Soul of Cinder either. But I mean, it's not like they're not close. I don't know. It's not like they're not close. Maybe I like Pontiff more than Soul of Cinder. I think I'll put him there. Yeah, Soul of Cinder is not as much of a punching bag either. That's for sure, right? How they do it? Yeah, I like all the different forms of it for sure. Although the scimitar form is so fucking annoying. Oh god, I hate that form. All right, we're almost done with Dark Souls 3, chat. Champion, Grave Tender, and Wolf. So this is the guy in the Snow DLC. He's the guy with the shield, and then he's got some wolves, and then the big wolf shows up. Honestly, lame. Honestly, a lame fight. I guess the big wolf is okay, but yeah, especially for DLC, you kind of wish there'd be more, right? You kind of wish there'd be more to it. Really nothing too unique about it. I think I'm going to put him down here in the E tier. Put him down here in the E tier. Yeah, well, Seath is really the gatekeeper here. Are you better than Seath? I feel like Seath wins more points because he's more unique. So, Sister Frida. I think Sister Frida, I think 3 health bars for a boss is pretty fucking outrageous. Like 3 fucking health bars, like, oh my god. I think that visually Sister Frida is incredibly cool. Like really fucking cool. The second phase, kind of forgettable when you got the Shrieking Man with the bowl. I think the third phase is also really cool. Man, that third phase is rough if you got a slow weapon. I think that's going to get knocked down to me to an S tier. I think the 3 health bars, the second phase, like, I don't know. I think they could have done something to reorganize that fight to be a little bit better. I'm putting that there in the S tier. Yeah, it might be the hardest Dark Souls 3 fight. Phase 2 Titanite Slab is amazing. I think it deserves S tier. It deserves S tier. How is ONS not S+? ONS gets knocked down from S+ because of Ornstein's jank, which it can be really frustrating to deal with. The start and stop and the moving around, it can be really like annoying. It's like there's little moments like that that remind you like you're not immersed in the video game, you're playing a video game. Same with like man-eaters, like start and stop in the air. It's like kind of takes you out of it a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit janky. Now it's still like a really great fight for sure, but I think Sister Frida belongs here, somewhere around here for sure. Fantastic fight, obviously. Fantastic fight. Love that fight. Demon Prince. I actually really like the Demon Prince fight. So Demon Prince, you fight the 2 demons. Now it's another duo fight, right? But the nice thing about the Demon Princes is that they actually take turns, because they have like fire mode where it's like rah, 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 rah. And then they have like the poison mode where they kind of are more passive and they spit shit at you, and they often trade. Also, depending on which Demon Prince you kill, the second boss is different, which is also kind of cool. So I feel like there's some cool ideas in Demon Princes. I think some of the giant lasers and giant AoEs can be a little annoying to avoid, but I think it's a solid fight. I think it's probably one of the better duo fights they've done. I think I'm gonna put Demon Princes right there. Demon Princes are pretty solid. They're a good fight for sure. I like Demon Princes. Best duo fight, IMO. It seems like they kind of like they were cooking with Demon Princes when it came to duo bosses and figuring shit out. They're a cool design. It's a cool arena. I like Demon Princes. They're solid. You think it's the best duo boss they've ever made? We'll wait until we get to Gotskin duo, man. Half-Light. You know, I'm gonna put Half-Light next to Old Monk, where it's like a PvP boss. And you know, I remember, you know what's funny is that the PvP people, what's this one? Oh, is this the Yorm theme? For some reason, whenever I do Dark Souls 3 PvP, the people who fight me in the Half-Light, they seem like they suck at the game. I don't know what it is. They're always so bad. I don't know why. I've never lost to somebody, I think, at Half-Light. It's a fine theory. I feel like it's kind of annoying that they get their ads in there. I'd like to see the idea of I feel like a PvP boss would be really cool, but I just feel like they haven't really got it yet. I don't know. Something about it. Cool idea. Doesn't actually really mesh well with the game's mechanics. And you know, I don't know, there's also going to lead, because like in general I feel like this is a reflection of how I don't really care for the PvP in the games in general, right? So I don't really care for that either. So yeah, I think Half-Life's not great, or Half-Life, excuse me, not Half-Life. I like Half-Life. You like Half-Life. All right, so we got 3 bosses left in Dark Souls 3. 2 bosses left, excuse me. Dark Eater Midir. I think Midir is the best dragon they've ever done. I think Midir is the best dragon they've ever done. I think that it can be kind of annoying to chase Midir down when you're new, because when you're new to the game and you're fighting for the first time, it's like you keep chasing after Midir and you're like trying to hit him in his leg or his tail. Here's the trick. Target Midir's head and he's gonna do his like bite, bite, and then he's gonna have his head down, and that's where you hit him in the head. That's where you do the big damage. Now chasing Midir can get a little tedious, but honestly, once you've like spent some time with the fight, he's incredibly fair. The spectacle of the fight is awesome. He doesn't even have as much HP as you think he does, because at like around like the 1/3 health bar, he gets stunned no matter what, and you can do a massive critical attack on him. So he's actually not so bad. I think he literally is the best dragon they've done. I'm putting him here in S tier. I feel like he gets knocked down a little bit because chasing him can be, sometimes he can run away from you, which would be kind of obnoxious, but I literally think he is one of the best dragon fights they've ever done. Literally one of the best dragons they've ever done. Very cool. I think Placiduous X is worse than Midir. I think Placiduous X is worse, personally, but the Placiduous X is also good. Yeah, a lot of running for sure. A lot of running. Okay, well, I'm not gonna beat around the bush here. I think Slave Knight Gale is an S+ ranking fight. I think that this is again one of the best fights they've ever done. Yeah, I think he's right up there. He might, you know what, he doesn't have an annoying phase 1 the way Nameless King does. He may even be better than Nameless King. Here's something encouraging for us if you're waiting for Shadow of the Erd Tree. I think the person in charge of the, I could be wrong, correct me on this, I think the person in charge of the Shadow of the Erd Tree DLC was like the head director of the DLC of Dark Souls 3. It was like the same person. Play Slave Knight Gale music? Yeah, sure. I think it was the same person who did that. So if that's what we're in store for, like, man, holy shit, right? Yeah, I'm not sure. No. There's like another sub director at like the person who was in charge of like Dark Souls 3 development. I don't know the name of the person, but yeah, I mean, I love the Slave Knight Gale fight. He's incredibly fair. The spectacle is amazing. His attacks are awesome. I fucking love Slave Knight Gale. I love Gale. I don't see how you couldn't. I can see like maybe he's like a little tanky. I could see that, but like, oh, stop whining. You know, like he's fine. He's a good fight from the get-go. It doesn't turn good. Yeah, like at the start, it's like, oh man, this boss is sick, and then it's like, oh shit. No, it's not Tan. No way, it's not. There's no way it's Tanamura. We're gonna get Prowling Magus ×2. Yeah, Slave Knight Gale is I really feel like Slave Knight Gale is just an incredible boss. Really incredible boss. One of the reasons why you play the entire series. That's one of the reasons why you play the entire series. So yeah, if you love Dark Souls, you love Slave Knight Gale. I don't think I've ever heard any legitimate complaints about Slave Knight Gale, except like he's a little tanky or something. Maybe the lightning in phase 2 is a little obnoxious, like maybe. But yeah, Dark Souls 3 definitely got a lot of stuff right for sure. Yeah, they nailed it with that one. All right, well, that's Dark Souls 3, chat. That's Dark Souls 3. We have now here. Let's take a quick look at the tier list here. Dark Souls 3 has 2 S tiers. So actually, Dark Souls 3, Dark Souls 1, and Bloodborne all have 3 S+ tiers. Dark Souls 3 has 1, 2, 3, 4 A tier, or 5, excuse me, 5 A tier fights. That's, or excuse me, S tier. So that's 8 Dark Souls 3 fights are in the S+ S tier in my opinion. The highest Dark Souls 2 fight is 1 at the A tier.
Lost is bad and you should feel bad.
Kermalerm, thank you for the 38 months. Thank you, Kermalerm. Appreciate that, dude. Very high, yeah, very high quality overall. But yeah, here's the rest of them down here.
Life is going well for you.
Kermalerm, thanks so much. Raztag, thanks so much for the 22 months. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Kermalerm. Here, I'm scrolling through the tier list here so you guys can see. We still have, guys, we still have all this. You guys excited? Excited? Fume Knight Rob. Hey, I gave Fume Knight A tier. I gave Fume Knight A
Would
tier.
someone's weapon, heavy/light, influence how difficult they think each boss is?
I actually do think that if you fight Frida with a slow weapon, you're gonna get your shit pushed in, because she is gonna fucking kick your ass, dude. All right, let's see. Let's start up with Sekiro, guys. What are the two colors on Sekiro? I don't know. Maybe like main bosses or side bosses. I'm not sure. I don't know why these three bosses for Demon Souls. These aren't even bosses in Demon Souls. It's like whoever made this tier list. I don't know who made this tier list. Okay, so let's say for Sekiro, we're going to start off with like what? Samurai General? How many Samurai Generals are there for Sekiro? I love Sekiro. Sekiro is pretty fucking different in its own respect. Good pace to finish around midnight. I think that the Samurai Generals in Sekiro they're pretty straightforward. They don't have any crazy tricks. They're just a couple. They're there to teach you the sword swing, parry, jump. They're just kind of basic. To me, that's kind of like Asylum Demon and the early beginning bosses. I guess I would put them maybe around here. Nothing really too special about them. They're kind of tutorials, right? Now, if you're fighting lots of other enemies, they can definitely be annoying for sure. But they're there to kind of teach you, honestly. They're there to kind of teach you. But let's put on some Sekiro music. Let's see. Put on some, since we're in Sekiro, right? Yeah, they're kind of tutorial bosses. It feels like you shouldn't be too critical on a tutorial boss. You know what I'm saying? You shouldn't be too critical. Let's see. So after that, we have Chained Ogre. Where is Chained Ogre? There's Miss Noble. Where the fuck is Chained Ogre? Headless. There he is. Chained Ogre ×2. What do we think of Chained Ogre, chat? What do we think of Chained Ogre? I feel like the Chained Ogre has a lot of character, dude. Dude, he fucking power bombs you and throws your ass over the side. That's pretty fucking cool, man. I kind of have an affinity for these bosses that will fucking just whoop your ass. Chained Ogre will fucking like tombstone you and throw you off the edge. And I feel like it kind of teaches you, like, I feel like what is, so all right, here's another question. Jarrett, thank you for the 8 months. South Red, thank you for the 34 months. Appreciate that. Here's another question about Chained Ogre. What do you think was the point? Like, if you're the game, put yourself in the game designer's shoes. What do you guys think was the point of Chained Ogre? Like, why is Chained Ogre that boss? Is there like a point to him? Dodging grabs, fuck your shit up. He's a teacher. What's he trying to teach you? Your brother is stuck on Chained Ogre. Teach you that those enemies are weak to fire. Show you that the game isn't like Souls. Plus, I feel like the Samurai General is there to teach you how to parry and like some basic, like the kind of basic combat. And then, well, I don't know what the Chained Ogre's there. You can't parry everything. Like, so Chained Ogre is maybe there to teach you like parrying is not enough. You also have to, like, some enemies you're going to have to engage in a different way. And maybe that lesson comes back to you when you fight Guardian Ape, right? Parry is not the only solution. I like Chained Ogre. I feel like Chained Ogre to me is kind of almost like Cleric Beast, in the sense like he's such an ass whooper. Like, is he like a super fun fight? Like, not really, but well, he kind of is. I don't know. It's an enemy. To me, it's like an enemy that it's almost fun to get your ass whooped by him. Like, no, power bomb, throw your ass over the side. He gets a lot of points just based on his. He also has like the wrestling drop kick, like the Zangief. Like, yeah, he's so extra. Like, he has a lot. He succeeds and he gets a lot of character. Yeah, for sure. Throwing you off the cliff. Exactly. I like Chained Ogre. He gets a B tier for me, I think. Kind of like Cleric Beast and a boss that's gonna, like a tutorial boss that's gonna whoop your ass. The People's Elbow. Yeah, exactly. Now let's see. Where the fuck is the Blazing Bull? There he is. Blazing Bull. All right, chat. Blazing Bull. What do we think? B tier. D, E. I feel like the Blazing Bull, I'm like mostly leaning towards D. I feel like the Blazing Bull, if you try to fight the Blazing Bull head on, I feel like it's horrible because he's causing you burn. His hitboxes are not like super like telegraphed, right? I don't know. Now, if you don't understand the mechanics, it's terrible. So usually when I fight Blazing Bull, I run behind him over and over and I just wail on him for a long time. And it's a fight that's not utilizing Sekiro's mechanics very well. And I just don't really like Blazing Bull, honestly. So yeah, a lot of ass pokes. It's a teaching boss. So like, I feel like Chained Ogre is a better, more fun teacher than Blazing Bull. I think Blazing Bull ends up pretty far down actually for me. I like the look of the boss, like I like the idea of it, but it's just not that enjoyable to me. Not sure where I'd put him. I guess I like Blazing Bull more than Demon of Song, so I think he goes down to E tier. Not my favorite fight at all. I understand that Sekiro needs variety in its boss fights, but I just don't enjoy Blazing Bull at all. I don't enjoy it. Yeah, he's got some fucking janky hitboxes too. So look at that. Did they separate Genichiro? Shouldn't Genichiro just be a boss? All right, let's say Genichiro. All right, so we're on Genichiro. I think Genichiro is a fantastic boss. I think he's fucking fantastic. He's there to teach you. I think Genichiro is there to teach you parrying still, more parrying. He's also there. I think he's kind of there to teach you like, hey, be aggressive, keep fighting him, stay in the fight. And this is where you really get into the rhythm of like, yeah, I understand Sekiro. Oh, I forgot Gyobu. We got to do Gyobu. I think that Genichiro to me makes it up to an S tier. He's a really fun fight. I think he's also got some character. Like he also, people talk about input reading. He actually, when you heal, he shoots a bow and arrow at you from far away. And I like his attacks. I like the second phase with the lightning too. I just think he's a really cool fight. I'm not sure why I'd rank him. Like maybe I want to rank him. I guess I'll keep him where he is. He's kind of a get good boss, right? So there's like the inner bosses. I haven't done these inner bosses in so long. I'm not gonna do the inner bosses here. All right, we got to do Gyobu. What do you guys think of Gyobu? That's an interesting one. You have to learn how to play. What do you guys think of Gyobu? A plus, S. I would not want to give Gyobu an S tier. He's an easy A boss. You think he's too easy? Do Demon Bell, no Kuro Charm, man. Fuck that. B. I think Gyobu is solid. I would not give him A tier. I think he's a solid boss. I like the variety in there. I probably like him here. I think I'm gonna put him maybe like here. I think it's cool. I think he's a cool boss. I think he's a higher B, like a B plus. Yeah, I think I like Gyobu more than Chained Ogre. Also, like he's definitely more fun to fight. He's a mix of attacking him and kind of like Chained Ogre, like avoiding the bigger hitbox. But yeah, I think he's a solid fight, but not the best in the game for sure. Here, let's change our music here. Let's go back to this. A little more calm. Let's see. Lady Butterfly. Oh, wait, we have, what about the Shinobi Hunter? Where's that guy? Before we do that one. Looking for, oh, Shinobi Hunter. So before you get to Lady Butterfly, you have to kill the Shinobi Hunter. I feel like the Shinobi Hunter is kind of another tutorial boss of like, have you bought Mikiri yet? If you don't have Mikiri, Shinobi Hunter is like twice as hard. I think one of the things that bothers me about Shinobi Hunter is that he has like 5 NPCs around him. That's kind of obnoxious. I don't think he needed that many guys around him, honestly. So he's got like an archer on the left side. He's got the 2 shield guys in front. He's got an axe guy in the top right corner. I feel like he didn't need those. Now, ignoring that, I feel like he's a pretty fun fight on his own. But the ads there are pretty frustrating for sure. 8 pound, thanks sub, thank you very much. Now if you fight him on his own though, like if you actually can get him on his own, he's actually like a pretty enjoyable fight. I'd say we're gonna knock him down. Let's knock him down right below Maneater. Like he's okay, he's all right. On his own, he's a B. Otherwise, he's not. I'm gonna balance it and say it's a C, and that's a little bit a part of the fact that he's just a random dude, and there's a lot of NPCs around him. So when Sekiro at a few parts has way too many NPCs around the enemies. Out of all the games, honestly, Sekiro is the worst about fighting multiple enemies at the same time. It's awful. Like you're fighting multiple enemies at the same time in Sekiro, like you can't parry, you can't get anything in. It just really, really sucks. It really, really sucks. Okay, so that takes us to Juzu the Drunkard, right? Where's he at? Where is Juzo the Drunkard? I'm looking for him. I don't see him. Both have crazy. I'm trying to find him. Just finding him is a challenge here. I never fought Juzo straight up. I just you just cheese him. The last one in Sekiro. Oh, there he is. Okay, so there's actually multiple Juzos. So it's kind of weird that they don't separate the multiple Juzos because each one kind of has a lot of NPCs around them. The first one has the shield guys and like a bunch of NPCs. And then the second one, I think, has the folding screen monkeys, right? Or not just the regular monkeys, not the folding screen monkeys. I think that Juzo in general is actually a pretty cool fight. Like you can parry him, you can damage him. I think he's kind of okay. I'm gonna knock him down just because there's so many NPCs around him though. Like there's just way too many guys. Yeah. I mean, it really is the game. Oh, it's the glutton has the monkeys. Okay, so that's a different guy, I guess. Yeah, too many enemies around him that make him pretty frustrating to deal with. Yeah, I mean, he is a fun fight. Like he's not a bad fight. I feel like if he didn't have all the NPCs around him and you had to deal with that every fucking time, every time you die, you got to deal with them all over again. I'd probably be tempted to put him at B or even A tier, honestly. But the NPCs knock it down a little bit for me, honestly. It knocks that fight down a bit. Dealing with those guys if you die is a chore. Okay, now that takes us to Lady Butterfly. I think Lady Butterfly is... Let's see. I think Lady Butterfly is going to be somewhere in the A ranking. Somewhere in the A ranking. I feel like it's a really cool fight. Really cool visual. You can parry her. I think the clones attack, like I feel like the snap seed clone attack, like, you know, it's weird. The game's like, use the snap seed to get rid of her illusions. At that point in the game, there's literally like one snap seed. Like the game never gives you more snap seeds. So like, what was even the fucking point of all that shit? Like, yeah, the game gives you like one, actually. It's weird. So I don't know. I feel like the illusion attack is like not super well realized as like an even thing that they do. I guess I'm kind of curious, when did they intend the player to fight Lady Butterfly exactly? When did the player intend for that? I don't know. I guess it depends on when you get there, how many snap seeds you have. But her moveset is pretty fun. She's pretty unique. I think I'm comfortable putting her around here somewhere. I think I'll put her above Old King Allant, but maybe worse than these Dark Souls 3 bosses. I think I'll put her there. After the big snake. So yeah, I'm going to put Lady Butterfly in the A tier. I think she's solid. She's pretty solid. Cool fight. Let's see. Do we have the spear Sekiro guys? Where are the spear Sekiro guys? You can have 6. There are snapsies in the general behind the ogre. Interesting. Yeah, I just feel like that attack is just, I mean, even still, it's not even that hard of an attack. You can also just run, right? Like just run, and that attack will not even do much to you. So it's kind of a weird, like, whatever. Snake Eyes, Tokujiro. I'm looking for the spear guys. Oh my god, is this the guy from the fucking tutorial? Leader Shinigori Yamauchi. Is this the fucking tutorial guy? Is that guy? He's just, oh, that's the fucking tutorial guy. I mean, I guess I'll put him here with like the samurai general. Like he's kind of a more boring samurai general. He's not particularly hard. I guess I'll put him like there. I totally forgot about that guy. S tier, shut up. Put him with Soldier of Godric. Very cool that it's optional. Yeah, you can just run past him and not even see him, like I just did. I went right past him, right? Let's see. Looking for the spear leaders. Oh, here we go. 7 spears, Ashina. 7 spears. The 7 did anybody else press 1 in the chat if the 7 Ashina spears fucking bent you over and gave it to you hard? Press 1 in the chat if these guys fucking had their fucking way with you. Man, those spear guys do so much fucking damage. Oh my god, they're ridiculous, dude. There's some real fucking ass kickers, but they're pretty fun. I would say that they're pretty fun, memorable fights, and I would say that they're also like kind of on their own. So you don't have to fight like a shitload of NPCs to get to them, right? So I feel like they're actually pretty fun, decent fights. Maybe their damage is like a little too much because, man, those guys are brutal. Now, I don't know if they're quite as unique or interesting in their moveset. Like, I feel like, I don't know if they're quite up there at like the A tier. Maybe somewhere around here for the 7 spears. They're pretty, I feel like they're pretty fun fights overall. Now, they will fucking whoop your ass, but they also, each one, I think each one of the 7 spear fights, there's a way for you to sneak around and get a death blow on them, and you can fight them on their own. So I feel like the game kind of rewards you for exploring and experiencing and like doing those things. I disagree, because you can actually sneak around the moon viewing tower and you can actually get rid of half of the spear fight against that guy. Like if you were having trouble, explore the world more. You can cut that fight down in half. Also, in the other spear fight, you can actually get the samurai general guy on your side in that fight too. And like, so you have a lot of options with the seven spears guys. You have a lot of options against those. So I feel like that's kind of interesting that they give you those options, even if it's not like, you know, maybe the fight itself could have been a little bit different or something. Right, with the puppeteer. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. What else we got? Folding screen monkeys. This is a tough one, chat. What do you rate the folding screen monkeys? What do you rate those? So that's the fight in Senpo Temple. Oh, actually, well, we'll go ahead and do this one. F? Bad? F? Man. All right. Turn back the clock in your mind to your first playthrough. You weren't like at all like, oh man, what's going on? Like, what is this? Like, turn back to your first playthrough. Was there anything like, did you still hate it on your first playthrough? I was, but in a bad way. You hated it. I thought that the folding screen monkeys were a somewhat interesting gimmick fight. Is it the best fight in the game? No. It's almost like a weird kind of puzzle, you know, like a weird little puzzle. I think that the puzzle was maybe not super well executed, and like, because you can kind of just, most people just probably ran at the monkeys until they got it right. I also necessarily like if it's a puzzle, like they have, if you kill some of the monkeys, the terror monkeys start showing up. And I think that the terror mechanic is one of the worst things about Sekiro, honestly. Like, I hate the terror mechanic. I think I'm going to slap this down to... We're going to slap this one pretty far down, I think. I feel like I can kind of see what they were going for, but it's not a very good gimmick fight overall. I like it better than the Chandra. I like it better than that. See, Seath is a great gatekeeper here. I feel like I'm gonna put it right there. Seath is the gatekeeper of the E class, I think. Yeah, I mean, I feel like I can see what they were going for. It's not as like obnoxious as some of the really low tier things, I would say, but yeah, I think he ends up going there like an E rank. I see what they're going for, but it's not very enjoyable. It's not what Sekiro is doing the best. On the other hand, we have where is he? Armored Warrior. I think Armored Warrior is actually one of the best gimmick fights they've ever done. I think Armored Warrior is actually pretty fucking cool. I think he's very memorable. It's a boss that's like, okay, now you literally have to parry. You have no choice. Like, you have to build it up. I feel like this is one of the few times they actually got a gimmick boss right. I think his moveset's like slightly obnoxious. I don't know if I'd rank him like super high up here, but hey, you know, it seems like they're kind of getting there with their gimmick bosses. I think I'd say kind of easy. I'm gonna put him here, actually. I'm gonna put him right there. He's not particularly challenging. It's pretty memorable, especially with the Roberto, like knocking him off the cliff. Kind of a cool way to kill his boss, or to kill the boss. I think that he's not very difficult, but I think it was overall a pretty fun time. And at least, you know what? At least it was a solid gimmick. At least it was a solid gimmick for sure. Nitwit, thank you for the 9 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Nitwit. Do it for Roberto. I like Armored Warrior. I think he's solid. A solid gimmick boss. Listen, if all these gimmick bosses that ended up down here were half as good as Armored Warrior, it'd be a totally different series. All right, let's see. Snake Eyes. Snake Eyes. I'll tell you what, man. The Snake Eyes, that's another boss that probably fucked us all up on our first playthrough. These guys have a deceptive moveset. They are fucking nasty. They're nasty sons of bitches. But like, once you kind of like learn a little bit like what they are, like their moveset, I feel like they're actually pretty fun fights. But they are some nasty motherfuckers for sure. The one Snake Eye, yeah, these are the guys that have the gun. There's one in like the snowy, oh, they're ladies. It's hard to tell. There's one in like the snowy area near the Buddha head, and there's another one in the poison pool. I feel like they're pretty fun fights. I wouldn't say like I adore them, but they're solid. I think I'd put them kind of around the 7 spears. I feel like the 7 spears I have a little bit more fighting. Yeah, you can parry the grab. Yeah, you can parry the grab. Yeah, you can actually parry that grab with those guys, which that helps that fight a lot. Yeah, when you parry that grab, that gets a lot more enjoyable. So I put Snake Eyes around B. They're very challenging, and I feel like on your first playthrough, if you played Sekiro once, you'd be like, these guys are F tier, they're terrible. But once you kind of know Sekiro a little bit better, I feel like you appreciate this boss like a little bit more. Yeah, you can actually parry that one. You can parry that one. Once you know how to parry that one, it becomes a lot better. The Snake Eyes are better than Gwyn. when you compare everything, it becomes a lot harder. Let's see. Where would I put the Snake Eyes? I'll say I like the Snake Eyes better than the Ruined Sentinels, but not better than Gwyn. There you go. That's where I'll put the Snake Eyes. Really hard to, sometimes it's really hard to compare these things. You know what I mean? Really hard to compare. Give me a break. So I guess our next boss is going to be Guardian Ape. Oh, no, actually, hang on. Where's the long arm centipede? Oh, man. I mean, these guys are kind of obnoxious. You know, for a game that wants you to think about doing things like in different ways, like the centipedes are kind of annoying. Parry, 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 jump sweep, parry, 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 parry. It's kind of repetitive, honestly, and they're very one-dimensional. They're not difficult, but they're extremely one-dimensional bosses, and I'm actually going to say that that's actually kind of bad. I don't like that at all, honestly. I feel like I'm actually going to put them here on the E tier. I mean, they're scary. They're not like unfun to fight at all, but I mean, I feel like if you were to criticize Sekiro, one of the things you would say is all you do is parry. And I feel like if you looked at the long arm centipede, you'd be like, yeah, this would be it. They're interesting to look at. I mean, I just feel like they're the same fight and they use them twice. They're just not. I feel like they could have done so much. They could have been so much more, and they're not, because their moveset is incredibly limited. Also, criticism, they put two of these guys are essentially, like, one of them is not so bad. The other one's essentially in a closet, and that's really fucking annoying to fight that guy in a closet. I don't like that one, man. I don't like that. We're getting dangerously close to the greatest boss in video game history. Yeah, like fighting the long arm centipede in a fucking closet is really annoying. Really, really annoying. Let's see. Oh, Ashina Elite. These are the guys with the draw sword, that guy again, right? Those are those guys. They do the double slash on those guys. A tier? A tier? No. No, not even close. These guys, the Ashina Elite. Yeah, they do the Ashina cross. I don't like these guys very much. I feel like they're kind of cheap. It's kind of the same problem with the long arm centipede, where it's like I wish these guys were a more diverse moveset. Not a lot really going for them. Now they look cool, but they just don't do very much. This is what they do. They do the double slash. They hit you with their hilt, and then they do the sweep. Like, that's literally all they do. They have not a lot of moves. And I understand that Sekiro kind of like needed these little skill checks here or there to make sure you're paying attention, but I feel like their moveset is so limited, and they're just kind of one. They're problems that they're just like 2 + 2 = 4. Okay. 1 + 1 = 2. Okay, but they're not really that enjoyable. Also, if you do that with the red-eyed one, will just like one-shot you and shit. Like, that's not very fun. I don't like those guys very much. Now I can beat them. Okay, they're not the worst, but they're definitely not very good. Let's see. Oh, where's the Lone Shadows? I think the Lone Shadows are pretty fun to fight. I love Makiriing these guys, their kick. I think these guys are pretty fun to fight. I think 2 of them are again in a fucking closet. 2 of them are literally in a closet, and that's pretty annoying. I think one of them is fine. Yeah, they really have one of the worst cameras in the game. I think I'm going to put the Lone Shadows in the B tier. I feel like they might have been higher if they would stop putting these very agile mobile bosses in a closet, because it's just like Bloodborne. Like, my boss has become the camera, and that can be very frustrating. I think I'm going to put them below the 7 spears, but I am going to put them in this tier somewhere. I'll put them there. They are pretty fun to fight, though. They are pretty fun to fight. Yeah, they've got a cool moveset. I feel like if they were not in a fucking closet, I'd probably move them up here. But, like, I think 2 out of the 3 of them are literally in a closet. So I think they deserve to go there. Brother On, thank you for the 36 months. Really appreciate that. What is the highest ranked Sekiro boss so far? The highest ranked Sekiro boss is Genichiro Ashina. That's our highest ranked boss. I put him in the S tier. So. Let's see. All right, I don't know why they've got Headless Ape. I don't know why they've got that there, but oh, okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put Guardian Ape, and I guess is Headless Ape, we're gonna combine that. That's like the second ape fight, I guess, is how we'll do it. I think that's what they mean by this. Guardian Ape. Yeah, that's the refight, yeah. Guardian Ape. What do you guys think on Guardian Ape? What do you guys think? See what you guys think. S tier for sure. S plus. S plus, top tier. I feel like Guardian Ape. I love the visual design. He's got a fucking gigantic sword sticking through him. I love his attacks. He's so aggressive. I love the fart poison and the poop slam dunk on your fucking head. I feel like that's awesome. And man, what an like unforgettable, like you chop off his head and then he fucking comes back and starts hitting you with the sword. Like that's so fucking cool. I also love that you can actually use the spear in the second phase to drag out the centipede. That's really cool. Like the first phase is almost like it's almost like you're fighting the chained ogre again. The second phase is more of like a parry, like you can parry and do that stuff. I think my complaints. QB Bob, thanks for 500 bits. Appreciate it, dude.
Guardian 8 is the only time I went, holy fuck, fighting a from boss when it revived.
I think Guardian Ape is really, really fucking charming. Really cool. Really fucking cool boss. Complaints, I feel like the first phase sometimes the first phase feels a little flaily to me. Like the flailing all around is like, oh god. Like that can be a little obnoxious. But so much character in one boss. I think Guardian Ape deserves to be an S tier. I think that deserves to be up here. Maybe like around here. I feel like he's probably more fun to fight than Ludwig. I think I'll put him right there. I think that seems about right. Put him in S plus. I'm gonna say I don't give him S plus because I feel like the flailing is a little obnoxious in the first phase. Sometimes the first phase can take a while because he's just running away. But I think he's a really solid boss. He's really solid. No S plus. I don't think it quite cracks into one of the best fights of all time. Oh yeah, he does the terror scream too. That's right. I think that's pretty, it's very well telegraphed though. Very well telegraphed. So I don't really mind that one too much. Yeah, for sure. Now that leads us to the Guardian Ape refight, the headless ape. So the headless ape, you refight the ape later on, and then the second ape jumps in. And honestly, I feel like that was so unnecessary to have the two apes. Sekiro does not, it's very, when you're fighting one enemy in Sekiro, it feels amazing. When you're fighting two enemies in Sekiro at the same time, like it feels like you're like massively constipated and it won't come out. Like it just feels horrible, dude. Like especially in that fight where the other ape is jumping in, it's a smaller arena. Like it's just, it's very frustrating. I think that knocks it down massively, especially the fact that it is literally they're reusing the same asset also. It's a really, really unpleasant fight. I never look forward to it. I think that gets knocked down really far. I think that goes down here to the E tier because where it's going, the ape refight. I think honestly it would have just been better if they just had you refight the ape again. Like refight the headless ape one more time, but throwing in the other ape is a lot. Well, I mean, look at this. Literally, like you can see the problem here. Guardian Ape I gave S tier. Literally one of the best fights they've done. And the ape refight is terrible because fighting two of them at the same time is awful. I don't know, man. I feel like that's pretty fair. It made me laugh when I saw the second monkey though. Yeah, I think that's pretty fair. It's just not fun. It's not a fun, enjoyable fight to me at all. Let's see. Oh, dude, Mist Noble. Where's Mist Noble? Why the fuck is Mist Noble even on here? Like, this is a boss. Okay, this is a boss like Maiden Estrella and King Allant that should not have had. He should not have a boss health bar. So why does he have a boss health bar? All you had to do was kill him, and then boom, the fog goes away. Like Mist Noble did not need a boss health bar. I barely consider it a boss at all. I'm putting in here with like Ancient Wyvern, King Allant, Maiden Estrella, where it's like I feel like it almost shouldn't even be on here at all. It's a joke. So I don't know why it even has one. He tried. Now Corrupted Monk. I think Corrupted Monk is a really, really fun fight. I think Corrupted Monk is fantastic. I took a nap and I'm still doing the tier list. F tier boss with an S tier song. I think Corrupted Monk is fantastic. I think maybe Corrupted Monk could have used a few more moves. Maybe like the move, like it has a lot of moves, but I feel like I never see those moves for some reason. Maybe it's because I parry the boss too much. I don't know, but I'd say Corrupted Monk. I wouldn't go lower than A tier. I think I actually like Corrupted Monk exactly where I put Corrupted Monk. Fun, yeah, this is the ghost moveset. Fun moveset. I kind of wish it had more moves, because it kind of seems like you end up seeing like the same moves. It's the one where she does the spin, the spin, the spin, then the spin, and she got the one where she hits and hits, and then Makiri. I feel like you end up seeing kind of the same moves over and over with Corrupted Monk, maybe a few more moves. It is a fun fight to parry for sure. It is a fun fight to parry. I did miss Orin. You're right. Where is Orin? Orin of the Water. I do like the reveal when she's like, you're talking to her and she's like, oh, hey, what's going on? Hi, NPC. And she's like, she draws a sword. She's like, fuck you, bitch. I do like that reveal. That's a cool reveal. I think the fight's like, it's mostly just a parry check, but at least her moveset is more interesting than the long arm centipede and the Ashina Elite. I think I kind of detract some points from her because you can't even really attack her. Like attacking her is kind of pointless. So it's kind of one-dimensional in that sense. You can put on, I guess you can put on Divine Confetti and try to attack her like that, but it's honestly just kind of pointless. I kind of feel like she ends up somewhere here, I think. Because you never parried her. Like, how do you fucking damage her? I think she goes in the C tier. Maybe she gets a few more points because the reveal is kind of cool. Okay, I think she's cooler than Dark Lurker. I think I'm gonna put her there. That's where she belongs in the C tier. Oh, have you poisoned Orin? Have you poisoned her? I don't think I've ever poisoned Orin. I don't really feel like it's cool. The reveal is cool, and then it's like clang, 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 jump sweep, and then she kind of does like the same attacks over and over. Like she's not a very interesting fight. At least something. There has to be some points that go towards how diverse a boss moves pool is, and Orin does not have a lot of she doesn't have a lot of moves. Doesn't have a lot of moves, so that kind of detracts points from her, I think. So I did not know she was weak to Sabamaru. I did not know that, actually. For Ampersand, thank you for the 4 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you for Ampersand. Let's see. Let's go ahead and let's do the Shichimen Warriors. Bro, I hate these fucking bastards. I hate these guys. I think that a part of the problem with the Shichimen Warriors is that terror constantly building up. And the way terror builds up in Sekiro is kind of shit. Bullshit me. And the fact that they require Divine Confetti also is very frustrating. And their moves are not fun to deal with. Like they're spamming you with the Kamehamehas. They're running away from you. They're disappearing. Like they're just a pain. They're a pain, and there's no reward for doing it, really. I feel like they're kind of down here. They're down here in the F tier, honestly. I don't like the Shichimen Warriors. I never do them if I can help it. Similarly, I think I'm also going to put the Headless here. Headless are another boss. I guess I prefer the Headless slightly over the Shichimen Warriors. But like, terror is like a half-baked mechanic that instantly kills you. And fighting the Headless is a pain in the ass. It's just awful. And the reward for it is terrible. So yeah, I think these deserve to be here. Now, I don't think they're quite as bad as some of these other things. They're not quite as laughable as like Covetous Demon or some of these other things, but they're pretty bad. And honestly, if somebody was like, hey, I'm having trouble with the Headless, man, I'm not really enjoying Sekiro, I'd be like, ignore them. Just fucking ignore them, and you'll start enjoying the game again. Yeah, visually, I like their design. That's fair. I do like their visual design. But yeah, they're just kind of miserable to fight, honestly. Headless S tier, Underwater Headless S plus tier. All right, let's see what else we got. Great Shinobi Owl. Great Shinobi Owl. what a fucking awesome moveset Owl has. Like, he's got a lot of moves. He's got the ninja star throw. I love that he can Makiri you, and he's also like, so Great Shinobi Owl is your character's like father, right? He like taught you, so he actually uses your moves against you. Like, he uses firecrackers on you. I love that halfway through the fight he like surrenders, and then when he comes back he has poison this time. I love that he denies your heals. Like, I feel like there's so many things that are working really well in the Owl fight. You know what I mean? Like, you can parry him, you can attack him directly. Like, he's just a really well realized boss fight. Yeah, I just really enjoy this fight. I'm gonna rank this above Gearman, above Knight Artorias, above Orphan, above Manus. He's up there for me for sure. I really enjoy Owl. Also great narratively. Yeah, he's one of the few you actually get a sense of like who he is and what his character is. Yeah, I think I think Owl is a fantastic fight. I don't really know what would you say negatively about Owl? Like, what would you say negatively? I don't know. 2 Owls in S tier. You think he's better than Nameless King? I think you're starting to get to that territory where it's really hard to compare these things that are so good. Well, in that case, I would say I don't mind the Owl arena being a little smaller, because the camera in the Owl fight I feel like never really gets in my way compared to like the other guys, probably because Owl spends more time on the ground than the other guys do. That the ones that are jumping up in the air like that, he spends more time on the ground. And in that case I feel like it's almost like a little claustrophobic in like a good way. So I think I'm putting Owl right there. The fact that him falling down on the floor cause the face shit makes me laugh. Yeah, that's true. Owl offers a lot more interesting mechanics, comparing mechanics, but okay. He needs a bath. Mechanic, story, timing. Yeah, he's just a really, really fun boss to fight for sure. So let's see. At that point, if you did the Shura ending, you could fight Emma. I don't think Emma is a particularly awesome fight. She's only got one phase. She dies pretty fast. She's not like super hard. I do kind of like that she actually fights like Ishin, which is kind of cool. I do enjoy that. Yeah, I don't like doing the Shura ending at all. I think that she's a totally fine boss, but it also ends really quickly, so it's kind of hard to get a really good sense of it. I think I'll put her somewhere here, maybe somewhere here. Right, she's a phase 1. She doesn't really have that much. She's pretty unique. It's fun to do once, but I wouldn't really say it's like, oh, that's gonna bring me back to fighting this. That's gonna bring me back. I don't think that's really gonna do that. Now, you might want to do it though for Ishin Ashina. This is the Fire Ishin. I haven't fought Fire Ishin that many times, but I think Fire Ishin is pretty fucking badass. I don't know if he's quite as good as Sword Saint Ishin, but he's definitely really, really good, really memorable. And everything that Ishin does right, he also does right. The fire wave attacks are fucking sick. I feel like maybe I haven't fought him as much, so maybe I don't have a super strong opinion compared to Sword Saint Ishin. He's definitely, yeah, he's not as cool as Sword Saint Ishin for sure. I think maybe we'll put him in the S tier. Maybe here. Yeah, we're gonna put him there. Really, really fantastic boss, but I just don't know why you would do the Shura ending. Like, why would you choose to do the Shura ending when you could just keep playing the game and get all of the other fantastic bosses that are waiting for you, right? I don't really know why you would do it. It's that you, right, exactly. Shura ending seems to be for speedrunners, right. I mean, it's cool that it exists. I just don't know why you would ever do it, right? I don't know why I would ever do it. Trophies, right? I mean, it's cool that the option is there, I guess, right? Let's see. True Corrupted Monk. So obviously True Corrupted Monk is the monk again, except it's got 3 phases. It also has the there's also the centipede one where it starts spamming centipedes at you. I think True Corrupted Monk is a fantastic boss. I would say that it's great that they let the moveset come back and do some more of it. I almost wonder, like, should they have even had... You think it was a mistake to have the corrupted monk fight twice? Like, imagine if the corrupted monk, the ghost corrupted monk wasn't there, and then this was your first time seeing it. I wonder if that was a mistake. Like, maybe the fight would have been more... Maybe it would have been better if it wasn't there. If I don't know. I think maybe I'll put that... here. Really good fight. I think that the clone attack is a little silly at the beginning of the second phase. I think that that's a little silly because if you're actually dealing with it, that's horrible. Like if you're actually getting spam from the clone attack, or you can just go in the tree and just wait, and you can even get a free death blow from doing it. So I think that the clone attack is kind of silly. I think that, again, you've got the shitty terror mechanics in the third phase. I mean, it's really just, it's not really that shitty in the third phase. I don't know. It's just kind of forgettable. But overall, I think True Corrupted Monk is really, really fun. I kind of wish the Corrupted Monk just had a few more moves that you would see more often. So 2 phases would have worked. Yeah, maybe. Really good boss, though. Oh, dude. Great. Wait, why the fuck is Great Carp Attendant a boss? He's not a fucking boss. Fuck off. Okami Leader Shizu. This is the guy that kicks the lightning balls at you. I mean, this is essentially an NPC. This is like a story boss, like Miss Noble. Like, there's really not much to say here. And that's pretty much it. Yeah, not really much to say. This is the guy that kicks the lightning balls at you. I don't think this guy needed a boss health bar. I don't think he needed it. So I think it just shouldn't have had that at all. It's satisfying to kill that asshole. That's the guy. So when you're in the Fountainhead Palace, he's the one that's kicking the lightning balls down at you so you can't swim. So then when you kill him, then you can go down and then you can do that. So yeah. Let's see. Oh, I guess let's just put Tokujiro the Glutton where the other guys are. Where were these guys? We're gonna put him. I mean, he's essentially the same thing. We're just gonna put him there too. Not gonna sweat it too much. Divine Dragon. Aesthetically, Divine Dragon is, like, to me, one of the most, like, beautiful fights they've done. Like, I love the way this fight looks. I feel like for a gimmick fight, it's pretty solid for a gimmick fight. Like, you know, it's another gimmick fight, kind of like Armored Warrior. Except I'd say, like, it's very beautiful just looking at it, for sure. I don't know how, like, you know, I just don't think you load up Sekiro because, like, man, I gotta do Divine Dragon again, right? Like, I gotta see that fight again. Put on the music. Oh, is there a Divine Dragon music? Let's see. Sekiro Divine Dragon soundtrack. I don't know if I remember that one. Put that on. It's great for the randomizer. It's true. It's fun. It is fun to parry the huge sword slashes. That's right. But you know, it's a fun gimmick fight. It's a fun gimmick fight for sure. Really not much else you can really say about it beyond there. Yeah, there's also the Sakura Bowl. I think the Sakura Bowl, I think the only thing I'd say about the Sakura Bowl is at that point you're much stronger, so the bowl is not going to take you nearly as long. So I guess there's that, but it's essentially a reskin of a fight you've already done. So I think that's just going to go here. At least I'll put it slightly above the Blazing Bowl because at least you're stronger at that point. But yeah, you can cheese that fight for sure. I think that one, all the bowls go in the E rank because they're just not fun. I'd say that the only reason I'd say Sakura Bowl is better than the other is that at that point you're a lot stronger, and it's not as much of like a wall. So you can also skip it too. So I'd say it's slightly better. All right, so we've got dude, look at this. They separated the carp and the carp attendant. Why? That's so stupid. Why did they do that? Is each one a unique boss? That's so dumb. Let's see. Owl Father. Which do you prefer, chat? Owl or Owl Father? Which do you prefer? They're very similar bosses in a lot of ways. Father, the Owl Father does have some really cool mix-ups. So like, he raises his sword over his head, and depending on what you do, he'll like do a different move and catch you, which is really cool. His moveset's like a lot more fast and furious than Owl. I think that I could like interchangeably, depending on my mood, I feel like it could go either way. But what a cool fight. I think kind of a shame about this fight is that I feel like a lot of people don't even know this fight exists, because you have to do a lot of bullshit to even get to this fight. You have to like eavesdrop like 4 times and like go back. Like I feel, yeah, I see on my first playthrough, I didn't even know it existed, right? So it's pretty hard to find, and you can lock yourself out of it if you go too far in the game. So man, imagine you're like, oh man, I'm loving Sekiro, and then you find out, oh, did you do that boss? Like, oh no, I missed that. Where is that? It's like, oh sorry, you got to play the whole game again. It's like, that kind of sucks. That's not great. So I guess for that reason, I'm gonna knock him down a little bit. This list is based on like overall quality. Yeah, like everything about the fight. So this is the S+. This is all the ranking. We've done Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Dark Souls 3, Bloodborne, and now we're doing Sekiro, and we're almost done. At least we're almost done with Sekiro, that is. Demon of Hatred. Oh boy, man. Oh god. Demon of Hatred. Fuck, man. S. Fuck that thing. It's a really like unpleasant fight. It's a weird boss. Like mechanically, it doesn't really feel like it fits all that well in Sekiro. You know what I'm saying? Like you can't really parry him too well. You kind of wail on him a lot. All right, so one thing I don't like about Demon of Hatred is I feel like some of his hitboxes and AoEs, like, you know when he does that big fire wave? I swear to God, sometimes I jump over it, like I see it, I jump, and I still get hit anyway. Or like his fucking, like, you know that part where he does a little dance and the fireballs come at you, right? Sometimes I'm running in a circle and I still get hit by that shit. Like, man, something about Demon of Hatred, just like those attacks really piss me off. Visually, I think he looks, I know it's because the ground's not even. Like, visually, I think he looks really cool. I actually love that that's like the sculptor has become this thing. And like, I think the fire effects in the fight are awesome. I also feel like his attacks are kind of like really hard to avoid overall. I don't think I'm going to give Demon of Hatred higher than a B. It's a really unpleasant fight that I never look forward to. I think I'm going to say around, I'm going to say right here in C tier, actually, for Demon of Hatred. Like, I like the fight, but there's some stuff about the fight that's really frustrating, and it's definitely not my favorite thing to do in Sekiro. Like, man, part of me is tempted to just fucking say fuck this boss every time I play. C is generous. There's some stuff, with this boss, there's some stuff I really like, and there's some stuff I really don't like. So it's kind of this weird mix. Yorm Enjoyers in Shambles. I would say I'm going to put him around there. That's very wrong. That's my opinion. Take it or leave it. I don't know. Just don't really enjoy the fight that much. I wonder how he would play Elden Ring. What do you mean? You think it belongs in an A tier? I just don't really care for the Demon of Hatred fight very much. I don't like it. I've also done it a lot too. I just don't like it. I'm not ranking the fucking Great Carp Ascendant shit. All right, you know what? Fine. I'm putting you here at the fucking the story bosses. Here you go. Great Carp. This is where these guys go. Fuck that. Also, the Great Serpent. I guess I'll rank the Great Serpent higher because if that's actually a boss, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why these are on here. Icing Death. Thank you for the 45 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Better than Vendrick? Yeah, it's better than Vendrick. All right, let's see. Shigekichi is another one of those like fat general guys that were here. It's like these guys. Okay, On the negative side, this guy, Shigekichi, I specifically know this guy because this guy is surrounded by like a dozen super fucked up NPCs that fucking drive me crazy. I hate that guy. I hate that. He's got so many guys around him, and those are like the hardest enemies in the game, right? On the other hand, I kind of like this guy because you can actually use the spear on this guy to take off his armor, which is kind of cool. So like there's kind of like a positive and a negative there. I'm just going to put him here. He's pretty much identical. Like on a negative, he's surrounded by NPCs. I mean, so are these guys. On the positive, I feel like it's one of the few times in the game where the prosthetic actually matters. You can use the spear prosthetic on him and take his armor off, which is really cool. And I think that that does more damage. So that's kind of cool. I'm going to give it some points for that. Same around here. I really wish they did not surround these guys with NPCs. I really wish they didn't do that. It's very annoying that they did that. Almost done with Sekiro. Almost done. So I'm assuming Genichiro is, they're talking about the beginning of the Sword Saint fight. I'm just going to leave that. I haven't done the inner fight, so I don't really know the inner fights all that well. So we're just going to do Ishin. And let's just get this out of the way. Ishin is an incredible fight. He might be one of the best bosses I've ever fought in a video game, period. He's super enjoyable to fight. He's got a great moveset, great diversity. I feel like Ishin maybe is slightly better than Owl, perhaps. Why is Nameless so high? Nameless King? Nameless King is fucking sick, dude. I think I like Ishin better than Nameless King. I don't know if I like him better than Gale, though. But he's definitely up there for sure. Yeah, he's a fucking fantastic boss. He really is. I don't know. Somewhere around there, you know, you could... I feel like on any day, my opinions might shift around here a little bit, but... yeah, I mean, I feel like with, even though the lightning on the third phase helps a lot, there's a lot of people who really struggle with that boss regardless, right? So, you know, I mean, it's not like that made the fight trivial. How many people got washed out on Sekiro at the final boss, right? So, yeah, I feel like you could defend any number of these bosses being your favorite, right? He's like a thunderous conclusion to Sekiro. He really is. Although, who the hell knows how he crawled out of Genichiro? Like, who the hell knows how the fuck that happened at all? Who knows, dude? So that's all. Genichiro Way of Tomoe. I mean, that's part of that fight. I'm just gonna put that also there with that because that's part of the same exact fight, I think, right? Or wouldn't that be the same part of that fight or something? I'm just gonna put this next to Genichiro. I'm just gonna put it next to Genichiro. Yeah. Push over. Yeah, I'm just gonna put it there. All right, chat. That is, and the inner fights, I haven't done the inner fights that much, so I'm not gonna rank those. So chat, that was the warm-up. Now it gets to the hard part. All right, we are gonna be starting up ranking all the Elden Ring bosses. Hang on. I'm gonna get up. I have to pee. I'll be back in 1 second, guys. Be right back. We're gonna start ranking Elden Ring. BRB. Gotta pee. 2 seconds. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys. Had to pee. All right, now we got to rank every fucking Elden Ring boss. Oh, God. This is where it gets hard. I think that it's not going to be too bad.
I want to masturbate. I want to masturbate. I want to masturbate. I want to masturbate.
Thank you very much, Moby Doo, for 500 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Moby Doo. All right, that's basically the remaining 50%. All right. Ah. Arise, ye tarnished. Oh, God. All right, do I have to rank Soldier of Godric first? Dude, how do I even find these bosses? Where the fuck is Soldier of Godric? How many Elden Ring bosses? Well, you can see there's a lot of repeats here. Soldier of Godric. I mean, dude, honestly, what do you say about Soldier of Godric? If he's supposed to be a tutorial boss, like, he's a really bad tutorial boss. Like, he's just an NPC. He dies in like a couple of hits.
Sunshine is horrible.
I don't know. I feel like as a tutorial boss, he's considerably worse than like a Silent Demon. Yeah, he's just a guy. So put him in the S tier with Miss Noble. It's hard to really judge this guy because he's just a fucking NPC and there's really not much. I mean, it's also hard to be like, I'm not going to be mad. I'm not mad at Elden Ring. Like, I was expecting Slave Knight Gale and you gave me Soldier of Godric. Like, the Elden Ring tutorial is for people who have literally never played a Souls game ever and have no idea what they're doing. So in that sense, he does his fucking job, right? Like, that's his fucking job. That's what he does, and good for him. So kind of hard to even rank him in any way, shape, or form. I think we're gonna let's put him slightly above Miss Noble. It's gonna go slightly above Miss Noble. Yeah, it's there, it's not there. I think like any criticism of Soldier of Godric is kind of laughable to begin with, right? Like, let's not spend too much time on it. Now, where is the fucking Tree Sentinel? See, it's hard to rank these because we fight these guys like how many times and in different places. Where is the fucking Tree Sentinel at? No idea. Let's go down the list. Like, I'm trying to go like kind of in order of like where we are. No sound. That's on your end. It's right there. Can't you tell me what fucking row it is? Patches. Patches actually is a boss. I see duo. Are we all looking for it? All right, here, let's do fifth row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Necromancer Garrus. God, this is gonna take forever. Okay, this is gonna take way too long. It's not on the fifth row. Row 4, column 8. Fourth from the right. Oh, there he is. Thank you. There we go. Got him. Thanks, guys. I think the Tree Sentinel is actually really cool. Like, I love the Tree Sentinel. I think he's very fun to fight. I will say, I feel like some of his shield attacks are kind of bullshit. Like the hitboxes on them and the slams. Like, those hitboxes last so long. But I feel like he's actually the real tutorial kind of Elden Ring, not Soldier of Godric. I feel like he's pretty fun to fight. I enjoy the fight. He's cool. I think I would rank him. I feel like I like him more than Gyobu, honestly. You know what? I like the Tree Sentinel. I think I'm going to put him right there in the B tier. I think I'd give him higher. I do feel like his shield attacks and slams are kind of shit. I do think those attacks, like, even though you rolled it, like, the hitbox lasts for so long, they do so much damage. I feel like I don't like his shield slams. That's my big problem with it. That's my big problem with that guy. Let's see. Let's just like pick one that's like pretty early game. Let's see. Sir Gideon Ofnir, the All-Knowing. We're gonna wait on that one for a little while. Ancestor Spirit, Falling Star. Oh, where's the, I saw that earlier. Where's the Erd Tree avatars? Where are those guys? Oh, let's do Patches. Patches the boss. It's funny when he shows up, right? It's funny that he shows up, but I mean, he literally is just an NPC. S plus. You think S plus, P tier? I feel like he's kind of a story boss. Like, he doesn't really do that much, honestly. I'm gonna put him down here as like a story boss, right? Not really that much going on mechanically. Like, he blocks you. I think he spits poison at you. He's got a couple of spear attacks, but then that's it. Like, you literally don't even finish the fight versus him. So there's not really that much going on mechanically there. I almost feel like, did Patches need a boss health bar? Did he need a boss health bar? I don't know if he really did. I also don't really know if Soldier of Godric did, so I don't know. I guess I'll put Soldier of Godric higher, or excuse me, I'll put Patches higher. I guess he's not annoying, so we'll rank him up a little bit higher. All right, we'll put him there. We'll put him a little bit higher. For the comedy. B for bald.
Have you ever considered playing the German dub of Sekiro?
No, I have not. Thank you very much, Creepy Dolphin, for the 34 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Creepy Dolphin. Let's see. Omen Killer. Oh, got Malenia music. Omen Killer. So Omen Killer are kind of the Capra Demon on roids. Tons, they do the slam. They kind of have almost the exact Capra Demon moveset, like one for one. Like, if you see Capra Demon and compare it to Omen Killer, really fucking similar. I like the Omen Killers. I like them. I think there's the one Omen Killer in the Albanorak village, and then there's one later with like a plant for some reason. So I think it's kind of clownish how they even use them in that sense. Well, I think they're a solid fight. I don't know if I enjoy them as much. I think we're gonna put the Omen Killer maybe like here. Put Omen Killer there. They're not bad. Just a dude later. Yeah, later on they just become like a regular enemy. But I feel like I like their moveset. I do think they're very easy to stagger. So they're not like particularly challenging or anything like that. So let's see what we got. Beast of Farum Azula. Again, this is another one of these early game bosses. I guess I like him better than Patches and Soldier of Godric. Really not much to say about him. You can kind of jump and hit, and you know, he dies pretty easily. These are the cave bosses don't really have that much going for them. Pretty easy, just a roadblock. Say I'd put him maybe here. It seems like really when it comes to early game bosses, I feel like you can't expect too much. It's like, what are you expecting? Slave Knight, Swords. Imagine if Sword Saint Ishin is waiting for you in one of these caves. Like, nobody would enjoy Sekiro at all, right? Nobody would enjoy Elden Ring at all. Bloodhound Knight. This is the guy. Okay, so this is the guy you get the Bloodhound weapon from, right? The Bloodhound sword. I'd say he's a more substantial fight than the Beast of Farum of Zula, but he's still pretty easy. Some jump attacks, kind of dodgy. Yeah, he's kind of fun. I think I'd put him maybe here above. Not better than Seath. I mean, comparing Seath the Scaleless and Bloodhound Knight, that's kind of hard to compare, right? That's pretty hard. You know what? I'm gonna put him above Leader Shigenori. I'm not like crazy about the fight. I'm honestly not crazy about the fight. Fighting with Blythe is pretty cool. The knight is so good. Okay. What else we got? All right, let's do Margit the Fell Omen. I think Margit, I've seen people complain about Margit's input reading and his attacks. I think Margit is really fucking cool. I think Margit is fantastic. I think that he has one attack. He has a couple of like super flail attacks that are a little obnoxious, but I think he's an incredibly fair boss. He's one of them. He's like a really memorable intro to Elden Ring. I really like his moveset. I love his design. The voice acting is awesome. I think I'm gonna rank him pretty high. I'm gonna put him there. The delays, the daggers are cheap. He's got frame traps for mid rolls. Yeah, I mean, there's definitely some things about Elden Ring in general that can be kind of tough in that, but I really like Margit. I think he's a fantastic intro to the game. Bro, how about the fucking Moog music, dude? Oh, dude, this soundtrack is so good. Oh, I love the Moog music. Crystallian. I feel like the Crystallian is almost like a little puzzle fight where stagger and then you break it, and then once you break it, it's like it's over. The fight's easy at that point. I mean, kind of forgettable, not really that much going. I guess it's kind of cool that it has like its own little gimmick, but really not that much going on, you know? The moveset, the moveset with the Crystallian with the ring is really boring too, because like it rolls the ring out, like it almost doesn't even do anything. So I'm gonna rank it lower just because the moveset really sucks on that. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna put it there. It's got a really boring moveset. Yeah, it's not just like the gimmick, the puzzle. Now the spear one I actually like a little bit better because at least that one's kind of aggressive, but the regular Crystallian with the ring sucks. That one sucks. I don't like that one at all. Let's see. Ow, my fist. Moog, Borealis. I'm trying to find like early game stuff. Dragons. Oh, not here. How about the 10 Knights Cavalry? How about the literal 10 Knights Cavalry? Okay, one thing I don't like about the Knights Cavalry in Elden Ring is that they just fucking run away. They just fucking like, and they fucking leave. It's like, and then you're waiting for them to come back, and then you get like one or two hits, and then they're like, and the thing is too is like I don't want to fight them on horseback either, because fighting them on horseback you have no iframes when you dodge. So I feel like I feel like the Tree Sentinel succeeds where the Knight Cavalry does not, and there's so many of them. There's so goddamn many of these guys too. Like they're really like, ugh. Now they're not terrible to fight. They're not like, oh my god, they're miserable, but I could have done with a lot less of these guys. They're kind of boring, and yeah, I don't really enjoy those. Frosty Nez, thank you for the 21 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Frosty Nez. Maybe, you know, I don't know. Maybe I should be fighting on horseback. I don't know. I mean, the fight itself isn't bad, but the fact that there are also so many of them, ugh, just not really a fan of the Knights Cavalry overall. I'm ranking those pretty low. Royal Revenant, guys. Royal Revenant. Oh, baby. Frosty Nez, thank you for the 21 months. Really appreciate that. Okay. Royal Revenant. Cool looking boss. If you use a healing spell on the Royal Revenant, if you use a healing spell on them, it instantly stuns them and it kills them in like one hit or like two hits. It's crazy, right? It makes the fight a joke. If you actually fight them, they are really obnoxious. They got like, they hit you like 1,000 times. They teleport around. They spit the poison at you. They're just really, really not enjoyable. Really not enjoyable. So they're either a joke if you do the heal thing, or they're like really, really miserable to fight if you do melee. That's going down, at least down to here. I feel like Headless and Shichimen are more miserable to fight. feel like I would rather fight Capra Demon. Would I rather fight Capra Demon? Somewhere around here. They're not a good fight. And thank God they put the, you know what? They put the healing into it. Let's mark it up a little bit. At least they put the healing in the fight. So that at least they made it so you can heal and just completely eliminate this one. There's only one of them as a boss fight in the game, but they're really bad. They're really, really bad. What's the lore? Just find the heal thing? That's a good question. I have no idea. Absolutely no idea. Yeah, dude. If try a heal spell on them, you don't need like a crazy strong one, and you will fucking annihilate them. You'll laugh how strong it is. I don't know why that's on there. I don't know why it's on there. Leonine Misbegotten. Rectal Wizard, thank you for the 58 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think Leonine Misbegotten is a pretty fun fight. I feel like he's a really good tutorial fight in the same way the Tree Sentinel is. I feel like maybe he doesn't have quite as much character as the Tree Sentinel, but he's a fun fight for sure. It's pretty easy to stagger.
Come on, don't bullshit me.
Ranking Dancer as A instead of S should be a criminal offense match.
Hey, he's at the top of A. She's at the top of A. Look at that. I think I like the Tree Sentinel better, even though I feel like the Leonine is more fair. I'm gonna put him here, I think. He keeps going down. I think that's fair. He'll fuck you up if you fight him early. Yeah, I'm gonna put him there. I enjoy the squishy rushdown boss. He's a pretty fun fight. Let's see. Ooh, bell-bearing hunters. Bell-bearing hunters, man. Ooh, boy. These guys are really cool. They are really cool. The bell-bearing hunters. They also are super duper assholes, and they will fuck. If you try to run away from those guys, they will hunt you down with their swords. Yeah, the scaling on them is kind of crazy too. I feel like they are pretty solid fights. I think sometimes, depending on your weapon, it's kind of annoying to like. So I think when I first played Elden Ring, I was using like a big slow weapon, and it was like roll, roll, roll. I get one attack. Roll, roll, roll. I get one attack, and that got kind of repetitive to me. But that's because partially I was using a really slow weapon. That's partially because of that. I think that they are pretty fun fights. I love their aggression. There are 4 of them in the game, so they're not like particularly unique. I think I'm gonna put them here, maybe. I think I like them better than the snake guys. Yeah. I think I'm going to put them there in the B tier. They're solid. They're fun. They can be kind of frustrating if you're like, they're roll catching you from across the field. You never even saw it. I guess it's like, it's almost a fight that's like too rhythmic because it's always the same thing with them. 1, 2, 3, 4, attack. You can also stun lock them by getting them to do the shield slam over and over, which almost feels kind of abusable. So we're going to mark them down a little bit more. Stock Vegan, thank you for the 18 months. Thank you, Stock Vegan. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much. Hang on. Omen Killer seems too high in retrospect above Cali. Listen, like as we've gone, I'm sure something has drifted around and is probably where it shouldn't be. I think Omen Killer should probably be worse. Yeah, it should probably be worse than that. Omen Killer is probably worse than these two. Listen, everything is hard, all right? There we go. All right, that's better. All right, give me a break. I'm guessing, can this be saved and shared? Yeah, we'll do a YouTube video of this also. We'll do a YouTube video. Omen Killer is pretty high rank. I think the Omen Killers are decent to fight. You can kind of punk them if you're really strong. I think I like Leonine maybe better. Maybe like around there. I don't know, something like that. I mean, again, we're just shifting around very minor amounts, and we have a lot of stuff to get to here. So why don't we just keep going? Let's see. Mad Pumpkinhead. We really are ranking every single fucking boss. Again, another boss that's just a basic enemy, kind of there to teach you something. I guess. I mean, I don't know. I feel like maybe around Beastmen of Farum Azula. Sometimes I feel like criticizing Elden Ring bosses is to miss the point. Like, this is just like a little speed bump. It's not supposed to be like, oh, a grand. Not every boss in Elden Ring is supposed to be a grand event, right? Guess I'll keep them there. I guess I'll keep it there. That seems fair. Just rate the big ones. Well, chat wants me to rank literally every boss, so here we are. Oh look, Elamir of the Briar is also here. We're just gonna put him. This is another bell-bearing hunter. We're just gonna put him with the other bell-bearing hunters. Where did I put the bell-bearing hunters? There we go. We're just gonna put him there with them. Same thing, no different really. Bed of Chaos is S+. Bed of Chaos is at the absolute bottom. Erdtree Burial Watchdog. I might get some hate for this one. I like these guys. I think these guys are really unique. I think that they're cool. I don't mind fighting them. I also necessarily mind that these guys get repeated a lot. I think that they're overall pretty fun to fight. I think that they're overall also pretty easy. I wish they were maybe a little bit more challenging. I think I'm gonna move it here. I kind of like them. I think that they're solid. On my first, I definitely remember on my first play how cool the Erdtree Burial Watchdogs were. Yeah, I really enjoyed those. Can you go through Elden Ring and not have any repeats, recycled bosses? I mean, yeah, it just depends on what you want to do. I mean, you could make a beeline just for the required bosses, and that's fine. Elden Ring DLC will top every Souls game. Well, we'll see, right? We'll see. It's only what is it, like a week from now? About a week from now. Rune Bear. God. Rune Bear is maybe slightly more fun to fight than the Royal Revenant, but not very much. Not an enjoyable boss under any circumstances. I would rank it above the Royal Revenant, but they're just not fun to fight. Because their attacks are just not fun. They've got a lot of weird hitboxes and grabs, and they're just really, really, really not enjoyable. So Rune Bear is pretty low down. Worm Face. Oh God. Chat, where do you think Worm Face goes? S+. Wormface has like a cool design. It's like, oh man, and all he does is kind of walk around and do like the grab attack. Getting death blighted by Wormface is pretty frustrating. Like if you actually do get caught in it, it's like boom, you're dead. That kind of sucks. Points for uniqueness, but it ain't a great boss overall. I can't even think of any attacks. Like I think I put him above. I'll put him there. I guess I'd rather fight the Knights Cavalry, but there's only one Wormface, so I don't know. I guess I'm gonna put him right there. Wormface tier. His attack, yeah. If you get got by that, it's death. It's like total death. Let's see. Tibia Mariner. Oh God, we're really just hitting all the great Elden Ring bosses here. I remember playing this game. I remember playing Elden Ring for the first time, and I was like, bro, look at this guy. And he doesn't really do much. Doesn't really do that much. Visually cool. He rewards the death route, which is kind of cool. Not a very mechanically great fight. Like you get kind of ganked, I guess. You can get ganked. I guess I'm going to put them there. And there's 4 of them, you know? He goes fast in his boat. Yeah, he barely even fights back. It feels like I'm attacking a guy who's boating. Has anybody ever died to a Tibia Mariner? Has anybody ever even died to one? I don't think so. Let's see. Miranda the Blighted Bloom. A big flower. I'm putting the big flower down here as another boss that's an NPC that should not be a boss. Like, I'm sorry, if you literally, if that's what you have to do, if you have, are you hearing a baby screaming? You are hearing a baby screaming. If you made a world so big that you have to find bosses and you're like, I guess the big flower, maybe your world is too fucking big, because this is like embarrassing that this is a fucking boss, that this is a flower. Like, I'm sorry, it's a joke. Shouldn't be in the game. If that's the case, don't put it in. Don't give it a boss health bar, or come up with something different, because that's an embarrassment. That's literally an embarrassment. Spirit Caller Snail. Oh wait, hang on, that's the Godskin. We'll wait on that one, I guess. I guess, is this referring to the fire dragon, the flying dragon, like Agiel and the other one? You know, the Elden Ring dragons, I recently, you know, obviously I recently replayed Elden Ring again for the 900th time, and I feel like the dragons, wait, I don't even know if Agiel is here. Is Agiel even here? So which one's which? All right, hang on, let's do something else then. Let's wait. Oh, here's Omen Killer and Miranda. So then not only are we reusing stuff, but now we're also adding this in. Like, I don't know why this is a thing. Joke of a boss. It's a plant and an Omen Killer. That just sucks. Lame. Kindred of Rot Duo is another fucking lame NPCs as a boss. I don't know why they bother with that. Oh, okay, got you. Yeah, Kindred of Rot is another fucking lame, like, more, it's like, this is where we put all the NPCs as a boss, where it's like, why, right? It really, at some point, it does feel as though they're just finding anything and filling in the content. So, and that's kind of disappointing. Now, I understand we can't have new assets for everything. I get that, but it's still disappointing. Let's see. Ooh, chat, the ulcerated tree spirit. The ulcerated tree spirit. We see that, yeah, this is where you kind of believe that Elden Ring's open world is damaging to it. Great boss. B, C, all 16 of them. Apparently there's only 2 ulcerated tree spirits that are actually bosses, apparently. Only 2. I thought there was more than that. There's definitely more than that, right? Overhated. Oh, maybe it's because there's like a rotten variety. Maybe that's why. The ulcerated tree spirit is very annoying because as a boss, they're usually in like a small area, and they're moving so much that they're going through the walls. They're clipping into the walls. I feel like the phase 2 explosion is really aggravating. The camera is shaking. I mean, they're not, I feel like if there was 1 or 2 in the game, we'd be like, okay, but there's so many of these fucking guys too. Like, they're everywhere. So I think we're gonna rank this one pretty low. Hard to compare. I guess maybe somewhere here for ulcerated tree spirit. E ranking. Yeah, I think that's gonna go down to E. I mean, they also lose some points for fairness because I hate that phase 2 explosion. I fucking hate that one. That one's so annoying to me. Guardian Golem. Again, like, barely a boss. I guess I'd rather fight the Guardian Golem than the Rune Bear, but this is more enemies as bosses that Elden Ring has done. Like, not exciting. Yeah, this is Godskin music. Godskin. Here, let's put something else on. Ooh, let's put this one on. There we go. Yeah, I don't like them doing that so much. And like, maybe they could just have less dungeon and less bosses if they're going to be that much of a problem with it, right? Let's see. Loretta's on here twice. I think Loretta is a fun boss. I think Loretta is enjoyable. I enjoy fighting Loretta in both cases. I think I'll slap Loretta somewhere around here. I think the Tree Sentinel's more fun. Yeah, I think the Tree Sentinel's more fun, but Loretta's enjoyable. They're fun. They're fun bosses to fight. I think maybe the magic can get a little annoying. It is also annoying on the horse bosses how when you stagger them, you can't get a critical hit. But I enjoy Loretta. I think it's a fun boss. Yeah, I'd say we'll get to the Loretta 2. The Loretta 2 is also pretty good. Demi-human queens are kind of shit, honestly. I don't like these bosses. I don't know. I'm really not a fan of the demi-human queens. I guess I'd rather fight the guardian. I guess I'm gonna put them right there. I feel like these bosses suck. They also have like no HP in their movesets or whatever, so yeah, they're really unfun to fight. Not great. Let's see. Where was did we see oh, 5 Erdtree avatars. I mean, this is kind of Asylum Demon in a mask, right? It's kind of Asylum Demon. I feel like these guys are kind of fun overall. It's fun to tank up on some big fire damage and just completely fucking annihilate them. I feel like they're probably one of the better evolutions of the Asylum Demon formula. Like, I think these guys are okay. I don't know if they quite crack into the B tier for me, and they're kind of punching bags, but I think that they're fine. Maybe put them here. I think like there's a lot of them. Maybe they didn't need quite so many of them, but they're pretty fun. Enjoy them. You hate the one that splits into 2? The one boss I like fighting on my torch only run. There's also the putrid avatars, which are the Scarlet Rot versions. I said that those are pretty much the equivalent. Like, they're not too different. Yeah, I think I put those on. Oh wait, did I just move Bed of Chaos? What the fuck? You get back in there, Bed of Chaos. What the hell are you doing? Bed of Chaos sneaking out. So where did I put these guys? Erdtree avatars. I mean, essentially the putrid avatars are exactly the same. I think that when they spread the Scarlet Rot on the ground, sometimes if they do the slam multiple times, it kind of feels like there's nowhere to go with the Scarlet Rot, which I guess I'd rank them a little bit lower than the Erdtree avatars, but they're essentially the exact same thing. They're the same thing. So Demi-human chief duo, another kind of shit tier fight. That fight can be really spammy actually with how their attacks. I don't like that attack. I don't like that fight at all. Not particularly. More NPCs as bosses. Don't enjoy the demi-human duo fight. I don't think anybody does. I'd say like the Clean Rot Knight fight is at least a little bit better for an NPC fight, because at least the Clean Rot Knight's kind of like, wow, this is like, it's a more serious enemy for sure. I think I'd rank them here, I guess. Maybe better than Tibia Mariner, I guess. Yeah, it's like the not a boss tier, but at least at that point you may not have seen a Clean Rot Knight, so if you hadn't seen one it'd be like, oh shit, right? But they're not that incredible. Well, in this case it is a boss. In this case it is. Let's see. The abductor virgins fight. That fight is very frustrating actually. They can attack you at the same time. The abductor virgins are not particularly enjoyable to fight together. I guess I'd rather fight it over the Royal Revenant, I guess. And it's more NPCs as a boss, but yeah, they kind of suck, honestly. You do get a cool weapon from it though. What Elden Ring boss going to end up at the top of my list? Well, right now I don't even think we have an Elden Ring boss in the S tier or even in the A tier yet. So we haven't even got there yet. Right now, this is where we are right now. Moog, probably. The Royal Revenant is a great benchmark for garbage bosses. Oh yeah, Margit. Where's Margit? Margit's in the I put Margit in S tier. I did put Margit in the S tier. Let's see. Necromancer Garrus, another NPC as a boss. I guess he has a couple of skull attacks, but he's got the snails around. Like, really hard to get excited about this guy. I don't feel like that needed to be a boss fog wall, honestly. That didn't need to be there. We can put him there. Godric the Grafted. So where would you put Godric, chat? Where would you put Godric? A tier, S for music. Let's hear the music. Let's put on the Godric theme. Put that shit on. S tier, high B. S tier? Really? S tier. Godric was fucking sick. He's got presentation. I think visually and character-wise, he might be one of the best bosses in Elden Ring. And the music is fantastic. He's got like, he almost feels like you can really tell his personality, right? I think the problem with Godric is that he's kind of a jobber. Like, he's really fucking easy. And his moveset's kind of slow and kind of weird. Like, the fight itself is not great. So I would definitely not put him on the same tier as Margit. He's very memorable when you first go in there. He's definitely very memorable. It's just really hard to get over how easy he is. I think I'm going to put him... I think I'm going to put him there. I like Godric. I love his design. He also has, like, some of his attacks are kind of fucking bullshit. Like, the wind tornado around him is a little bit annoying, but cool second phase, obviously. But I don't know. Kind of disappointing as a first boss, but at least Margit was there. Like, I think Margit is a much more fun boss to fight than Godric, honestly. But yeah, anyway. I think I'm going to put him there. Now rank Godfroy. Is Godfroy on here? I don't see him. He very well might be. Ooh, let's do Deathbird. Oh my god. Fuck Deathbird. Fuck the Deathbirds. The Deathbirds are not the boss. You know what the boss is? The fucking camera. The camera is the fucking boss in the Deathbirds. I will say it's kind of fun to load up on a Holy Ash of War and like smash these bitches like crazy, like to do so much damage. But there's also so many Deathbirds. There's so many of them. Like, why are there so fucking many of these guys? I don't know, man. Let's see. I think I'm gonna put the Deathbird. I will say, because it's fun to load up on holy damage and just nuke these guys, I think that moves them up a little bit. They look cool. They're probably better than the Chandra. Are they better than ulcerated tree spirits? No. I think that's about where they belong. Yeah, if you get some holy damage and watch yourself do like 3,000 damage to a Deathbird, that is pretty fun, honestly. That is pretty fun. Let's see. What do we got? Crystallian duo. I mean, fighting two Crystallians at the same time is about as interesting as fighting one Crystallian. Now, I feel like these enemies actually do kind of work well as a duo, though, but it's because they're so fucking slow and they're so they actually do kind of work a little bit better. So I guess that's like better than having just one Crystallian, but they're honestly not, they're still not great. So like maybe they're just barely better. I don't know. Maybe like here. There you go. They're slightly better. There you go. Is that better? Very slightly better than one. Oh, dude, we completely missed the Grafted Scion. I feel like the Grafted Scion is a really shit intro to the game. I hate this thing. I don't like the Grafted Scion. I think it's got like a fucking spammy moveset. It's not fun to fight. I don't like the Grafted Scion boss. I mean, I don't think it's like a terrible thing. I don't like fighting it at all. I guess at least it doesn't kill you when it kills you, so I guess there's that in its favor. I just don't like this thing at all. I guess I like it more than Deathbirds, I guess. I guess I like it more than Deathbirds. It's a shitty fake first fight. I feel like it would have been cooler if they started with like a Crucible Knight or something. Like that would have been cooler, I think. I would have enjoyed that better. Putrid Crystallian Trio. They actually, chat, they actually nerfed these guys. These guys used to be crazy. They used to all attack you at the same time. I don't know. I guess I'll put them. It's not as bad as it used to be, but still, just having 3 of them is not all that great. Yeah, they do. They used to all attack you. Now they kind of stand around and don't do that much. So yeah, they're a lot more manageable now. But honestly, just packing in more. I mean, why don't they just have another boss that's 4 of them, and then 5 of them, and then 6 of them? Like, at some point, you've reached a diminishing return of an interesting fight, and I'd like to see a little bit more effort put in. And if you're not going to put more effort into a boss fight, don't have a boss fight there. You know what I'm saying? I think I'm actually going to move the Putrid Crystalline Trio even further down, actually. Yeah, I think that actually crosses the line here, and now we've reached, like, this tier. Yeah, I think that's going way down there. Crystallian, yeah, why not 100, right? Scaly Misbegotten. It's another NPC as a boss. I guess I'd rather fight them. I guess like somewhere around here, like not great, honestly. And more NPCs as bosses. Let's see. I don't know why the Elder Dragon Grail is here, because this is the big dragon you just wail on to get the souls. We're gonna file this under like a story boss. I guess at least he's useful because you get a bunch of souls from killing Grail, but I mean, like, I guess the spectacle is kind of cool, but I mean, it's hard to even call it a boss. You know what I mean? I'm filtering out the garbage. I mean, I'm just going based on what I'm seeing here. That's all. Falling Star Beast. Chat, what do you think of the Falling Star Beast? What do you think of these guys? Might be harder if you hit him in the face. Shit. It fucking sucks. Good, unironically. I think the Falling Star Beasts are perhaps a little underrated. They can be pretty hard. So there was also back in the day, and if you guys recall, the Falling Star Beast, the one that's in the Kaled tunnel, I think that one fucked up a whole lot of people. And I don't blame them. That one used to do all the fucking crazy AoE shit in that tiny little room. That was so unbalanced. That was, yeah, that one was ridiculous. I think the Falling Star Beasts are pretty fun. Sometimes they can be kind of super spammy, but I think that they're pretty fun fights overall. They're not terrible. I think they're somewhere around here in the C tier. Somewhere around here. I'm gonna put them right there in the C tier. They're not bad. They're not great. Sometimes their attacks can be pretty annoying, but that seems about good. They're not that satisfying. It is pretty nice to get to smack the weak areas and do more damage on those. That's pretty satisfying to do, but we'll put them in the C tier, I think. The Nox duo, honestly pretty forgettable. It's just 2 nerds that swing at you. They die. Their HP pool is too much of a joke to really take seriously as a boss. So we're gonna put them here. Probably hard to even consider those a boss. Yeah, NPCs as bosses, right? Not all that exciting. I guess they're more interesting than Necromancer Garrus and the other ones, though. Well, the lore. That's true that the lore aspect of the Falling Star Beast is pretty cool. That is fair. Let's see, what time is it? Man, this is going late. I've been doing this all day. Let's see. Oh, the Full Groans Falling Star Beast. This is the one that's in the crater. That's the one that shoots out the laser beams and the gravity attacks. I feel like that one's actually pretty cool. I think that one's cooler than the others. Maybe just slightly cooler, but very small. Pretty hard boss. It's gonna be time for me to stream again. They all feel the same to you. Battle Mage Hugoos. I mean, at least he's like kind of unique, I guess, but I don't know. He ain't great either. I'll put him above Witches of Hemwick and Crystallian duo, but that's about it. He's not great either. You can also stun lock him. Not a great boss. Ancestor Spirit. Chat, what do you think about the Ancestor Spirit? What do you think about that one? That's a really interesting boss. What do you guys think? He drops a cannon of Haima on your dome. What do you guys think of that one? B tier, low C. Cool fight despite it being easy. S tier presentation, C tier fight. I agree that the presentation of the Ancestor Spirit is so cool. Like, it looks amazing. The music is awesome. I think that one thing I noticed that depending on your weapon, this fucker can be really hard to hit. So it kind of feels like the targeting in this fight is really annoying. I always find it annoying when a boss is gigantic and I can't hit it. It's like, come on, man. It's a huge fucking boss. I do wish it was harder. I think I'm gonna put it around here. Yeah, I think around Gaping Dragon seems about right. Really cool presentation, cool ideas. Really wish the fight itself was actually better. Also very annoying that it's hard to hit sometimes. By the way, if you never saw, the second Ancestor Spirit has like crazy attacks, but you almost never see it because at that point you probably do so much damage it's not relevant anymore. So it's like, what difference does it make? Edgar, Priest of Blood. Isn't this another NPC? But this one is even worse because it's got dogs in the fight too. So another NPC boss fight that fucking sucks. Renala. Renala. What do you guys think of Renala, chat? C tier? I think Renala, like, aesthetically, I love the fight. I love the first phase is pretty cool. The second phase looks cool. Like, the aesthetics of it look really cool. I'd say Renala in terms of like so if you compare Renala to Deacons, I feel like Renala is a better version of the Deacons fight where you have like a lot of NPCs and you have to hit the right one, right? I think it's hard to do a mage fight too. Especially when she's running away and spamming. That can be kind of annoying. Yeah, the presentation is good. Comparing to most utterly dog shit. Well, I'm just comparing it to fights I'd say is similar. I feel like it's definitely better than like Prowling Magus, but like how successful as a fight actually is it? How much fun is it? I don't know if I've ever really thought Renala was super fun. It's more of a spectacle than anything else. Maybe around here. That seems about right. So like I like Renala. I think the lore is cool, but the actual fight itself not that great. Better than Armored Spider. I feel like Armored Spider is more interesting than Renala, actually. Like, I don't know. Something I think where Renala really loses me is the running after her in the second phase. You can also fucking completely annihilate her too, so no way she's lower than Yorm. You think Renala is better than Yorm? I think I'd say Yorm is better than Renala, honestly, even though Yorm is also not great. I mean, here's the top of the tier list if you wanted to see it. Here's the very top of the tier list so far. Very, very top. What's an S? Here it all is so far. We'll also scroll through. We'll go back through it all. Renala is better than... I mean, we could sit here and argue all day. We're just going through one at a time, so. Alabaster Lord. I barely remember these guys. You can kind of stagger stun lock these guys pretty easy. I think they've got a couple like gravity attacks. These guys are pretty not interesting overall. Is it better than Seath? No, it's not better than Seath. Yeah, they're very forgettable, honestly. I guess I'll put it above the Clean Rot Knight though, so yeah, we'll put it there. Yeah, it's like barely a boss, right? Grave Warden Duelist. These guys are kind of cool. Like, at least they're kind of more unique. They're not just like a random enemy you see until way later. I feel like they're kind of cool. They're so easy though. Like, honestly, they're ridiculously easy. They might even be easier than Tibia Mariner. I don't know. They're like ludicrously easy. Yeah, I mean, they're kind of cool, but they're just such a joke, honestly. Yeah, I think that's what's holding them back. Cool and easy D. I think we put them at the E. Maybe above the Clean Rot Knight and the Alabaster Lord for being unique, but yeah, they're not great. They're aggressive. They can be, yeah. You stagger them. Dude, the last time I fought one, I literally stun locked them. Erdtree Burial Watchdog Duo. I don't like them just making duo fights of stuff you fought already. I like the Erdtree Watchdogs, but I don't think having two of them is like, oh, that makes it. Having two of something does not make that fight better. So I don't know. I mean, mechanically, it's not that bad of a fight. Like, it's not like super hard, but yeah, it's not great. I mean, based on this list, you'd kind of think that Elden Ring fucking sucks, right? Corporate Crow, thank you for the 66 months. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. Let's see. Sanguine Noble. This is another guy not that impressive. This is the guy that behind him is the Bloody Helix, I think. People kind of put him here. Not really too much. A couple of jump attacks stagger him. I mean, when bosses die so fast, you can't even see their moveset. What was the point of them being a boss? You know, I don't know. Bloodline does fucking suck, no cap. I do like other games better besides Dark Souls 2. It's Sanguine, not Sanguine, but like Sanguine. I'm assuming that this dragon, the flying dragons, are like Agil, and the other flying dragon would be considered. I mean, are they great fights? No, they're not. But I feel like the dragons are, it's fun to hit them in the head. I'd say that they're probably more enjoyable to me than the Erdtree avatars. I think one of the problems with the dragons is that there's too many of them. There could have been a lot less. There's so many of the dragons. I think that would imply to the isn't there the glintstone dragon here somewhere? Where's that at? Yeah, the glintstone dragon. I mean, essentially that's the exact same thing. They're not all that different. So I think that they're fine. I like them better than the tree spirits, I guess, because they're more dangerous. And that, like, I like there to be some kind of danger to me. There's really no danger for me against the Erdtree avatars. So dragons don't deliver as much as Dark Souls, as good as Dark Souls dragon bosses. Honestly, the dragon bosses in general, I mean, the highest dragon boss here is Midir, and everything else is pretty low. So yeah, decaying exile. So I don't mind the Scarlet Rot dragon. The problem is that one of his attacks nukes the area. Like, it is ridiculous how far that the Scarlet Rot spreads. Really frustrating. I don't know why they really overdid that one. That makes it a lot less enjoyable to fight for sure. I think that puts it down pretty far somewhere here. Yeah, it's like way too big, really overtuned. But I mean, the fight itself is still like an enjoyable fight, like the other dragons are, but that one attack knocks it down pretty far. Well, the dragon in Renala's attack is pretty fast. How are you still making this tier list? I mean, this is what chat wanted. Chat wanted these. Tree Sentinel Duo. Listen, yes, I'm aware you can fight them one at a time. I'm aware you can do that. If you do fight them at the same time, it's fucking dumb. You're probably supposed to summon for it and then fight them at the same time. If you fight them solo on your own, it really sucks. I don't see that having two of them made that any better. We're gonna knock this one down pretty far. Yeah, I fought them together. It kind of sucks. It ain't great. You know, we're gonna put that right next to Headless 8 because fighting two of these things at the same time is just terrible. So this has been at least 5 hours. I mean, you want me to stop? I'll stop. Oh, here's Godfroy. So Godfroy, I'd say, is worse than Godric, because he doesn't get the second phase with the dragon, and the fact that they reuse him is so stupid. Like, I don't know why they bother with that. So he's certainly worse than Godric. I mean, the fight itself is fine, but yeah, I don't know. I feel like he belongs somewhere around here. Yeah, let's put Godfroy here. So Godfroy is just fighting Godric again, except he doesn't get a second phase. So the worst thing is the name change. He belonged. Yeah, it's almost a self-parody, right? It really is. Dragonkin soldiers. There's a couple of those in the game. One of them's in the Scarlet Rot. That one's way worse than the other one. I think they're not bad to fight. I hate that, like, if you swing at the middle, you're gonna miss a ton. I fucking hate that shit. So that's pretty annoying about the Dragonkin soldiers. Yeah, a lot of screen shaking, right? The Ice Lightning one is different. Yeah, I wonder if they differentiate that one here. I do like the Ice Lightning one better, but in general, just hitting them is really annoying because of the hollow emptiness and the hollow inside. So I guess I'm going to put them here at the bottom of C tier. They have no HP. Is Commander Nyal the poison one? The one in the Scarlet Rot Swamp? He's okay. I like that fight. He also gives you a pretty pog weapon. His attacks are very fair. His ads, he's honestly pretty oh wait, no, O'Neal is the poison one. Okay, let's go do O'Neal then. We'll wait on Neal. There he is, Commander O'Neal. Yeah, he's pretty fair. Also, when he summons his buddies, he kind of hangs back, so you can actually deal with his guys pretty easily. So he's honestly pretty fair of a boss. The reward is good for him. I don't know how like awesome he is here, so I think maybe I'd put him maybe right there. Like, I thought I just have to separate these three. I'll put him there, sure. Bring us O'Neal. Who's number one so far? This is the very top of my tier list so far. We still have a lot of Elden Ring to get through, so we're working on. This is the very top of my tier list so far, and I've tried to keep them in order. I've tried to keep them like in order. So like Slave Knight would be the best, and then Gehrman would be the lowest S+ tier rank. That would be, it's like I've tried to, and we could go back and forward on it all day, but the Fell Twins are just two NPCs together. It's a really disappointing boss. Just more, I don't even know why it's in the game. There's some boss in the game where it's like, why was this even here, right? And that's kind of how I feel about that's how I feel about the Fell Twins. I don't know why they're there. Really not much to say about them. They're just two of those guys. Lore, I mean, it's yeah, everything is all pitch black or whatever, but that's not great. Let's see. We got Black Knife Assassins. I think these guys are semi decent fights. Like, you can backstab them and they move around a lot. I think that these guys are pretty fun overall. I don't know if they're crazy enjoyable, but I think they're okay. Music, so yeah, this is the Ancestor Spirit music. It's pretty good, right? I think that they're okay. I'd say that I enjoy them probably more than the dragons overall. This is where it gets hard to compare. Maybe somewhere around there. They're all right. Yeah, they're cool in the lore for sure. Definitely. Poor Vort. I mean, Vort made it to decent high C tier. Like, give Vort a break, right? Not so bad. Let's see. Crucible Knights. You know what? I think the Crucible Knight fights, I know that they can be, they got that stab where they fucking teleport to you if they detected you healing. But I think these guys, I love a boss that's an asshole. And I think, would you guys agree that the Crucible Knight is a fucking asshole? he's absolutely a fucking asshole. I think that they're pretty fun and satisfying. I think the one thing I'd say about the Crucible Knight is I feel like the tail attacks in the second phase are kind of annoying. They're a bit irritating. I think I'm going to put them at the higher B tier. Yeah, the tail is a little frustrating, I'd say. I'd say similarly, the Tree Sentinel, the shield attacks are also a little bit annoying. I think I'd actually put Loretta above these. So, yeah, the tail is a little obnoxious for sure. A for asshole. Let's see. Oh, this is, okay, this Dragonkin soldier, this is the one with the lightning spears. The visual of this fight, now I put the Dragonkin soldiers like somewhere in the C tier, I think, right? Yeah, bottom C tier. Now this one has the ice lightning and he like flies up in the sky. And this is where you have the giant skeleton on the throne. Like, that has to be one of the coolest vistas in the whole fucking game. I feel like this one is just aesthetically, this one is really, really cool. So I feel like that knocks this one up way higher than that. Is it better than Amelia though? I don't know if it's better than Amelia. It's still a pretty easy fight. I'm gonna put that right there. It's better but it's not that much better. It's still kind of the same fight. Yeah, the frost lightning and the setting in that makes that a lot better, but it's still, I don't think it's better than Amelia. It's still a fairly easy fight. And he still has that same frustrating problem where you swing at the middle and you're hitting nothing. That's very annoying against those guys. So this is another Crucible Knight. This is the one with the spear. I feel like the spear Crucible Knight is just as fun as the sword Crucible Knight. I would say that this one's actually maybe slightly more fun because he doesn't have the tail jank. So I think I'm actually going to move him up a little bit more, actually. Going to move him up a little bit more. You like the sword guy more? I think I like the spear guy more, actually. But I mean, I like them both pretty close. Navarki, thank you for the 41 months. Thank you, Navarki. I really appreciate that. Thank you, dude. This music's going a little extra for me right now. Crucible duo. What about Putrid Grave Warden Duelist? What about this guy? You know, the duelist we already fought like a bunch of times, except now he's putrid. Where did I even put this guy? Oh, here we go. I mean, he's the same thing, honestly. He's literally the same thing. He's the same thing as the Grave Warden Duelist, except he's stinky. It's literally the same thing. Onyx Lord is pretty much the same thing also as the Alabaster Lord. They're pretty much the exact same thing. These guys are pretty easy to stagger lock and just fucking annihilate these guys, so not much to say about that. Let's see. Ooh, Godskin Apostles. I think the Godskin Apostles are really cool. I love their design. I think these guys are really fun Elden Ring fights. I think that they have fantastic music. Their moveset is cool. They're really fair. I think maybe sometimes they can frame trap you a little bit, but I think the Godskin Apostle is a fun fight. I feel like the one at the bottom of the tower in Caelid is very memorable. I think I'm going to put it here at the bottom of A tier. Very bottom of A tier, I think, for me. Yeah, I like them for sure. Now the Godskin Noble, though, I have a big problem with the Godskin Noble, and that's the fucking roll attack. The roll attack, I don't know if you guys would agree with me. Press 1 in the chat if you agree with me. The Godskin Noble roll attack is fucking jank. It starts and stops. It hits a wall. Sometimes it keeps rolling. Sometimes it stops. If it wasn't for the roll attack, so the roll attack, I think, is just straight up bad. It's just bad. I hate it. Like, I've seen them roll, stop, try to stab you, and then glitch back into the rolling attack. Like, it doesn't make any sense. It feels like untested. I also really feel like Noble Presence is kind of bullshit. Noble Presence is when he goes, oh, and he like Super Saiyans in front of you, and it does a lot of damage. That one really bothers me too. So that, to me, that makes the Godskin Noble significantly less enjoyable than the Apostle. I don't like that move. I still like the Godskin Noble. I still like it. But yeah, those things really hold it back for me. I think I'm going to put him right here. Yeah, those things hold it back. I mean, obviously you can learn to deal with them. It's not like I don't struggle with the Godskin Noble. Noble guaranteed stutters after like 1.5 seconds of rolling for so long now. Noble is a beer and Apostle's S. I don't feel comfortable giving Godskin Apostle the same ranking as like mid-ear. I like the Apostle, but he ain't that great. Stone Digger Troll. These guys are another kind of joke boss where it's like they're just laughable, honestly. Like, whatever. It really does feel like they were just filling in boxes, and like an intern went through and like, okay, load Stone Digger Troll. You know, like there's really not much to say about these guys. They're just kind of regular NPCs you fight, you know, as a boss. Clean Rot Knight Duo is another fucking random, you know, assortment of NPCs. I really feel like this is and I've said this before and I've gotten flack for this, that I feel like Elden Ring should have had less caves, less ruins, like maybe make the world a little bit smaller and make those things better. Like, you know, like we don't need, maybe instead of 10 shitty caves, we could have like 2 caves and combine those and make those and have one good boss in there. You know, I don't think that they needed that. And I feel like that might be where being an open world thing actually hurts Elden Ring. I think Elden Ring has a problem of quantity over quality. Yes, I definitely think that that's a problem with Elden Ring. Now, again, I obviously still love Elden Ring. I'm ready to play Elden Ring right now. But I do think that that's a problem with Elden Ring. Andy Mint, thank you for the 4 months. Appreciate that, dude. Thank you very much. Let's see. Morgott, the Omen King. Morgott. I think Morgott is a really, really fucking good boss. One of the best bosses in Elden Ring, for sure. I love Morgott. I think with Morgott, maybe we're getting into the problem of like combos that never end. Like sometimes when you're fighting Morgott, it's like he just keeps going and he just keeps swinging. It's like, all right already. Like sometimes it's like, you know, maybe we can stop attacking here once in a while. I don't feel like that's less of a problem with Margit than it is with Morgott. Now, with that said, I feel like Morgott, like the spectacle of like he gets his sword, like the flaming stabs are really cool. His backflips are all really cool. Like it's a really cool, really memorable fight. I think I'm comfortable putting him here. I've also done him on level 1 too, which makes him more fun. I think, you know what? I'm actually going to knock him down a little bit more. And here's my reasoning why. I feel like he doesn't have a lot of HP. I feel like he could have used maybe 10 to like maybe 20% more HP. I feel like that's less of a problem with Margit than it is with Morgott, because if you're exploring the world and you're upgrading your weapon, you get there and it's like, oh, he's dead. Like that can be a bit extreme. I think he could have used a little bit more HP. He's a more fun fight. If you go level 1 against him, he's actually really fun. He's actually really fun. None of the Elden Ring bosses have enough HP. Fire Giant has too much HP. What are you talking about? Let's see. Cemetery Shades. Okay, well, at least these guys are like kind of unique and cool. Like you don't really see them outside of it. These guys also are weird because they have like 5 HP, which is weird. The one with the skeletons is horrible. I love the creepiness of the designs, but I can't say these guys are like an actually fun fight. Like they're not really enjoyable to fight at all. So I guess I'm gonna put them, I guess I'd rather fight them over the Royal Revenant and the Abductor Virgins and the Rune Bear, but they're not very enjoyable. Yeah, they're like they fucking chop you up like crazy and then they die in 3 hits. Like it's kind of a weird fight, honestly, but I love their visual design, and I love the like the parasite on the head. I feel like that's pretty cool. Yeah, exactly. Let's see. Where's the Red Wolf of Radagon? This is the dog in the what's it called? The fucking Rhea Lucaria. I think he's decent. I think he's a solid fight. I think he's pretty fair. He's very aggressive. He's kind of an asshole. The magic, all of his attacks are pretty fair to dodge, honestly. I don't know if he quite reaches that like super high tier of boss, but I think I don't mind fighting him. I think he's fine. It is a small room, but I don't think it's like excessively small, and the camera works pretty well in there. That's somebody's gonna say, you think Red Wolf is better than Gwyn? I'll tell you what, why don't we can put the dogs together, I guess. I think I'm gonna put him here. I feel like the bell-bearing hunters are more fun to fight. I think these guys are more fun to fight. I'd say that Red Wolf is more fun to fight than the burial watchdogs, but I think we're gonna put him there. Worse than Godric. I think I like putting him there. It's always, I mean, in the end, this is all comparing apples to oranges, like over and over, right? Red Wolf of the Champion is the exact same thing. I don't know why. Like, I guess they just had to use it, but it's literally the same fight. Nothing unique about it. I think it gets moved down a little bit because it's a fucking repeat of a fight we've already done, but it's still like, it's still the same fight. I'm gonna move it down to the bottom of B because like, why did they could have just not done that. But then again, they like ran out of assets and time, right? So, you know, whatever. Which do you like better, apples or oranges? I like apples better. Ancient Hero of Zamora. I can't believe there are 3 of these guys. I think that these guys are okay. They're probably one of the better bosses they repeated. These are the guys with the icy swords. Some of their moves feel like frame traps to me, where it's like you dodge, but like you couldn't avoid it. They're also pretty easy to stun lock over and over. But they're not bad. They kind of have a cool move set overall. They're not terrible. I'd say maybe they're like here. Maybe they're there. Put them at the higher D tier. They look really cool. You know what? We'll put them in the C tier. Probably better than the Dragonkin soldiers. Let's put them there. On the C, we'll put them solid C tier. Yeah, well, no, only one of them drops the ice curved sword. Yeah, that's actually a really cool sword. That ice curved sword. That's a cool one. I like that one. It has a weird move. It's a funky move set. I don't know what lasers are. Oh, we haven't done Godfrey. This is the first golden Godfrey. I mean, it's a fun fight for sure. Should there have been like, I don't know, like, I feel like it's weird when they tip their hand on bosses, right? So it's like, here's Godfrey, and then way later, here's Godfrey again. Like, I feel like we could have just not, like, could we have just not had this boss and like let you go to Morgoth's room, right? Like, I don't know. Like, I think the fight itself is fine, but I think it kind of spoils a later fight a little bit, right? I mean, I didn't really mind fighting him. He does give you a talisman slot. The fight itself is enjoyable. Like, it's a fun fight for sure, but I feel like, I don't know. I don't think I really needed it there, honestly, right? Yeah, why? I don't think he really needed to be there at all. So we'll put him there. It is an enjoyable fight, though. It is an enjoyable fight. I don't mind it. Adam, Thief of Fire, is just another asshole NPC that just spams. He shoots the fireballs at you. I mean, I don't really like, I guess they need them, but I'm never going to be really happy about fighting another random NPC. This is the guy, I think this is the fat guy who spams the giant fireballs at you. He's in one of the Ever jails. There's also this guy who's like a giant he casts the big swords at you. I guess he's like slightly better, but yeah, he's not a great boss either. So you can really tell with Elden Ring, like they really were like filling in the blanks. Like they gave them this, like, okay, put a boss in there, and they're just like, okay, what can we use? I know, let's put this hat on the troll, and he casts a spell. There you go. Now there's a boss for you. And then somebody wrote like 10 seconds of lore for him, and then here we are, right? So yeah, input asset, right? Exactly. I might get some hate for this one. Press 1 in the chat if you hate the Crucible Knight duo. Press 1 in the chat if you hate these guys. Give this man a game design job. Press 1 in the chat if you hate these guys. Fuck that shit. I'm gonna get some hate for this. I feel like individually they're both a fun fight. I feel like together they're actually also a pretty fun fight. I feel like for the most part when you fight these guys, the Crucible Knight duo, I feel like one kind of hangs back and the other one fights you. So to me, I don't really mind it. I think it's fine. I have no problem with it. I understand, like, yeah, but like they very seldom fight you at the same time. Then if they do that, you just kind of fucking run away and try to re-engage. Yeah, get out of there. So right. So I'm gonna say that these guys, I've never struggled with the Crucible Knight duo. I've literally never struggled with these guys. I think individually, I'd say the Crucible Knights are better on their own, but overall, they're a fun fight. I think I'd put them. Let's see. They are a repeated asset that they're using again, so that's not great. We'll move that down a little bit because of that, but I'll put them there. They're an enjoyable fight. That's generous, but I'll get over it. Yeah, I mean, I think that individually they're fun to fight, and together they're still pretty fun to fight. So I enjoy those fights. It's because the individual asset of the enemy is pretty well made. I think Round Table Knight Vike gets a few more points because he's kind of more of a unique, momentous fight, but he's also not a great fight. He's like another. I'll move him up to F tier, but there's really not much to say. Like, He ain't great. He's just another NPC guy. He gets up to the F tier because he's got a little bit more going on with him with the right. He's like important for the lore and the frenzy flame, and I get that, but he's just another NPC, so not that exciting. All right, chat. Where would you put Star Scourge Radon? Let's hear it. Where are you putting Radon? S plus, S plus, my goat. A too easy. A, S plus before nerf, now S. I think Star Scourge Radon is an awesome fight. I love the intro. I love the lore. I do think that his design is like, anybody agree with me? His design is kind of clownish, like a gigantic dude on a tiny horse. Like, it's kind of clowny, and it kind of, to me, it kind of sticks out for like everything in the rest of the game as like, that's probably one of the most ridiculous things in the game. I think for the most part, the fight is extremely well telegraphed. Like all the hitboxes, the attacks are all fair. I do think I kind of detract some points from Radon because you can kind of stand at his crotch, and a lot of his attacks are literally going over your head. Like he slam, and you can just like stand there under his crotch and you can just like do whatever you want for a lot of it. So I kind of detract some points from that. I love phase 2 with like the lightning and the showing up and the rocket. So there's like he has a lot of personality. Also, I love that after you beat him, it like opens up the world. There's like a whole new thing to explore. Like that's really cool. I think I'm going to put him at the top of the A tier. Really good boss, really fun. Has some, I think he has some kind of issues there that detract from the fight, that really hold it back from being like a really good fight. But he's obviously a pretty well realized boss. Obviously, how is Radon higher than Margit? He's not. Radon is lower than Margit, but Radon I think is higher than, did I put him higher than Morgott? I put him higher than Morgott. I have to know where you put the shitty ass gargoyles in Elden Ring. Okay. You want me to do, I'll do gargoyles right now. Valiant gargoyles. All right, chat. Where are you putting the valiant gargoyles, chat? Let's hear it. No way Radon is not S. He's at the top of the A tier. F, C, E. I think we can all agree that the gargoyles are kind of, I feel like that's FromSoft referencing themselves. You know, that's them being like, hey, we did this once before, we're going to do it again, right? I kind of enjoy the reference. I think you know what I do like about the Valiant Gargoyles? At least they didn't give you like a fucking dog shit arena for these guys. They actually give you like a decent arena for it, which thankfully I appreciate that. That way you actually have some nice decent room to fight them. I really feel like the problem with the Valiant Gargoyles was that the poison was completely unnecessary. The poison, the spamming the poison across the field, they're both doing the poison. It's also like sometimes it's hard to even see the poison. You know, when you had the Demon Princes in Dark Souls 3, you can very clearly see the toxic shit on the ground. The poison's kind of hard to see in the arena, and yeah, I don't know. I feel like I don't mind the Valiant Gargoyles that much, but I feel like they deserve to be like, they're not that great of a fight. And the poison, it really kind of messes that up a little bit. I think they're gonna go down here somewhere. Yeah, we're going to put them down in the D tier. I don't mind the fight that much. I think that the gargoyles in general are not that bad to fight. But yeah, I think they deserve to go down here, probably at the D tier, I'd say. D tier leaders. Mimic tier. I don't really know what to say about Mimic tier. It's kind of a funny joke on the player, I suppose. It's led to a lot of memes. F tier, it's a funny concept. I feel like it's almost like a joke. Like it's like a joke they're playing on you, like fight yourself. So I don't really know what to say. I think we'll put it like, I'm gonna put it like precisely in the middle. Actually, no, let's move it above the middle because it's kind of a funny joke on the player. Now, does a funny joke on the player lead to like interesting gameplay? Not necessarily, but sometimes a joke is worth it. You know what I mean? Like when I've made my Kaizo hack, sometimes I have a stupid obstacle that's just there for you to laugh, not because it has to be like a super challenging thing, right? So I don't know. I think I'd put Mimic tier somewhere around here. I think that's fair. It's a funny idea. Magma worms. I don't mind the magma worm fights. I feel like they're okay. I feel like they're kind of the equivalent to like the dragons or the golems. I'm gonna move them back a little bit. It's kind of annoying when they do the stupid, like they shoot the lava and they run away from you for a while. I wish they didn't do that so much. That's kind of annoying whenever they do that. So I think they're gonna go down a bit for that. At least they're not hard to hit. So I think I'll put them above the dragon soldiers, but there's also so many magma worms, right? The lava's in place for a while. Yeah. Drop moon veils, so S, yeah. And then they put them in a closet and make you fight them. Like, I don't think they're bad, but at least they're easier to hit than the dragonkin, and they've got a decent amount of moves. So I guess there's also the one that actually has, like, some of them don't do the phase 2, which that's also an important distinction, right? Now, so this is another mimic tier. They did 2 mimic tiers. I don't know why they did it twice. Maybe in case you missed it the first time, like they really wanted you to know that there was a mimic tier. So I guess we'll put the other mimic tier in the exact same place. UO Magmor. I mean, I'm don't. Oh shit! I'm going through all of them, man. I'm literally doing all of them. Spirit Caller, small with the Crucible Knight, the Snail Crucible. That's kind of a funny joke. You can also go kill just the snail. Kind of an interesting gimmick, I guess. But I don't know. Gimmicks very rarely transform into like good, meaningful boss fights. Yeah, there's 2 mimic tiers in Elden Ring. Of course there is. Of course there is. I feel like this deserves to go next to like the folding screen monkeys, like around here for like a gimmick fight. Yeah, somewhere around here maybe. Yeah, we'll put that there. Funny gimmick, haha, forgettable. You do it, and then it's, why would you ever even do it again, right? I don't even know what the reward is for getting it, if the reward is even worthwhile. Yeah, apparently there's a snail instant kill grab. Apparently, yeah. Messed with players in the first playthrough. So much trash in Elden Ring. I mean, there's a lot of forgettable kind of trash. A lot of NPCs in the game. Speaking of trash, Deathright birds. So Deathright birds have all the problems of death birds with the cameras, except it's even worse because they've got these gigantic AoEs, like their explosions and their attacks and like the ghost flame. Like, it's really frustrating to deal with. Regardless of wherever you target, like, it's very aggravating to fight these things. I don't like them. I say the only thing that's fun about the Deathright birds is nuking them with holy damage is really fun. They've got some good rewards, that's for sure. I can agree with that. I'm gonna say that they are here, I guess. Here in F tier. I feel like some of their hitboxes and timings could have been like with, especially with the ghost flame going everywhere. Like, it does so much damage when you get hit. I know it does so much damage. Like, there's just something about them. Not to mention on the camera, you're fighting on a cliff. Just, they're really like obnoxious. I'm not a fan of the Deathright birds at all. Let's see. Fia's champions, a bunch. Instead of NPCs, you fight a bunch of NPCs. Whoop de fucking do. More whatever. Lore wise, maybe it's got a little bit more going on for it, but not great. More NPCs. Let's see. Crucible Knight and Misbegotten Warrior. So this is the fight before Radahn. Now I like both of these fights, but this just seems kind of like a weird mishmash of shit here for no reason. I think I'm gonna put that down here. I guess I prefer it over the Crystallian duo, but yeah, kind of a weird mishmash. The arena's not great. Yeah, I feel like that felt like a placeholder that like they just went with later on. Like, I don't know. I wish that the Radahn fight had so, like, I think that could have just not been there and that would have been fine. They just, like, they had to put a boss in there for no reason, I guess. So, you know, fair enough. Let's see. Estelle. Estelle is really interesting. Estelle is really interesting. I think Estelle is a really cool aesthetic fight. Like, his design is amazing. He looks so cool. The aesthetics of the fight are awesome. I feel like the mechanics of the actual fight, like the actual fight itself, is not that great. I think, like, okay, I don't like his slams on the ground when he does the waves of darkness because you kind of can't dodge through those, right? All you can do is run away and then come back in. You can't dodge through. I've always found it actually pretty easy to get through to hit his head. Actually, dodging the grab. Can you actually roll through the waves of darkness? Can you really? It's really. I've tried to. I swear to God, right? I swear I've tried to roll through that. I don't feel comfortable giving Estelle, just because as much as I love the aesthetics, I don't feel comfortable giving him above here. I think he's going to go high C tier. But yeah, not a great fight. Not a great fight, honestly. We haven't done Moog yet. Haven't done Moog. You can, but they overlap and they can hit you. Estelle is okay. He's okay. He's not bad. He's not great. Electo. So this is the roided out black knife that does like the waves of darkness attack that the other ones have. I mean, I don't know where did I put the other black knife guys in the C tier somewhere? I don't remember where I put those. Electo was fun. Where did I put the other black knife guys? In C tier? I can't even, now my own tier list is confusing me. I don't even know where I put it. Invisible black knife. It's next to Parl. Oh, okay. Black knife assassin. I mean, I guess they're pretty comparable. They have the same moveset, except she has a couple of new moves. The new moves are cool. Like the new moves. No, it's just because it's hard. It's literally hard to see stuff. I feel like her new moves are pretty cool, although mostly you just run away from them. But overall, I think Electo's fine. You know, it's another black knife fight. You like this fight? I mean, I wouldn't get upset that there's like I put it in that tier, right? Oh, hang on. So Estelle, so that's so we just did Estelle, but this is the other Estelle that's in the cave because there's two Estelles, because of course there is. I think Stars of Darkness is the one that's in the frozen area. I think we're gonna move the Stars of this is the frozen area one. We're gonna move this one down a lot because that's just like another unnecessary repeat, kind of like Godefroy. It really kind of ruined the specialness of Estelle. Didn't need to use two of them. Yeah, it's another Godefroy situation where I think they could have just not done that. So, you know, all right. Okay, I have a couple of suggestions. Number one, I think Godefroy should not have been Godefroy. I think that after you killed Godric dies, right? Then Godric's spirit, instead of being reborn by the Erd Tree, is then trapped because of his crimes. He gets trapped in the Everjail. So when you fight Godefroy, that's not Godefroy, that's Godric. So that way it's not just like, oh, it's just another guy who's exactly like Godric, except now it's Godefroy, right? What if in the same way with Estelle, instead of when you kill Estelle, he fucking dies? What if when you kill him, he goes down, right? And then he quivers, and then he gets up, and then he teleports out. And you're like, what the fuck? He teleports. So then you find Estelle again later, and it's literally just Estelle, right? That would have been kind of cool. As opposed to it's like, it's the same guy again, whatever, right? I think that actually would have been really cool if it's like, where the fuck did Estelle go, right? And then they're, oh shit. See, I feel like if you slightly change the way things happen, I feel like suddenly it's like a lot less lame. You know what I'm saying? Like a lot less lame. What if you go to that cave before the real Estelle? That's a good point. I mean, I'm sure that there's a way around that, right? Yeah, a tweak of the narrative. I'm sure there'd be a way around that for sure. Okay, so if you go to the other cave first, just have the game detect which Estelle you killed first. So whichever Estelle you kill first does the teleport, and then the other one is the one that's going to be there. So that's how it works. That's an easy fix. Regal Ancestor Spirit. Let's see. Mac Attack, thank you for the gift sub. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. I think I put the Ancestor Spirit somewhere in the C tier. I think that the Regal Ancestor Spirit, it does have some really cool moves, actually. I don't know if you guys have ever seen. I've seen the Regal Ancestor Spirit's moves in the second phase. Be Alone for the music. Yeah, it's definitely got a great aesthetic. I don't think mechanically it's a great fight. I think that the Ancestor Spirits in general did not have enough HP. I'd say that the Regal one is slightly cooler because of all the attacks it can do, but it really could have used a bit more HP, honestly. It really could have used a bit more HP. I will say it gets a few more bonus points because of all the extra attacks that you're probably not going to see because you killed it in 3 jump attacks, but it gets a few more points. I think it could have used like 30 or 40% more HP. honestly. I think I could have used a bit more. But Magma Worm Makar. So I think I already ranked the Magma Worms at like what, the C tier somewhere. I guess Makar is slightly better because these Magma Worms don't have a phase 2, but Magma Worm Makar does have a phase 2 where he has the sword, which is kind of cool, and he swings that around. So I think I'll move him up a little bit more, maybe around here. Now loses points because he's not unique, obviously, but the sword attacks are kind of whatever. Like it's not like it's like, oh my god, what now? It's an incredible fight, but at least that's there. I think we'll also put where is Theodorix here? Where is that at? I don't see him. I don't know. Maybe we'll find him later. Oh, we forgot. Oh, it's right next to Moog. Now I can't find Moog. Oh, there he is. Okay, so we'll put him there too. I heard some people yelling about Theodorix that he had too much HP or he does too much damage or something like that. I don't really feel that. I feel like he's about equivalent. Like he doesn't seem that bad to me. So thank you guys. All right, we never did the Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think the Draconic Tree Sentinel is fucking badass. I love the Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think he's a great boss. I think it's like all good bosses, he's a fucking asshole. I think he's very fair overall. I think some people get mad at Draconic Tree Sentinel because he does the fireballs at you. Like he fireballs when you're trying to heal, and that drives people mad. Like, wait, I can't just heal for free? I know that really pisses people off, but I really like the Draconic Tree Sentinel. I think he's really cool. I feel like he's better than all of the Tree Sentinels. He's better than the Crucible Knights here too. I would say he's actually better than the Godskin Apostle also. I don't think he's better than Fume Knight or Corrupted Monk. I think he belongs right there. I think he's better than Apostle, but not better than Corrupted Monk. I'm putting him in the 8s here. He's a really fun fight. He's a really fun fight. It would have been better if his weapon didn't suck. I can't believe they gave you that weapon. They don't give you a lightning attack, dude. That was so bullshit. What an idiot. They fucked up on his weapon for sure. They should fix that shit. Make it a lightning explosion. Do that. Why not? All right, chat. God Devouring Serpent Rykard. Where does Rykard go? Where does Rykard go? What do you think? The shield is good, too. S plus? S plus? C, D, E? Annoying gimmick. So Rykard is the most recent version. They did the Storm Ruler gimmick, right? So they did Storm Ruler. Whoa, that's a gigantic emote. Oh, did you like gigantify your animated emotes? Is that what you just did? I don't know if I like that. Somebody gigantify Barb Dumper. Anyway, it's the most recent version of the Storm Ruler fight. I think spectacle wise, looks really fucking cool. Like the spectacle of the fight is amazing. I have a couple of things that I don't like about Rykard. A couple of things I don't like about him. One thing I don't like about him is in phase 1 he has an attack that's like almost undodgeable, which is really frustrating. That's a big Barb Dumper. Giant dumpers. So how do you even unlock the bigger emotes? How do you even do that anyway? I don't like, he's got an attack in phase 1 that's really annoying. And in phase 2, when he spams the skulls, it's like all you can do is run away. That's not great either. I really don't like that. Aside from that, yeah, the earthquake in phase 1 and phase 2, the skulls that are just like the never-ending skulls where it's like run away for fucking 40 seconds. I really don't like that at all. I don't like that. Now, with that said, I think that's probably the best version of the Storm Ruler fight they've done. I definitely like it better than Yorm. Where did I end up putting Yorm? Is Yorm in the B tier, C tier? I don't remember where I put Yorm. I think I'd say Rykard is somewhere in the B tier for me. I think he's somewhere in the B tier. I do think he's a bit too easy. It would have been nice if it was a little harder, even with all the running. It's S for you, one of the most fun fights in the game. You prefer Storm King? I think I'm gonna put Rykard. Somewhere in B tier. I think I'm gonna put Rykard here. I like Rykard. There's just a couple attacks not a big fan of overall, and I feel like it's not particularly challenging. Spectacle is great, looks cool. I'm gonna say a high B for Rykard. Surely he's higher than Quelaag. I think I did end up putting him higher than Quelaag. Yeah, I think I did. Let's see, what do we got? Any other like okay, Spirit Caller, the Godskin Spirit Caller, bro. I fucking died laughing when I fought the Godskin. I was like, the boss music's still going, and I thought another Godskin was gonna pop out, and then a fucking snail pops out. That said, I mean, I don't know, man. It's another fucking snail boss. You know, I guess it's less of a gimmick than the other one because you have to fight the two Godskin consecutively, but I also feel like it has like a bad effect on the Godskin fight in general, because if you weren't tired of fighting the Godskin, then you probably will be soon, because now you have to fight Godskin Noble and the Apostle again, right before you get to the mountaintops, and then you fight the Godskin Duo and Apostle simultaneously. So I feel like it probably, as funny as it was, I feel like it's probably shouldn't have been in the game. Like, it's fine, I don't mind it, doesn't literally like bother me. I'm gonna put it like here, I guess. But where did Miss Noble end up? Miss Noble is in the F tier. Oh, he's F. Misbegotten Crusader. It's another Misbegotten. This one's damage is like outrageous, and he's got the annoying AoEs. This is in the frozen area, so I feel like he's a lot less fun to fight than the other Misbegottens. The other Misbegotten is like a lot more enjoyable, but I think I'll put him somewhere around here, I guess. You do get the super golden Crusader sword, so that one's pretty cool, I suppose. Let's see. Moog the Omen. See, Moog the Omen, like, at least there's like another Moog afterwards, right? But like Moog the Omen, I almost wish he wasn't there, right? Because then it spoils the existence of Moog. I don't know if they needed to repeat that. Moog the Omen aside, ignoring that, Moog the Omen is a very fun fight. He's got good pacing. The arena is cool. All of his moves, he's incredibly fair. It's cool to find him at the bottom of the sewer. I kind of wish he wasn't repeated. I like Moog better than the Godskin and better than this. I think I'll move Moog somewhere, maybe like here, maybe around there. Definitely wish, I kind of wish he just wasn't in the game though, honestly. Kind of wish he wasn't in the game. Yeah, it's like the game, Elden Ring can't help but spoil its own best bosses, right? It can't help itself. It just doesn't anyway. Lich Dragon Fortisax. So this is another boss that like might have been cool, but you've probably already fought this dragon a couple times. He also has like not a lot of HP. There's like two different kinds of dragons in Elden Ring. There's like the flying dragons, and then there's this kind of dragon. This kind of dragon is really annoying to fight with, like, he does the big wings attacks. Yeah, I don't really like this boss, honestly. He's got good music, I think, but I don't really like this boss. I think the lore is kind of cool, but I think I'm going to put him at the bottom of a C tier, honestly. I'm going to put him there. The flying dragons are a ton of fun, though. I just don't really like I don't like that kind of dragon. I feel like is very aggravating in Elden Ring. I feel like that one's aggravating. Don't like that one. Let's see. Perfumer Trisha and Misbegotten Warrior. Another fucking random mishmash of bosses. Like, who cares? Possibly annoying. Black Blade Kindred. Oh, these guys are such mega assholes. They really are. The one in Dragon Barrow's scaling is fucking crazy, by the way. But at least when you fight these guys, they're on their own. One thing I do hate is that sometimes the arena is kind of frustrating. I do think that they're pretty fun fights overall. They're pretty fun. I I'd say wait on the Dragon Barrel one, because the Dragon Barrel one is gonna be really rough. Don't fight the Dragon Barrel one too early. Also, the game kind of like sends you there. It's like, hey, go talk to the Beast Clergyman. It's like, oh yeah, and by the way, go fight that boss that's gonna kill you in one shot for the next 80 levels. It's like, nah, don't do that, dude. Yeah, Dragon Barrel's fucked up. Dragon Barrel's pretty fucked up. Yeah, the one in front of Garank is a total asshole. I enjoy the fights overall. Yeah, they're okay. I don't mind. At least you don't have to fight two of them at the same time, right? At least you don't have to do that. Borealis to me is kind of like the Scarlet Rot Dragon. He just does like crazy fucking damage for some reason or other. And the giant AoE spit is pretty frustrating, but I mean, he's okay, I guess. Where did I put the Scarlet Rot Dragon? Where did I put, oh, right here. I feel like he's actually more annoying than the Scarlet Rot Dragon, so I'm going to move him down a little bit. Yeah, he's actually probably one of the most annoying dragons in the game. Yeah, he's pretty annoying. I don't like him very much. Let's see. Commander Nyal. This is the guy that starts off with his summons. I've heard people like bitch and moan about this guy like crazy. Hey, babe. I'm almost done. No, I'm good. All the dragon fights are the same? Not all of them. I think Commander Nyal is fine. I think he's fine. I don't really have a lot of issues. I've never really had a bunch too many issues with his summons either. So I think he's fine. Borealis is dog garbage. It's not a fun fight. No, I don't mind Commander Nyal overall. I don't know where I put the last commander. But I don't really mind the summons too much. I feel like he's a fair fight overall. I probably wouldn't go above the 8. Well, maybe I do like him better. So this Commander Nyal is the one that flies in the sky and hits you with the lightning leg, which is kind of cool.
Birthday, B. Susie.
I do enjoy that. Vinny Velvet, thank you for the 29 months. Appreciate that. Yeah, the second phase is pretty cool. I'd agree. So maybe like here. Put him there. Maybe here. Commander is B. I don't remember where I put the other commander. I don't remember where I put him. It's Big E Honda. If someone does a dual blade Whirlwind of Doom move, yeah, you can kind of punk those guys out pretty fast though. If you know what you're doing. You can also use a Bewitching Branch too. Chat, how do you make the big emotes? How do you make the big emotes? Oh, the other one's C tier. I think it's fair to say Nyal is better than the other one in the Scarlet Rot Swamp. I think that one's better. All right, so we're actually running out of bosses here. Fire Giants. Oh boy, chat. Where would you put Fire Giants? Oh, you got to pay 100 bits. So am I getting these 100 bits? S plus F. Fuck the Fire Giant. Need a big hot dog. I'm fucking hungry too. Yeah, we've been doing this for hours today. Put him in the garbage. Okay, I think phase 1 of Fire Giant is, it's another boss where you're fighting his fucking ankles, right? I think phase 1 of Fire Giant is mostly fair. Like, he's fine. He does have some big stupid damage. It's cool to break his ankle. That's kind of cool. I think with phase 2, it's almost like if you fight him by hand, you're kind of like you're trying to hit his hands to do more damage, right? Like that's what the game kind of seems like it wants you to do. But if you do that, you're open to these like insane attacks like the belly fire and the belly nukes, right? So if you're fighting him by hand, it can be really frustrating. Now, if you're riding around on the horse, you can also get fucked. Like the belly fire attack is so jank. And sometimes he can like roll and hit you on top of you. Like I think Fire Giant is pretty unenjoyable. I think he gets some points for like originality and creativity. Like he looks really cool. Like I like the way he looks. I'm gonna put him at the top of D tier. I'm gonna put him at the top. I think as time has gone on, I don't want to say I enjoy Fire Giant. I've kind of gotten used to it, but I wouldn't put him much higher than that, honestly. I fought him with a fire without thinking of doing less damage to the boss is trash for you. You think Fire Giant's better than this? I definitely am not a big fan of Fire Giant overall. I definitely don't like bosses where you're hitting an ankle. Like I don't like that, so I definitely think Demon of Hatred is better than Fire Giant as like a big boss for sure. All right, Godskin Duo chat. Where would you put the Godskin Duo? Where would you put the Godskin Duo? S? You guys, are some of you guys saying S for everything? In the garbage. You know damn well where. So I have played so much Elden Ring, and I did level 1 with no upgrades, that to me, I go into the Godskin fight and I'm just like, you know, Neo at the end of the Matrix, how he's like casually blocking Agent Smith's attacks, right? I feel like that's how I kind of am with Godskin nowadays. Like I don't even notice them. I'm just like, whatever, go for it. Like I spent so long in that fight. So I really don't have a lot of difficulty with the fight anymore. I'm sure I could still die to it. I feel like Godskin is then they're trying to do duo fights like they did with Ornstein and Smo, but the issue is that I don't think the Godskins complement each other very well in the way that Ornstein and Smo do. And I also feel like the real saboteur here is the Godskin Noble, because that roll attack is so jank. And it can be very frustrating to try to deal with that. It's also brought down by the fact that once you get to the Godskin duo, you have probably fought the Godskins so many times at that point. Like you've probably fought them. Like how many times? I think I'm going to put them... Now the music is great. The arena's not terrible for it. I think they deserve to go in a C tier. There's also ways to get around it too, like you can use sleep pot. So there's strategies. People have figured out how to deal with it. I don't want to give it a D tier fight because individually the Godskins are pretty decent and they're not that bad. But yeah, I don't know. I think I'm going to put them in the C, at the, like, maybe lower on the C tier ranking. I think if the Godskin Noble wasn't so jank, like I feel like I would like to play with some of these fights, right? Like maybe make the Godskin Noble move like a little slower, and like maybe make I don't know if you ever done the fight, and sometimes the Godskin Noble rolls over the rubble and then sometimes he doesn't, right? Like that's really annoying, the inconsistency. But I feel like Armored Spider is better than them. Well, given at the time, I feel like Armored Spider, like they should know better by now because Elden Ring. Like they should literally know better. That's my excuse. That's what I'm telling you. Is like I feel like Armored Spider as a boss that might not be the best boss. Like you've had Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, Bloodborne, Sekiro, Dark Souls 3, and you're still making shit bosses. Like, you know what I mean? Like so I feel like Godskin is less understandable than something like Armored Spider. And I feel like Armored Spider is more unique than Godskin. You only fight Armored Spider once. Armored Spider is absolute trash and I don't see what you see in her. It might be because I haven't died as many times to the boss as you have. So maybe that's why I just don't have, see, I don't have that same skill issue. So to me, it's just like, oh, that was kind of cool. And then I just move on with my day. Yeah, I think Armored Spider is pretty cool. Ancient Dragon Landsax. Another one of these shit bosses. This shitty variety of dragon. I don't like this kind of dragon. I guess I'm going to put it here. This is the lightning one in Altus. It disappears and you fight him later. I don't know. Definitely like a C tier boss, I think, for sure. I just don't like this I just don't like this dragon at all. I'll say Godskin Duo is better than Borealis. I'll say it's better than that. I mean, I could probably sit here and shift stuff around all fucking day too. I could probably sit here and do it literally all day. Oh, hang on one second. All right, we're almost done, chat. Let's put on, let's see. We're almost done. We're getting close to the end. You have been doing it all day. I know, goddammit. Let's see. Dragon Lord Placidusax. Where would you put Dragon Lord Placidusax, chat? Where would you put him? S, A. We haven't done Gideon yet. F, C. I really like Dragon Lord Placidusax. I really like this boss. I feel like he's kind of immobile. Like in some ways, like I don't know if you guys ever felt like when you're fighting Seath. When I'm fighting Seath in Dark Souls 1, I don't feel like I'm fighting a living, breathing thing. I feel like I'm hitting a rock. I kind of feel that with Dragon Lord Placidusax also. He does have a shitty run back. Now, At least Placidus X kind of moves around a little bit, unlike Seath does. He does have some really cool attacks. Like I like the teleporting around. I don't like getting double hit by the fire. I really hate when that happens. Because that can just basically kill you. Yeah, the Storm Cloud move is cool. I do feel like the Godzilla attack is a little much for my taste. I think I'll put him... I'm going to put Placidus X somewhere... I probably enjoy Placidus X more than Reichard. I think I'm going to put him at the top of... at B. I think I'm going to put him at B. Fair, I guess. I wish... I feel like the fight would have been better if there was a Grace right outside of it. That would have been nice. I feel like he could have been more mobile. Maybe the entire time would have been fun. I don't know, but I never like getting. It is a personal pet fucking peeve of mine when I get hit by a dragon on the fire and and then I get up and then I get hit by the fire again. That tilts me so much. It's like, yes, I got hit. Do I have to get hit twice as a punishment? I fucking hate that shit. Yeah, that's like nails on a chalkboard for me. I don't like that. Beast, Clergyman, and Malekith. All right, chat. We're getting to the nitty gritty. Where do you put Malekith? Best boss, S+. I love my boy Malekith. You know, I had on my first time playing Elden Ring, I had such a hard time with Malekith. I was also like exhausted and fighting Malekith at 4 a.m. I was so fucking tired. I have fought Malekith many times. I've kind of gone back and forward on him a lot. I definitely feel like Malekith phase 2 after a lot of time. I mean, we have to realize that Elden Ring is already a hard game. I do kind of feel like Malekith phase 2 could have had like a full life bar. Or maybe like you beat the beast. What if you beat Beast Clergyman once, and then Malekith is a full HP bar boss after that point, right? But I think Malekith is a really cool boss. I like the usage of the Blasphemous Claw in it. I don't know. I think I lean toward the bottom of S tier. You know, it's weird. I actually really enjoy fighting the Beast Clergyman too. Like the first part of the fight's really fun. I do kind of wish the second part of the fight he had more HP there, but doesn't feel right. For you, it's a straight up F. I would disagree. I think Malekith's a good fight. F is too good for Malekith. I could see maybe swapping him down here to a high A, but I wouldn't go lower than that. I think maybe like somewhere up here. I think the spectacle of the fight is, you know, I'm gonna keep him on low S tier because the spectacle of the fight, like, it's probably one of the most beautiful Souls arenas I've ever done. The music is fantastic. Like, he's visually fucking cool. His attacks are pretty well telegraphed. He flies around too much, completely unreadable. I honestly felt that way too. And after I fought Malekith a ton of times, I feel like I'm very good at the fight at this point. It's pretty fair for the most part. It's just hard to tell on your first time playing. So I don't blame you for that. Let's see. Gideon Ofnir the all-knowing. Gideon Ofnir the all-yapping. You know, Gideon's weird because you can fucking slam his shit and be like, Lamau, shut up, nerd. If you sit there and let him talk, he's so annoying. Like, psh, 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 psh. Rings, 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 rings. Oh, it's so annoying, man. I mean, at least there's something more going on than some of the earlier NPCs, but I don't know. For how much they build up Ofnir, it's kind of a disappointing ending. I'm gonna put him in the F tier. I'm putting him in the F tier. It's either whoop his ass, or B, let him cook, and then he's gonna spam the shit out of you. Not kind of frustrating. Kind of frustrating. I'm gonna put him down there. He sucks. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, either way. Let's see, we got Loretta. I mean, this Loretta is pretty much identical to the other Loretta. It's a fun fight. I don't know if it becomes a great fight, but it's a fun fight. I think she's got a couple of new attacks, but there's really nothing too particularly special about her there at the Haligtree. I think she belongs in the B tier. I think that it's just that I think that everything A and above needed something special to really separate it. And I don't think it's I think that it's not significantly different enough from the original one to be worth it. He's a mage player NPC. It is true that you get strong, he gets more spells to everyone, but that's still, again, it does not make him a better fight, honestly. It does not make him a better fight. Yeah. All right, so we're almost done here, chat. Moog, Lord of Blood. So I personally think Moog, Lord of Blood. I think that this is a pretty easy S tier minimum. I feel like the arena for this boss fight, hang on, let's see. I love the fucking music, man. Holy shit. The music is so good for this fight. He's not easy. His timings and explosions and the phase too. I think slightly questionable about the usage of the Nihil thing. Where it can fucking destroy you if you don't have the physic. Like, I think that that's a little questionable. But it's for me, it's an incredibly enjoyable fight. It's one of the things I probably look forward to the most in Elden Ring when I play it at this point. Yeah, you can heal through it, right? Would I give him S+? I think I'm not comfortable going beyond this point with Moog. I think that's where I keep him there. He's a fantastic boss. I love Moog. I think he's amazing. I feel like maybe I don't bring him up. Maybe it's detracted because there's another Moog you already fought. I think Moog is more fun to me. Moog is a lot more fun to me than Guardian Ape. I'd say Moog is, you know what? I'd say Moog is more fun to me than, I'm going on a fun basis here. If I'm basing it on how much fun Moog is, I think I'm going to put him there. I feel like he's more fun than all of these bosses. I think I'm going to put him at the top of S tier, I think. Yeah, he's like got that perfect rhythmic combat that you fall in love with the series. I'd almost want to put him in S+. I almost want to. I think I found Moog before his Omen. He's the gatekeeper of the Elden Ring DLC. Yeah, right? You think he's better than Artorias? Maybe. Yeah, I mean, we could debate here all day. I think I'm happy with him right there. I think I'm happy with him there. Horalu Godfrey. Again, this is another boss that they spoiled with an earlier boss. I think that this is another fantastic boss. I feel like I like Godfrey more than Horalu. I do kind of like the panic of like, oh my god, he's gonna beat me with his bare hands. I do kind of like that. I think I'll put him here. I think I'll put him here in S tier. I think he's good. I don't think he quite branches into S+ for me. Probably because I almost feel like, to me, Moog and Horalu would have been better had they not had earlier versions spoiled. Like, all right, here's my proposal. Take out these, like the golden Godfrey, take out the Moog, the Omen, and instead give us something like Bonfire Ascetics from Dark Souls 2 to let me refight the bosses. That way you don't spoil the bosses and you give me the ability to refight them if you want me to, right? Like, I think that would be a lot better than just putting the fight in the game twice. Because I feel like that is undermining the uniqueness of the experience when it's like, oh yeah, this guy again. See, I don't want to have that feeling. Give us an item that we know they can do it. But it's like you recognize the attacks, like, oh yeah, I fought this guy before. You find Moog and it's like, oh, it's this nerd again. Like, oh, I gotta fight Moog again. Oh, I beat your ass again, bitch. See, I don't like that very much. I don't like that. Radagon Elden Beast. All right, this one's a weird one because this is considered one boss, and I agree with them putting this as one boss. If it were just Radagon, I'd say like S tier. I love Radagon. I think Radagon is hella fun. And if you take Elden Beast, I think Elden Beast is like an E tier or F tier. I hate Elden Beast a lot. Elden Beast either running away from you, spamming you with shit, the wave of gold, the fucking Elden stars that hitting you over and over, flamethrower. So like, just like Elden Beast is just a really unenjoyable fight to me. But Radagon is a very enjoyable fight. I love Radagon. So what do I do with you? I think I like Radagon a lot. I like Radagon a lot more than I dislike Elden Beast, I think. So that marks it up a lot for me. That's because how much I like Radagon. I really like Radagon. I'm putting that in the B tier here. And that's pretty much Radagon dragging Elden Beast's ass all the way up from the fucking F tier, E tier, all the way up here. If it was just Radagon, I'd probably say S tier, maybe even S plus, because man, Radagon is a ton of fun. Radagon is so much fun. I think maybe I'd rank Radagon in S tier because the teleport, that can get a little old. But it's a very fun fight. It's a very, very fun fight. I know Elden Beast means you get to fight more Radagons. That's a plus. I would say no. I don't think there's been an S plus boss in Elden Ring yet, which leads us to our final Elden Ring boss, and this is it. We're not doing these bottom ones here. Malenia, Blade of Miquella. Chat, where do you put Malenia, Blade of Miquella? Malenia is S plus. I think I have room to speak on Malenia because the last time I fought her, I no-hit her. I think I've got room to fight. I think I have room to speak on Malenia. Captain Double Stuff, thank you for the 22 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that.
Katie, babe, please, it's been 9 hours. Your children need you, Bard. No, I must rank my favorite video game characters.
So, Malenia, I think, is a very, very, very good boss. I think Malenia is awesome. I think she's super fucking cool. I think pretty much everything about the fight, I think, is very fair. I would love to know how the devs, I want to sit the devs down and the play testers. I want them to have like a great sword, right? Like give them like a great sword build or a double halberd build. And I want to see them. I want to see what they do at Waterfowl. I feel like there's just something about that attack. Like I just want to know what their thought process was. I want it to be explained to me, like what they were doing. Now, was it just summons? Okay. Was it made with summons in mind? So you can just do that. Was it made so like, were they intending? Because I think can we just agree that if you go into Malenia with certain equipment and certain builds, you're fucked, because the dodge is not something your average player is going to be able to do, because that's not even really a dodge. So depending on what you go in there with, you might be fucking absolutely destroyed. Now, yes, there are lots of ways. My personal favorite way nowadays is to have a shield, and I also bait out Waterfowl with a kukri, and I've pretty much got it unlocked. The last time I fought Malenia, I literally no-hit her. So I've beaten Deathless, I've done all this stuff. I think Malenia is seriously handicapped by Waterfowl. I'd say to a lesser degree, the Flowerman attack is kind of stupid. I think there's in general in Elden Ring, there's a number of attacks like Rykard has it, where it's like, just run away for a while. And I feel like, I don't know why they did that. I want to stay in the fight. I don't want to run away for 40 seconds and wait till it ends, right? See, I don't like that design. With that said, I still really like Malenia. I enjoy the fight. I wish that perhaps it was better balanced, and that I would still really like to see it, like what they would do with it. I think I'm going to put Malenia somewhere in the A tier. And that's mostly because of the imbalance, and also because to me, it's like this boss is a mystery. Of like, what did the devs want? What did the devs intend for the players to do? I just feel like it's weird to have a boss that severely punishes you for not playing a certain way, I guess. Because like I feel like you can fight Fire Giant with magic or melee and you'll be fine. If you fight Malenia without like the certain things you need, like you're fucked. And I feel like that's a little weird, honestly. Devs just threw that shit in. No S+ in Elden Ring is laughable. I mean, you're welcome to disagree with me. I think Moog comes very fucking close to an S+ tier boss. Moog comes very close. I think that that could be a victim of the game having so many bosses, so much content, right? I think Elden Ring has a lot of fantastic bosses. Like, look at how many Elden Ring has a lot of S tier bosses, right? Like Moog, Oralu, Margit, Malekith. But it also has a lot of trash in it too. All right, so here, chat, let's zoom in. We're gonna go, let's start at the bottom. We're gonna start at the bottom and try to go, let me try to make this look not terrible. All right, we're starting at the bottom at F tier. And we'll slowly scroll up. We've done every boss. I didn't do, there's some shit here I didn't do, but this is literally every FromSoft boss has all been ranked F tier, with the worst boss in the entire series being Bed of Chaos. The literal worst boss in the entire series being Bed of Chaos. We're talking about a weapon spell. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Elden Ring had its own unique challenges for sure, right? Bed of Calamite is S tier. Armored Core bosses went. I don't know Armored Core enough. No, I don't like Fire Giant, but he's not like, you know, I don't know. He's unique. He's got his own stuff. He's not a particularly enjoyable fight. I put him in the D tier. You'll see him in just a moment. F tier. Here's our F tier bosses. Whole lot of Dark Souls 2 in there. Fire Giant is A for you, really. Phase 1 is okay. Here's our E tier and D tier bosses. Fire Giant's the king of the D tier bosses here. Dark Souls 3 and Sekiro stay winning. Here is our C tier bosses. I think Amelia being at the top of C tier, like to me that weirdly makes like a lot of sense. Now play all this, bosses from worst to best. Wormface S+. Petition to make Moog S+. I love Moog so much. I really do. I want to. I think what really makes Moog not an S tier boss for me is the fact that you see Moog before you get to Moog. Like you fight Moog before you get to Moog. Yeah. MG Ska, thank you for 7 gift subs. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Here's the B tier. There is A tier right here. Somebody asked where Rykard is. Rykard is at the upper end of the B tier. Demon of Hatred done dirty. If Oseros isn't in the S, I'm calling the cops. Well, call the cops, motherfucker. MG Scott, thank you for the 7 gift subs, dude. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Here's your A tier with Radon at the top of the A tier. S tier, Moog at the very, very top of the S tier. Almost tempted to make him get in the S+. All right, fuck it. He's going S+. I love Moog so much. We'll put him S+. He's my favorite Elden Ring boss for sure. We'll upgrade him there. And here are my absolute favorite, what I think are the absolute best FromSoft bosses right there that they've ever done. Right there. These are like the S and the S. These are like the bosses. Like, this is why you play the games. This is why. And these bosses are like super worth it. Where is Oseros? Where did Oseros end up? I want to say Oseros was somewhere in the C tier. There he is, C tier. There he is. Oseros right there. Scrolls way down. Here, I'll go through. We'll go through one more time. We'll go through one more time at the very bottom, F-. We'll go through one more time here. Even with a lot of kind of shit bosses, I had fun fighting. Oh, you can still have fun with a shit boss, no doubt. Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's really fun to go in and fucking just absolutely destroy Fia's champions. You need a clickbait thumbnail where Bet of Chaos next to S and you're making a shocked expression like... Probably. Are you gonna add the DLC bosses to this? Probably, yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna do the entire list all over again, but... Dark Souls 3 wins with quality over quantity. See, Dark Souls 3 had like fewer bosses than Dark Souls 2 and Bloodborne and Elden Ring, and yet it had so many really high quality bosses, right? Rom in F. Yeah, Rom is not a good boss. What do you mean? Rom sucks. Get hit by spider ads, get fucking nuked from the sky, get one shot by a leaping spider that you didn't even see. Fuck that, dude. Pursuer should be B. Yeah, Rom is not a great fight. Rom is not great. Here's our C tier once again. Imagine thinking Rom is great. Bro, how long? Did somebody check how long I just did this? Somebody check how long it took me to do this list. I thought this would take me like an hour or two, honestly. I honestly thought it would take me an hour or two. It's been hours, like 8 hours. God damn it. I deserve compensation for this. Bloodborne bosses suck in general, and I won't hear otherwise. Nah, Bloodborne's got some really cool bosses, man. Bloodborne's got some cool ones. Your kids are in college now. Oh yeah, hang on. Hey chat, listen, I just did this dying cheer list. Hey, I deserved. Look at this. Give me. Listen, look at this tier list I just did, motherfuckers. Primes now. Mac Attack, thanks to bits. Fight this. Thank you for the bits. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Here again is the top tier of bosses in all of these games. How would you rate my tier list, chat? Rate my tier list. Which game overall had the highest quality boss? I think Dark Souls 3 had a lot of high quality bosses. What tier would you place my tier list on? B for Barb. That's a rough first draft. I could totally shift stuff around. Like I could definitely, like, I could say like, yeah, I like Orphan better than Manus. Like I could totally shift some things around here and there, but
don't bullshit me.
I could tweak it all day, honestly. You put a lot of thought into it. Wrong on 90%. Cake, thank you for the 35 months. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Cake. T for trash. I think Moog is a more balanced, fun boss than Malenia. Yeah, I think so. Strix Lord, thank you for the 26 months. Cake, thank you for the 35 months. Appreciate that. Thank you very much. Malenia, that dance would be S tier. Where did I put the Elden Ring deer bosses? If you're asking about the ancestor spirits, those are in C tier. Not enough HP. Annoying to hit.
Hey Mario, that big old 500-pound some bitch Bowser
MG
just took
Ska.
the damn princess and used all the star
Thank you for the
power to
2,500
put everybody in
bits.
pains. Now I need you to take your ass
Yeah, Elden Beast and
inside
Radagon
those
are combined,
pains
yeah.
and recover the stars with a little
Radagon
bit of
dragged Elden
jumping,
Beast all the way up to B tier on his own.
punching,
Solely just
and a
Radagon.
little bit of ass whooping. What? To say
It's too subjective.
for Barb Hypernova, Barb Imper, Barb Honda, Barb Crumple, Barb Snessy, Barb Makey, it's a said so.
MG Scott, thank you for 2,500 bits. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Billy W, thanks to bits. Timey, thanks to bits. Fank Jankler, thank you for 57 months. Thank you very much. Really appreciate that. Anyway, here's the list. Hang on, I guess I can share it. You know what? I'll share it on Twitter. I promise I'll share it on Twitter, guys. Although I don't know if this website wants me to fucking log in or not. But share it on Facebook, you coward. I don't have a Facebook, dude. Without Waterfowl, there's no danger of Malenia's fight. Well, see, Waterfowl, I'm not saying remove it. I think Waterfowl could have been tweaked to be something a lot better, honestly. Jumping Mouse, thank you for the 500 bits. Jiffy Pop, thank you for the 9 gift subs. There's a link on the bottom. Oh, I can save it or download it too. We'll find it. Thanks so much, Jiffy Pop, for 9 gift subs. Thank you very much. Greatly appreciate that. Thank you, Jiffy Pop. So many omens. Thank you for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. Anyway, guys, that's it. I'm gonna go eat, and I want to spend time with